Hello and welcome to another Hawks Nest live stream show. I appreciate you as ever for tuning on in. My name is Brandon. And boy, did I think we were just going to have a nice little low-key, dead off season type show. I was going to get into some real geeky stuff, talk prospects, discuss a little bit of the importance of the Nascar package as it is in regards to the defense. I was going to talk a little bit of Jonnu Smith, a guy that's been highly connected here with Seattle here before free agency begins, a tight end, very talented tight end from the Tennessee Titans. And I was really hoping to kind of delve off the talk of Russell Wilson a little bit. Felt like I had gone into these waters pretty deep, thoroughly, talked it all through in every which way but loose, and figured that, we were going to reach the point with this situation where Russell Wilson's camp came out, did their media tour. The front office remained relatively silent through the process, and we would be done with it for the time being. There would be a chance of it being repaired. Maybe there'd be a chance of it going into disrepair. But at least it would maybe calm down a little bit. We'd get a little bit of a relief. And instead, no. We've get both our front office and our quarterback this morning firing shots across each other's respective bows. And I know that there are many of you out there who have talked in the chat a little bit about not necessarily loving this topic and wanting to kind of talk over it so much and through the bend so much. I think some of that is from the love of Russell Wilson, and it hurts so much to even consider it. But again, why I created this channel was to talk about what Seahawks news is going on. What is the most important Seahawks news happening? And your Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime being moved is important news. It's something that's important to talk about, especially when it really goes to the heart and core of this team's foundations, this team's philosophy, the schematics. I mean, there's not a part of this that doesn't touch the whole entire team, this Russell Wilson situation. It's not just a star quarterback on a star team, but there is so much more. And so while I'm not going to go, again, over the bend and around the hills and across the plains here with Russell Wilson, again, diving into this, I do think it is important to talk a little bit about this news we got today and to look at it in what we know about already the picture that we've kind of painted with this. Because certainly as this situation is playing out, none of you on this channel know that I'm completely dumbfounded by this or shocked by this. The speed by which it's moving is surprising. But I thought the indicators of this were starting to pop up even if you go to the beginning of last season, midway through the year. So we get the first story that leaks out that there was a situation that happened. We finally have the front office now putting their little foot into the play of this. They had heard enough from Russell Wilson, it seems, and now wanted to kind of throw their hat into this media tour. So it gets leaked out, and I would say it probably does come from the front office here, where Russell Wilson, right around the time he has 2 games of struggle with the Buffalo Bills, and then the next game, I think it was the Rams game. He went they were having a Thursday night game that week, went into Coach Carroll's offense with some ideas of how to fix the team, some things of what he might want to do to go. And essentially, I think we can take from that at that time, he was told, no more cooking. Take your chef's hat off, take off the bib. Not happening. We're now going back into Petey ball. And Teddy Two Gloves, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm a huge Hawks fan, but methinks Russ has to go to Dallas just for fun. I love Russ more than the Hawks, by the way. Pete is cool, but he's not on the field. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Teddy, and I can understand if you aren't a fan of the Seahawks, why you might be just a fan of the player of Russell Wilson, who he is. That makes complete 100% sense, and I wouldn't deride you for it. We will get into kind of which of these teams have been mentioned and who will be the likely one on those, Teddy, here as I kind of get through just my opening thoughts. I usually just do my opening thoughts, then kind of get over into the chat. But yeah, I would say Dallas would definitely be one of those kind of front-runner teams. I think specifically just for the fact of, I don't know how the Saints do it. Cowboys don't make a lot of sense. Raiders would probably be ahead of Dallas, but Dallas would be number 2 on that list if that's really just the short stack list we have to deal with, the potential teams that he would maybe go to. And thank you, Randall, again for your $10 donation. I hope you're willing to come on the horn a little later. I'd love to hear your thoughts about what's going on right now. I have not heard any good rumors lately outside of what we're hearing about this Russell Wilson stuff. It's kind of taken up a little bit of my attention today and trying to think about it, concentrate on it, and turn it over a little bit in my mind. Thank you as ever, though, for your $10 donation, buddy. You always come in so strong on the dono game. You and Teddy Two Gloves, we're starting out right today. So you have them leaking this story about Russell Wilson essentially storming out of the office of Coach Carroll when he learned that he was no longer going to cook. This is a story meant to show Russell Wilson is petulant, as being one who is trying to put too much of his control into this outside of what he should be doing. That's at least, I think, the intent of the front office in leaking this story, to balance off some of the talk of what Russell Wilson said about them. Sort of, you're going to try to hold us accountable here, and you're going to hold us accountable in front of the media. Well, then we'll just start to hold you accountable here on our back end in front of the media too. We can play this game as well. I don't have to tell you guys that this is not a good indication, that this is not what we call an olive branch from one to the other. This is the start of a pissing match in a lot of respects. And so quickly, because Russ Wilson's camp is not slow, very on it. They are very media savvy as anyone, and they're not going to sit there and let something like that just kind of be the story for the day. So then they jump onto that and they say, well, Russell Wilson would be willing to be traded to these 4 teams, leaking a very specific 4-team set of teams that he would then go to. This was in reaction to the earlier story, in my estimation. Again, just not good. None of this is good. And I'm sure many of you are going to wonder about what this means about the trade of Russell Wilson. This means the trade of Russell Wilson is happening, in my opinion, within the year with almost certainty at this point. And then now, instead of me thinking it's got to get through at least this offseason, the chances of them moving on from that $39 million or Russell Wilson agreeing to give back some of his bonus money in order to facilitate a trade are just too much. I can't see that happening that way. It seems just beyond the pale for that to be a possibility. But now, with the way that both of these two have seemingly dug in, both have just dug their heels in on where they're coming from at it. And this is how you get to a point of a breakup. And it is just twisting and turning. And so much of this could have probably have happened behind closed doors. It didn't need to be brought out to this light where we're watching this publicly play out. But because it's publicly playing out, is, I believe, going to help facilitate and make this happen all that much more faster. So it's surprising to me this came up again. I would have thought the front office seemed pretty smart to just sit back there, let Russell's comments kind of just sit back and hold. Don't put anything else back into the ring. Do what you're going to do this offseason. But we are also hearing on top of this that Wilson reached out to Coach Carroll about these offensive line improvements privately that he has spoken about wanting publicly. And that conversation, much like the midseason conversation going into Coach Carroll's office right before the Cardinals game, didn't seem to go very well. So I am not trying to be negative on this. I understand there's a lot of people that this draws out the emotions in and really turns them over a bit, but it is what it is. You can no longer bury your head on the sand in this one. You can if you want, I guess. You can ignore me and say I'm crazy or that I'm being a Russell hater. This is one that's popped up a lot in my comment section this last week, is I just hate Russell Wilson. And it makes me laugh because I spend so much time, 5 hours at a time, 6 hours at a time, sometimes talking about a given issue, and we really flesh it out, I feel like. We get past the bones and add the flesh and the skin and the hair and everything, and I really get it, I feel like, to try a nuanced position, and then it comes down to somebody posts a sentence comment in the comment section saying, so you just hate Russ. You just want him out of town. You just say you want him out of town. No. My first option this offseason would have been to move on from Carroll, bringing in a dynamic mastermind, offensive mastermind head coach who could reinvigorate Russell Wilson's career and get the most out of him. That was number one for me. But that wasn't going to happen, right? Coach Carroll signed his 5-year extension. He wasn't going anywhere. My option 2 was to bring in an offensive coordinator that could take Russell Wilson's game to the next level, who could take the offense out of 1987 and move it up into 2021. They kind of did that a little bit. I don't think it was Russell Wilson's number one choice, but it was at least a step in the right direction. I wanted that to happen not for a new quarterback you were bringing in, but to build then around Russell Wilson. The third aspect of what I wanted to accomplish this offseason was to build, first and foremost, the offensive line around Russell Wilson. But then somehow you end up coming back in the comments and you want him, hate it, and you're gone. The top 3 things I wanted done this offseason were all bent towards Russell Wilson. The problem with you folks whose head is in the sand is that you will not really deal with the reality of what's going on. You'll say things to me like, Coach Carroll needs to be fired. He needs to be fired on his ass. Get him out on a rail. Again, by my first thing I just talked about, wanting to bring in a new offensive head coach, we're in agreement actually there, aren't we? The problem comes into play of reality. Coach Carroll is not going to get fired. There is a 0%, well, let's go 1% chance of that happening. Only new ownership really could be the only driving force beyond that. So that's just not an option on the table. Changing to a new identity from a team standpoint, not on the table. It's just not on the table. And you folks can want that, and you can will it, and you can scream and shout, and you get so frustrated that he's going to go, but it's just not going to change. And unfortunately, now I'll finish my thoughts kind of on this. I do think he is a bit out the door. And I think that this is maybe going to really come in really fast. We could literally wake up in the morning and find out the Oakland Raiders threw 4 first-round picks for Russell Wilson, and Russell gave back half of his signing bonus money, and it made the cap hit not as bad for Seattle, and they got a king's ransom, and that's it. And it shouldn't shock us at that point, especially after days like today. Days like today where both sides are just open warfare in the media. All right, let's get to the chat here. Brendan Eichrick, how you doing, Brendan? James, hello 12s. AB7, hey man, hope you're doing well. Are you as worried as I am about Russell Wilson leaving? I'm worried about it. It doesn't make us a better team by him going. There's certainly the part that I come to with it and where I land at is if it's got to be, it's got to be. If you've got, I brought it back to relationship time and time again because it's so much of what happens, I think, in a relationship where, look, I've been in a relationship where you're in it almost 10 years. And I've been in a relationship like that where just some stuff just kind of falls, it isn't always screaming and shouting. It isn't always one partner or the other has done some horrific, awful thing. Sometimes it's just a falling apart, a differing of minds. You change over time. And that's what the situation has started to feel like for me. And if that is the reality, I don't know for sure. I'm not in the offices. I can only read out of what these guys are leaking through the media. But if it is that, then move to the parting. Hard to see any sort of reciprocation going on between these two parties. Both seem, as I said, dug in, is willing to say, we're not going to move an inch. And so, yeah, I'm worried about it happening. And it sucks that it's not going to maybe happen with that year of hope that I had, that you give him the offensive line, give him the opportunity to have what he's asking for and see what happens with it. And if it fails out after a year, then move on from him and go a different direction at that point. I will have a little bit of, it'll feel a little bit tough from that aspect, B7. Washi, I'm in Discord. All right, well, we'll get you on in here in just a bit here, my man. Leroy Esteban, the best channel in YouTube. I appreciate you, Leroy. Thank you so much, man. James Glenn says, I'm ready for Derek Carr. I think a lot of people are going to be a lot more ready for this trade the more and more this happens and goes. And I would argue that this is a little bit in what Russell knew was going to happen by him being out here as much in the open and by these leaks coming out. It is, what I've always said with this is that it is an attempt to control the narrative, but it's the national narrative he's most aware of. Yes, locally he cares. It's not that he just doesn't give a crap about, yes, he cares. He loves us as Seahawks fans, I'm sure. But he's more worried about maintaining his overall, I think, image as far as nationally speaking goes. And he understands that there is going to be some fires he's going to leave behind him here if he does force his way out of town. There's no way he can just cleanly place this all on Carroll and the fan base is just going to fully accept that. So I think that he's done some of this advanced math, determined that the squeeze is worth the juice. And unfortunately, that does mean that it's going. But yeah, it could be a Derek Carr. I think the Raiders are crazy enough to come in and make that kind of trade, and say, hey, here's this, and we'll throw in Carr, and it's going to be a king's ransom. And, you look at a guy like John Gruden, the guy's never really had a franchise quarterback. The closest thing he's ever had to it is Rich Gannon, who was a very good quarterback. I think he made a couple of Pro Bowls, a very self-made quarterback. But he's never really had a guy that's really been the franchise guy. Could never find it in Tampa Bay. Brad Johnson was a game winner when he won the Super Bowl there with them. He's never had a quarterback like Russell Wilson, and the opportunity to grab him and finally get that quarterback as we look at Gruden now, in his third, fourth year there with the Raiders, having not yet really returned any of the dividends of that 10-year contract he signed with them. So buy a little bit of desperation, buy a little bit of maybe, dreaming over the years for 3 decades on end for a quarterback like Russell Wilson. Maybe that helps to push this potential deal along. Washi, yeah, you can absolutely get in on the call portion, my man, for sure. Paydirt Sports Cards, what's up, Brandon? How you doing, Paydirt? Rick Sabeta, 710, Bob and Dave hate the idea of trading Lockett to Miami. They think it's a bad idea. Yeah, the same people that say they hate Lockett being traded have yet to give me a real firm response and answer on, okay, so what happens in a year from now? Walk me through it. Because there's 2 things, like I said, it's So much of this stuff's never just a yes, Rick, yes or no thing, right? This is a little bit why I think people arrive at this spot with me at times where they'll put this, hang this sign of I hate Russell Wilson and want to see him gone around my neck. It's because we live in this sort of black and white binary world, zeros and ones. And when you ask people to get outside of that and think with a little more nuance and think with a little bit more depth, and suddenly they're all scuttling and they're just, I want to make it simple. I want to put it in a little tiny box so I can stick it up on the shelf in my mind and not have to think about it anymore. Well, we don't live in that world. We live in a very complicated world, and it's never been more complicated than right now. So when you look at Lockett, it's not just, oh, Lockett's a good player, I don't want to lose him. It's, yeah, Lockett's a good player at a high cost, who's due for a contract extension, and you have a better wide receiver on the roster who's younger, who is going to command even probably $10 million more a season than this guy's going to command. So how are you going to pay Lockett, DK Metcalf, and Russell Wilson $80 million cumulatively when we're not watching the cap go up? In essence, it's actually depressing at the moment. The math doesn't add up to me on how you make that work. $80 million on the offensive side of the ball for 3 players. How are you going to round out the rest of that roster at that point? It doesn't, to me, seem like you could be able to do it that way. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't understand all of the reticence of potentially trading Tyler Lockett. You need draft picks. You need salary cap space. This accomplishes both of those in one swing. And yeah, you lose a good player, a really good player, but you could also make the argument that you've seen the best days of this player. He's not going to get better over the next couple of years. You're trading at the time that the Patriots used to trade guys, which is 1 year early rather than 1 year late. And when you trade them 1 year early, you get some value. When you wait and trade them 1 year late, or you wait and decide 1 year later, sometimes there's no value there at all. Look at the Earl Thomas situation. We had a draft pick on the table from Dallas. Could have gotten him for that, but we held firm on our asking price on it, and then we didn't get anything for him. Past, I think maybe we got a compensatory pick once he went in free agency. But I would be interested to understand, Rick, how when they say, no, I don't want to trade Lockett, okay, what are you doing next year when DK Metcalf comes up for contract? And if it's, well, I trade DK Metcalf, okay, well, at least I can wrap my head around that answer. Or Russell Wilson won't be here, so I can pay 2 wide receivers. Okay, I can wrap my head around that. But the option of we're going to pay all 3 of them at $80 million total, and an understanding as well, we'll just lower down the first-year cap hits. We'll just lower down the first-year cap hits. Really? We're going into a season right now where you have no cap space. He's at $11.5 million. If he signs a 3-4-year deal at $14, $15 million per season, with that bonus money factored in, his first-year cap hit really is not going to be that much lower than $11.5 million. And then into the next year, when you have to sign DK, it's probably going to throttle up past the $14 million period real quick. I don't know. It just seems kind of illogical to me. Matthias 23451. Russ is too much. Giving Russ is too much. Giving a 4-team list he would go to publicly. This lowers his trade value because these teams know they can only get him. Very selfish player recently. I don't disagree with you there, Matthias. And I love the player on the field. I love favorite Seahawks quarterback of all time. But some of this stuff has been a little bit bunk. I agree with you as far as the recent attitude goes. And this again, playing this public PR game to lay the groundwork to leave town, to hold his Q rating in the right place is just kind of it gets a little gross sometimes to me. I'm fine if you want to come out and spout off and do all this stuff, but when it's this manufactured stuff and it's not really, I think, looking and seeing, and maybe we're all proven wrong on this. I mean, he goes to a new team and shines, and he's absolutely goes on 5 Super Bowl runs, and people like me got to sit there and be like, damn, man, we should have been pounding the table harder for Russell. We should have been pounding harder. But it's just, you don't see a lot of recent NFL history quarterbacks coming in with this kind of push. Even the great ones. You don't. I mean, they know they've got to be subtle about it and a little more gentle about it and not so heavy-handed. And this has felt very heavy-handed. Zachary Swagler, is Geno Smith the future of our Seattle Seahawks? No, he is absolutely not. No, I would, no chance on that one. Brendan, have you seen Schefter had a tweet that said Russ didn't request a trade, then deleted the tweet, and then reposted the same tweet without the part about Russ not demanding a trade? I'd heard some weird shenanigans with the whole deal on it. And I think it's really where we get into semantics on this, Brendan. Not you and me, but where the situation gets into semantics, because he's posted, here's 4 teams I'd be willing to be traded to, but I'm not demanding to be traded. Okay, again, just look at this from an NFL historical standpoint, okay? Once the players get to the point of submitting lists, they're wanting out. Players don't submit lists to want to come back to the team. That's the key of it, to me, with that. And we can get into the minutia of, is it a demand, isn't it a demand? You know, the reason that's being put in, taken out, put in, taken out is because they're probably very much worried about the way this lands again publicly, and again specifically the national narrative, not necessarily the local narrative. I think there's a little more care at this point to the national narrative because he understands that's the future for him. Leo Detweiler, Pete has got to go. Leo, I get it, man. And again, my first point, if you had me as Brandon King Almighty sitting atop my hill of general managership and presidenthood of the Seattle Seahawks, the first move I would have made would be to have moved Carroll along into retirement and then gotten a great offensive-minded coach. That's what I would have done. But I wasn't in charge. I'm not in charge. And unfortunately, Pete still is, and Schneider still is. And so those guys are going to be running the show, and we've got to look through it through that lens. If they are here with what Russell Wilson is doing, how is this going to end? And I would be given to think, especially after today, and with them starting to play the league game now too, these type of fights don't last long in the media. They end pretty doggone quickly when they do start to pop up and show up. Washi, did I get a new mic cord? It is ordered through Amazon, Washi, but I live out in the middle of the Pacific on a tiny little island, and everything takes a little bit of time to get out here to me. But I will get a new one going, and I'm watching the mic today, so if it does go out, I'll be keeping my eyes upon it. Peter, it says Russ might be gone this offseason. He very well could. Today, if we've been moving through the DEF CONs, you guys have heard of the DEF CONs, like here in the United States when stuff gets into really crazy state where it's like, you got a potential terrorist situation. Well, we're DEFCON 1. And, well, we got a terrorist attack. Oh, we're DEFCON 2. We're DEFCON 4 now as of today. We're to the point where there's a red light now turning on. This is where we've landed. It is moving at a very brisk pace, and I'm caught surprised by how fast it suddenly is moving and just how consistently it's moved. I expected some sparks from this offseason in Russell Wilson's camp to push that ball along that he started rolling a year and a half ago, but I didn't expect him to go full on trying to kick it up over the fence. And that's where we sort of landing at right now. Austin Latimer, how you doing, Austin? Says, love this channel, man. Thank you so much. If we were to lose Russ this offseason, how can we possibly replace him? Realistically, what are the chances we get another quarterback as good as him? Your chances of getting a quarterback as good as Russell Wilson are pretty small. In fact, infinitesimal. There's my word of the day for you folks. It's small. It is. There's no two ways about it. But part of the question for me built off of that, Austin, is that to win a Super Bowl, do I need a quarterback as good as Russell Wilson? To me, that's the question. Because at the end of the day, as I always maintain, it's about winning Super Bowls. It's not about consistently winning or being good for a 10-year stretch, but getting to Super Bowls. And while we could be going downgraded at the quarterback position, we could be upgrading other positions with the resources we gain. And then it becomes about roster management and building the right roster in the right way. This is a place where, again, I think people get a little bit lost on, because here's where I've watched this narrative spin from. Well, you say, well, when last time Seattle went to the Super Bowl and won it? Last time they went to the Super Bowl the year after that. Russell was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, not $30 million a year. And then people go, well, it was Russell's addition that made them that Super Bowl winner, that made them that great team at that point. He was the one that was the single designated factor. If you look at Coach Carroll the prior 2 years before Russell got here, they were 7-9 as a team. But again, this is where we get to that. It's going to be a theme over this show. Simplistic-minded approaches. Because why were they 7-9 those years? Because Coach Carroll was just horrible as a coach, and he was just getting by, he's just a middling coach? Or could it maybe have had something to do with Tim Ruskell's drafts 3-4 years prior to Coach Carroll's arrival, picking guys like Aaron Curry in the top 5? Or maybe it was Jim Mora and his effect on the coaching staff in that crap show of a year. They came here, the cupboards were barren. Barren. There wasn't superstar here, superstar there, and we can build up around that. There was nothing here. They had to kind of go from scratch. So when you look at the first 2 years that Carroll was here, by the way, got into the playoffs in one of those years and beat the former world champion in that year with an old-ass Matt Hasselbeck quarterbacking, with Mike Williams as the number one receiver out there, with Lofa Tatupu just about done putting a fork in him at middle linebacker. They also did that in those 2 years too. Don't forget that. So I'm not speaking to you necessarily, Austin. I'm speaking, of course, generally. I know you don't necessarily think this, but I'm just speaking to generally on folks thinking about this. We could get back to them. We could get back to a Super Bowl in another route that doesn't have us with Russell Wilson at quarterback and a super team built around him. Just like we could also get to the Super Bowl with Russell Wilson having an offensive line built around him and some lesser parts at other points because we got to cut back costs at other positions at that point, have a super offensive line, some skill position players. We could get to a Super Bowl by that method. There's multiple ways to slay this beast. It's not just one thing or another. There's a lot of different ways to get there. Russ is a Raider. It's real. Look what you did, Hawks Nest. It's happening. Go Raiders. You're going to put this evil on me, man? You're going to put this evil on me? Oh, goodness. All right, man, I'm already behind. How did I get so far behind the chat already? I've been 10 minutes in here. Matthias, I'm not for any of this blind Russ fandom today. People who blindly love him aren't real Hawk fans. Dudes being a TO at the quarterback position. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the reaction I get from some of these folks that, like I said, do pop into my comment section a lot after these videos post and really sort of take me to task for having the audacity to speak about the chosen one. And again, love Russell. You can love Russell Wilson and look at him with a little bit of an eye of critiquing him as well. It doesn't have to be an either or. You know, they're not mutually inexclusive items. Dustin would love to see Russ as a Bear. It'd be wasn't it a weird list that he proposed? That was not the list I was expecting. Chicago, New Orleans, $95 million over the. When you post a list like that, Russell, and we're having talks about decision making, I go, huh? Those were some odd teams posted there. I get the Sean Payton thing, but that team's got to they've got to tear it down to the studs. There's no like, oh, they make a move here and there and then get out from under some contract. No, they would. That team's going to be bereft of a lot of talent. They've got a contract in Kamara that's going to be really hitting into bloom in the next couple of years. They got to figure out what to do with Colston. That's a dead money hit. Like, they've got problems. I don't know. Raiders seem like probably the most realistic option. Ahmad, hey, I've been trying to contact you, get a role in Discord so I can look over it like here. I think, Ahmad, I did get you posted as I sent you an invite, I think. So you should be on there listed now as a mod. So I think you are a mod in there right now. Maxwell, the news about Russ storming out of the meeting really surprised me. I didn't think it was this bad already. It's a little bit why I got onto this so early and so long ago, Maxwell, as I had a little bit of I had a pitchfork in my gut, and it was going something about, when Coward comes out midseason last year talking about this Russell Wilson trade to Cleveland in 2018, right around contract negotiations for a first-round pick. Odd story. Huh? And then you got Russell Wilson saying we need more superstars, star of the year. And I'd like to have an offense built around me like Patrick Mahomes. Our quiet Russell Wilson, man, he's starting to pop off a little bit. And a few of us liked it at first, but we all needed to look at it as an indication. He's popping off because he ain't happy, because he's dissatisfied. Right, wrong, whatever it may be, he's not happy with where we're going right now with things. And now we landed a place where, Maxwell, I would agree with you in the respect of, I didn't think it was going this fast. I mean, they're daily trying to push this thing quicker and quicker, and it seems both sides are pretty interested in, well, the front office interested in seeing what's out there, and Coach Carroll, seeing what maybe they can find out as far as the draft capital for Russell Wilson, and then Russell Wilson very interested in really pushing this along and facilitating this. Like, it seems almost at a point of like maybe the whole thing's broken beyond repair. Randall, have you heard we could push the call to 2022 if after June 2nd? Would that mean no 2021 picks? we could push the call. The call. What do you mean by that, Randall? Can you post that again? What do you heard? We could push the call. You have to expand on that, Randall. I don't know what you mean on that comment. Washi, why do all the media people keep on saying that we stopped letting Russ cook after his turnover spree? By the end of the season, we were top 15 on pass attempts. It's a little bit where the media's got a little bit of a leg to stand on in this. Some of those attempts were buttressed up by the fact that you had so many early season attempts. And then the passes and the way they were throwing them as you move through the year was a lot more of the shorter passing game, less of the deeper stuff. But I think if you were to look at Washi, the first half of the year, the second half, we ran the ball more in the second half of the year versus the first half of the season. And the story that breaks out today, Washi, with Russell Wilson coming in before that Cardinal game, Thursday night game, asking to have some say back into the offense because the offense had struggled the prior 2 weeks in Buffalo and LA, and being kind of rebuffed in those efforts to make that happen, and then storming out of the office because of that. This all happened right about that same time, and it does kind of match what we see with our eyes, because it did look like around that time, boy, Russell Wilson's just not playing with the same kind of fire we normally see him with. He seems just disenchanted, tentative as a quarterback. Just there was a little bit of the fire gone, lost, it seemed like. And I wasn't certain of it at the time, but it feels more certain now, Washi, looking at it in retrospect. I think Coach Carroll dialed the offense back. I think whatever he did, Washi, he came in when he wasn't putting as much of his stamp on the offense early season, and then came in and started putting his stamp on the offense much more than he was prior to that. Lars, how you doing? Hey, Lars, what's up, Lars? This is crazy. Now it's real. Russ is saying, I want to be traded. Here are the 4 teams. It's real now when it gets to that point, Lars. You're absolutely right. Like I said, go back through. It's all you need to do when you look at a given situation and you might have emotion in the moment is look at, historically speaking, what has happened. The NFL is a league that, recycles itself over and over again. It'll use a baseline for a trade and then take that trade and then here you go. Or baseline for a situation and then you can see it play out in much the same kind of fashion. When a player starts releasing teams he wants to get released out to, historically speaking, that usually means they're on the boat, they're at the dock, the boat's still tethered to the dock, but like the player is literally unwinding the tether as we speak. And we are reaching that point here a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot of it. Ringo on the drums. Damn, I forgot this channel. Ringo, don't forgive me, man. I wouldn't forget you. Seahawks clearly have a problem with Russ. The release of this info can't help the situation. Don't understand what they have to gain from it. I think it's another miscalculation on the Seahawks' part. I think it's... I don't think it's a good thing to do necessarily. I agree with you there. I mean, you're releasing that your quarterback stormed out and dissatisfied. Does that help his trade value or hurt his trade value? You releasing that information, does that help your relationship with your quarterback or hurt your relationship with your quarterback? So I agree with you. It's not a good look. I don't think it's coming from an emotional place, though, Yui. I think that both of these two sides are doing things very calculated, understanding full well the effect these leaks, these media tidbits that they're giving. I think that they both understand that. That's why I think this is driving faster to a close rather than it is to reconciliation. Jesse Lund, I want a young quarterback and 3 first-round picks at least, and hopefully it's like 2 firsts and 3 seconds if not. Yes, I do too, Jesse. It's got to be a haul. Look, no Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime has been traded in the NFL modern-day history. None. 0 zip zilch. I know people go, well, Stafford was only 33. Shut up. Stafford is not the same quarterback as Russell Wilson. I don't care. He's not. So if Stafford gets 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick and Goff is a kicker, Russell Wilson should get 3 first-round picks plus, in my opinion. I still maintain that ground. So, Jesse, I would say that he should get that. And if it does happen this season, I'm the one quarterback that I've looked at who's really jumped out to me if I looked at him through the lens of Coach Carroll and what he wants his quarterback to do and the type of offensive system he wants to kind of run in general. Trey Lance, man. Trey Lance. He's got a Russell Wilson-like beautiful deep ball, so he can do all that play action stuff and get the arm to get it there. He can do all the modern-day read option stuff you want a quarterback to do. Certainly has some limitations. The rookie quarterback you would get on a rookie first-round deal would have limitations, but he'd also give you some sparks of life as well. He'd also give you a little bit of juice as well. I don't know if I'd have to look at him a lot deeper to really ascertain if he'd be the kind of the one with it, but I'd like to go a route like that. I maintain, Jesse, where you get cheap club control of a first round pick and not a high first round pick, more of in that, 8 to 15 range, if not even later. And then you've got 5 years of cheap club control on the guy, build up the team around him. I like the idea of that. I don't like as much, Jesse, bringing in a quarterback like Derek Carr on the inverse of it because of the fact you carry the $39 million cap hit with Russell walking out the door. So it's going to be hard to bring in a veteran quarterback unless that veteran quarterback's a real, on a real cheap deal like a Mariota versus, let's say, a Derek Carr. Fish Angel, I'm so scared. I understand, Fish Angel. I think a lot of us are going to be kind of on edge with this situation as we move forward. Teddy, 2 gloves. Let Pete have his game manager and see how far he gets. Alex Smith is available. Yeah, this is going to solve this debate. I mean, this debate will be solved eventually in the annals of history. In the respective cut, Pete Carroll, if Russell Wilson moves on and goes out and goes to another team, we'll see if he can truly have an offense built around him and if he can truly cook all the time, every time, all day, every day, 7 days a week. And with Coach Carroll, we'll get to see the other side of that, won't we? Where can you reduplicate what you had before? Can you, building to your philosophy and your schematic designs, not duplicate the Legion of Boom, but duplicate the success that you had? These are 2 big questions I don't think we know. We don't know the answer on. Sorry, my cat's caterwauling here in the background a little bit. I do not want Alex Smith, though, Teddy. No, not Alex Smith. I don't want to watch his leg bleed next year. That was one of the horrific moments of last season. Ringo on the drums. I think he will go to the Bears if he does get traded. Do you, Ringo? That'd be interesting. Now, look, the Bears are in a situation where maybe they would be desperate enough to make that kind of deal to where they're going to offer that king's ransom I talked about, especially when it looks like the Texans aren't going to give up on Deshaun Watson quite yet. They're going to make it a lot harder to pry them from their grasp. And when you do look at the quarterbacks out there on the open market this offseason and the other available cats that are out there, there ain't a lot of guys. I mean, Russell Wilson would be the top of the mountain by far. So there would be a potential here if they come in. And I maintain if a team comes in and they decide to add that one little extra first-round pick to the deal, they sweeten it that much more for Seattle, especially if it's to make the cap hit more digestible for this year. That $39 million cap hit, you can swallow down a little bit more because you got all of those first-round picks coming down the pike. I could see it happening. I could see it happening today as much as ever. As much as ever today, I could see it happening. Matthias, if Russ spent half the time he spends trying to have control of the team on pre-snap reads and recognizing blitzes, he would actually be worth $30+ million. Facts. They can't dispute that, man. Spencer Smith, how you doing, Spencer? I wouldn't mind a deal with Dallas, but wouldn't we be right back where we are now in that scenario? Even if it were Dak plus 3 firsts, we would have to pay him and still be unable to fill out the roster. I don't see the Dak Prescott deal, and frankly, really, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but my instinct on this is that the getting the quarterback in return on this is not exactly the deal that would be on the table and happening. I certainly don't think Dak would be a part of that. I think what they would probably do is at that point potentially even just let Dak go into free agency, Spencer. If Dallas really wanted to at that point. They've got Russell Wilson. They got the free first rounders. They might go that route. I don't think they'd bring in Russ and then franchise Dak, but I don't necessarily think that Dak would be part of the deal here. So I don't see that necessarily because I agree with you. I just think it's Seattle's driven at the front office mindset. And Coach Carroll's, I'm sure, driven to them. I have almost no doubts about this, that they are absolutely intrigued by the possibility of not having to pay a quarterback a godly sum of money and be able to build the rest of their roster out appropriately. I don't think that they accomplish that by bringing in a quarterback that's going to be super expensive. Maxwell says the word I would use to describe this relationship is toxic. It has reached a toxic state. When you're publicly going to the media to have your battle out publicly, you're airing the laundry publicly like this is happening, that is exactly what this has become. All of this should have happened behind closed doors. All of this should have been able to be solved with a face-to-face meeting between these guys. The fact that it's taking this to push along a trade rather than resolution in the situation says that there's a little bit of maybe, I don't know. I can maybe go to ego is the thing I can go to in my mind why it can't be resolved. Because it's frankly a little bit stunning, Maxwell, that these guys can't come to a common page. I don't know if either of these two people, be Coach Carroll or Russell Wilson, goes on to have another Super Bowl win if they part. I don't know if either of them goes on to have more success than what they had together. You talk about historically speaking and looking through that lens, it doesn't tend to go that way. This would be bucking a trend to have it go that way. Kay, for each of those 4 teams, are there any players you'd want in a theoretical trade for Wilson? I think I would be open to the Mariota included in the deal because he is on still, I think, a cheap 1-year deal for him with that. If you're talking about Oakland. Other Oakland players. I like Rodney Hudson. Rodney Hudson sure is a pretty good little center for them. No, I don't see anybody on the Raiders outside of those couple of guys. I don't want the running back. He's due to be paid shortly, so that'd be no there. On Dallas, really no. With Dallas, no. Dallas would have nobody they would offer that I would want. And with the Saints, yes. With the Saints, I would be open to Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead might be interesting. Who do they got? They got a couple guys, I think, that are. So Armstead, their left tackle, could be interesting. He's a real former USC guy. I'm sure that would appeal. I bet Pete originally probably, he might even have been recruiting that kid back in the day. Nick Easton's a center they got who they could get out of, who would be maybe interesting. Not really much else other than that, though. I think Lattimore's he's more of a man-on-man guy. Emmanuel Sanders is kind of done. They don't have a lot else there that gets me super excited. So as I go through it, man, there's really not as I think about it with these teams. There's nothing that's jumping out. And I mean, on Chicago, the only guy I can think of that might be interesting, but he's more, I think, a 3-4 guy, is Akeem Hicks or Fuller. Fuller would be interesting. I think they got Kyle Fuller there as a cornerback. He might be a guy that you could put in there. That'd be one guy, but they don't have really white hair on the offensive line. Maybe Bears don't have a lot. Again, makes it surprising as to why Russell Wilson would look at them as a available option. Huey says Russ leaving off the teams with the most to give is a shot at the Seahawks. Could be. I mean, it could be odd too that those are two of the bigger markets in the NFL, and it's a guy who wants to raise his brand and raise his identity. It's like you're going to go to Chicago to raise your brand. I mean, I could see it in Dallas, sure. You're going to go to New Orleans to raise your brand. Something about that was a little bit odd. Maxwell says, right, when I saw the rumor, it was like a rock in my stomach. Our franchise quarterback leaving is hard to think about, especially Russ. It's not easy, man. It's not easy, Maxwell, and it's I'm probably a little more at peace with it because we as a fan base in Seattle have been rocked by this so often. I mentioned it last stream. We've been going back to my childhood young days. Mark Langston. I was a left-handed pitcher. Langston was one of my first people that baseball, I was like, wow, he's awesome. Traded. He got Randy Johnson back in the deal, so it wasn't bad. But same things for Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez, Sean Kemp. We tend to have to watch our superstars leave here in this town, and it makes it hard. Makes it hard. I got to remember the announcement channel, Dustin. That's right. I'm just learning Discord, so you got to give me some time with it. Teddy Two Gloves. Can we get Drew Brees? Teddy, you mean you Carolina Panthers? Maybe, but do you want him? The guy could barely push the ball 5 yards down the football field last year. I mean, he needs to retire. He's done. Maxwell Sarah says, Jody has to fire Pete. I don't see her doing that. She's not going to do that. Lars has got a cool suggestion. He says, give me Trayvon Mullen and an edge rusher, Max Crosby on rookie deals, and 2 first-rounders plus Mariota and his $11 million cap hit. Very interesting deal there. Trayvon Mullen, kid out of Clemson, former second-round pick for the Raiders 2 years ago. He's been okay as a pro, pretty good, pretty solid overall. I'm not big on Crosby because he's a high-volume pass rusher. He relies on a lot of high-volume snaps in order to get his pressures, sacks, snaps. So I'm not as big as him, but I could maybe be talked into something around that realm. If you kick out Crosby and you add another first-rounder, you might be able to get me in on that. Spencer says, okay. Well, Dak plus 2 firsts, whatever it would be. I just don't see how we're in a better position from a roster building perspective, Teddy. Yeah, I don't think that they trade for Dak. I just don't think it makes sense on that. Yeah, XE Dubstep. Let's swap for Watson. It sounds like the Texans do not want to let go of Watson at this point. There have not been any indicators that they are firmly diving into the trade waters with him. They want to try to repair the relationship or hold him over the barrel. What are you going to do, Deshaun? You're going to hold out? I mean, that's a lot of money to lose out on. Nathaniel, I was hoping Jody or JS can step in and disagree with Pete's philosophy. Look at the data in the back of the year. Unfortunately, that's the problem with JS doing it, is the JS is always going to be a little subservient to Coach Carroll because Coach Carroll has that power over him. I mean, at the end of the day, he just does. And there's nothing Snyder can really do with it. And Snyder can always broach subjects, and I'm sure they've got a good relationship. They have some good, honest discussions. But how hard can you push when you're a lower rank? And when it comes to Jody, how hard can you push if you're not a part of the process? If you just want to own the team until you figure out whatever you're going to try to figure out, and then you'll go from there. There's just not those people that are holding that accountability I think you're asking for. I get why you'd want it, and I understand, but it's just not there. B. Russ says, personally, I like Russell to the Raiders for multiple firsts and seconds and Mariota this offseason. I think Mariota can be a game manager and a buffer until we go draft a rookie quarterback of the future. Yeah, I think Mariota could be that, for sure. And his cost is pretty good. $11 million is not a lot for a starting quarterback in this league. Huey says, if the King Pete show, the King Pete show, and it's not going to end well. It may very well not. This may very well blow up in Coach Carroll's face when this is all said and done. He may end up, eating a lot of crow for letting a guy like Russ out of town when he could have easily kept him in town by just doing one simple thing. That will be the interesting part of this historically to see how this plays out. Teddy says, I would take Dak with 1 first and a second and a third. No. Teddy, we're trying to get out from under Russell Wilson's contract has been a big impediment to roster building. We're not looking to bring on a bigger contract now at this point to further impede our roster building. Lars, I don't want to trade Russ, but now that he's identified 4 teams, I'm now ready to face the reality and discuss compensation. And you're smart for doing so, Lars, because that's where the situation's at. It's when they put those teams out there, it may not be an out-and-out demand, but like I said before, it's a little bit of semantics. Is it a demand? No, but he's putting teams out there. So what does that mean? Well, if you get around to it, if you guys happen to think about it, I mean, if you just, you're sitting in a house, John, you're at home, and you just maybe I want to trade Russell Wilson today. Maybe that's what I'm feeling like doing. If you do feel like that, John, here are my 4 teams that I would go to. Not that I'm saying you do it, just that if if it feels right. This doesn't fit, does it, Lars? Something ain't adding up in that. Washi says, I fixed my mic quality. Okay, cool, Washi. We'll get you on here in just a bit. I do want to get through the chat a little bit. I know a lot of people got some thoughts. Fish, if we get rid of Russ, I want 3 firsts and a tag. 3 firsts and a tag and trade Mariota. I love Mariota, his fast and tall guy who is a game manager, which Pete loves, and we won Super Bowls when Russ was a game manager. It fits. Yeah, Mariota would fit for that reason, Fish Angel. I agree with you fully on that. And a tag. What do you mean by what do you mean by Fish and a tag? 3 firsts and a tag. Tag and trade, because Mariota's on a 1-year deal, so you don't have to tag. You don't have to franchise tag Mariota. He still has a year of a contract left. XE Step. Nah, I'm cool with it. Football players come and go. They do. That's why I say don't. It's okay to be fans of players, but you're rooting for the team. You're rooting for the jersey, not the player. Grindtron. I see Russ going to Vegas as well. Gruden will throw the sink for him and Sierra. Could get a residency. I'm more of a Russ fan than Hawks. I like players more than teams in pro sports, but still sucks. And that's okay. I don't knock people that do. I know I said that if you're a Seahawks fan, be a Seahawks fan. If you're a fan of players first and foremost, that's how you enjoy the sport. I say over and over again, Grindtron, I will not besmirch how you enjoy your fandom as long as you allow me to enjoy my fandom in the way I want to enjoy it. So I won't ever knock people that are just fans of players in any respect. I get it, especially with the fantasy era. That's driven with a lot of people to think and look through the lens of that, of liking players necessarily over teams. I could see Vegas makes a lot of sense. Grindtron makes probably the most sense of the 4 teams that he allotted. They're the team that got the crazy Davis owner. They've got the Gruden guy that's been needing a franchise quarterback for his whole coaching career and hasn't had it. There's a lot of this to make this eclipse sort of fit right, where they then give Seattle the king's ransom that Seattle is looking for. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, thank you, Nathaniel. Please do smash with your elbow. Smash that like button, please. It does help this channel, helps me grow, helps me to be displayed to other Seahawks fans, so I get more subscribers, more likes. Eventually can just do this like, every day. Ringo on the drums. I say trade for a few picks and for Josh Dobbs. A big Josh Dobbs guy? Okay. Definitely need to get the 3 first-round picks do need to be the beginning territory. That needs to be where we start from, in my opinion. Nessie, I guess. Big shot, Hollywood Wilson wants to call the shots. Let him for 1 year, no Super Bowl, trade him. That was going to be my approach with it, Nessie. Was going to be, look, this is a situation where two parties both think they're right, both driving towards their own individual way that they want to go with this. And the reason I was open to having Russell Wilson be the guy who has an offense built around him, a true offensive line, you give him the best offensive line he's had in his whole career by far, was because we have seen Coach Carroll's way being done over the last 5-6 years. And it's not working. The returns have been diminishing. So he's had his time in the sun to play it just how he wants to play it. Okay, and well, let's try something new. Let's try a different strategy. But again, it does look like at this point, I don't know if we're even going to get through that year, Nessie, at this point. I don't know if we even get there. Wheels, a.k.a. Chucky. Hello from a Hawks fan in the Bay Area. Hey, Chucky, how you doing? Good to see get some new faces here in the chat. Good to see you. Randall says, I'll definitely call in, just getting home, so give me a bit. No worries, Randall. I'm sure we'll be rolling along today for a bit. We're going to have a lot of people with a lot of thoughts, I would imagine. B. Russ, how does Russ expect to go to a new team and win a Super Bowl? That team is going to have to pay him whatever he wants next contract, and they will have to give us their draft future, basically. That's a little bit of the disconnect here from Russell's angle on this, but I would offer that that's been the disconnect here over the last contract. I would have understood coming off of his rookie deal not taking a discount at that time, wanting the maximum amount of money then. Your second contract, though, why not take the 6-year deal and still get paid top of the market? Why not build it then within your contract to allow the team to move money around and then not have to be then on the hook every 4 years to come back up and re-up you so that there's never a chance for the bonus money to completely wind out of the contract. There's always a bonus money hit on top of the base salary you're having to pay. He wasn't willing to do that. That was his indicator right there. I think that he doesn't make the same connection between I make this money and that takes away from your team building aspect of it. I think that he doesn't really embrace that as much. Not as much as other quarterbacks like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. Fish Angel says, I would love the Jets picks. We could draft Zach Wilson. Sierra would love the Jets because it's in New York and we can get 3 firsts. And if we can, I would like Crowder too. He's a top 10 slot receiver. Jamison Crowder. I would be good with the Jets. I can't get on board with Zach Wilson, man. I know he's getting a lot of hype, and his arrow is really driving up right now here in this offseason. He's really, really getting a lot of heat behind him. Just haven't been sold on any of the film I've watched on the guy. I just have not been sold on it. Kind of a Tony Romo type is what I see. Just doesn't blow me away as much as he does other people. Maybe I'm just missing it. Teddy Two Gloves, I'll take Derek Carr. Russ is great enough. Russ is great, though, and I'll follow that dude wherever he goes because he's a playmaker. Russ will always be a quarterback that is much-watched television no matter where he goes. He's a fun quarterback to watch. He always makes it interesting, so I can get it. I get why there's some folks in here just fans of Russ and the type of player he is. A very unique player. There's never been a player like him in NFL history. Kay says, I want Russ to stay, but I don't want a player that doesn't want to be here. The longer this continues, the clearer it is that he's got to go. One sec. But it's clear he's got to go. Yeah, it's where I landed on this too. Wanted him to stay, wanted this to work, Kay, wanted this to be a situation that didn't play out like this. I've predicted it would play out like this because of how it was going publicly, but it doesn't mean I wanted it. And unfortunately, the way that he's drawing this and pushing this and then the reaction of the front office is also going to facilitate this faster. You look at the Texans, they're digging in on Watson. We're not trading him. And Watson is burning everything he can. He's burned down bridges. He's burned down Texan forests. He's burned down the hills. He's burned down the prairie. And they're still saying, we're not going to let him go. Meanwhile, look at how our front office has reacted to Russell's overtures. I think it's telling. Randall says, if we trade with Raiders, we can be confident we come out on top. Raiders always lose out on the deals, it seems. Yeah, it's hard to find a trade the Raiders have made in 40 years recent history, Randall, to your point, where they came out on the good end of it. They always seem to not go well with that as much. The Food Gamer. So if we trade, should we get an offense in the first round like Penny Sewell from Oregon, or get a quarterback in the first round? Kind of all depends on Food Gamer where the pick is and which team it is you're flipping with. If it's the Bears, you're picking kind of in the back of the first round. If it's the Jets, you're picking third overall. When I look at the quarterbacks in this draft, I'm not blown away by Zach Wilson. I'm not blown away by Justin Fields. I'm just not. Both of those two guys, to me, have some big-time question marks above them. Trey Lance has some question marks above him as well. But Trey Lance is not going to go as early as those two guys do. He'll be in that mid-range. And there are elements within Lance's game that you could work around our offense in a game manager role that I would probably work with Fields and Wilson, but I'm just not quite as sure with those particular two guys. With Penny Sewell, you probably would not go that direction, I would say. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I think he's a great left and one of the best left tackles, Food Gamer, we've had come out in 5 years. So if they went that direction, I wouldn't be completely against it. I would think that if they got let's say the Jets pick in the first round, they probably would trade that pick back to 10, 11, 12 for a team that wants to go up and get one of the prime quarterbacks, get some more picks, and then I think they would more lock in on a guy like Lance. I could really see them doing something like that. Oh, Teddy Two Gloves with the another $5 donation from Teddy Two Gloves, my friend. I'll give you two salutes there for you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, bro. He says, Derek Carr will soon turn into David Carr with our offensive line, by the way. It could. You guys had the odd deal last year where you traded out Russell. It was the Russell Okung deal you guys did, which was such a strange deal where you had a great left guard and you traded out Russell Okung for the left guard last year. Couldn't understand that, with that. I like the way Carolina's gone about rebuilding the defensive line. That's going to help your defense going forward. I'm a big trenches guy, Teddy. Big trenches guy. So hopefully they can start to address the offensive line now in addition to it, where the Panthers can start to maybe gain some traction. Could very well, man. Could very well. I like the fact that they moved off from Bridgewater, though. Smart of them to move off from a guy they knew wasn't going to be enough to get it done. You don't want to stay on a cost that doesn't work. If it doesn't work, it don't work. Don't worry about the dead money hit. Move on. Get to the guy that is going to work. Thank you so much, though, for that $5 donation. I appreciate you. Ringo on the drums. I say trade David Moore to the Dolphins or Titans for draft picks and left guard or right tackle. David Moore is a free agent, Ringo, so he's actually not worth anything with that. So he's just out on the street. Fortunately enough. So I don't think we'd probably bring him back. I like Carr. He's a solid quarterback, says Fish Angel. He just doesn't look right. If we trade Russ, we need a rookie or a young quarterback with upside. I would love 3 first-round picks. We could use a first rounder for Jordan Love. Could go that route. I don't know if the Packers are at point wanting to trade Jordan Love. Once they do, they're going to want a couple of first-round picks for him. Fish, they're not going to just want one. That would have been if that wasn't a pick for your future quarterback play, then it was a pick for an investment, and that investment needs to surpass what you gave up on draft day sitting on the player for a year or 2 seasons. So it would cost a little bit more than that, unfortunately. Nessie, I guess Wilson put himself into plenty of sacks when he had a clean pocket. He did. There's a stat that I brought up last week that I think is a very telling stat. This comes out of Pro Football Focus. Of course, watches every single snap and judges every single player on every single snap and has multiple guys looking at the individual player. And the thing that stuck out from that stat, actually this was in advanced next-gen stats. The thing that stood out to this was that, number one, he held the ball for 3 seconds in the pocket, which put him in the bottom 5 of the league as far as holding onto the ball for that long, too long, longer than, there are only 4 other guys who held the ball longer in the pocket. And then he's got 16 of the 51 sacks are on his fault, according to the Next Generation stats. So 31%, nearly a third of the sacks last season are on Russell Wilson, his responsibility. And that's part of this that does make it troubling when he starts to pop. You're going to pop off publicly. Make sure your backyard's clean. Make sure there's no trash back there. Don't start throwing rocks out of that glass house and then wonder when the glass starts breaking. Huey, the hilarious and sad thing is the Seahawks will invest in a top offensive line and feature a running back as soon as Russ is gone. Probably will. And that's what they did when they walked in the door before Russ got here. Russell Okung was the highest pick you've ever had in the history of Schneider and Carroll's era here. Top 10 pick, left tackle. James Carpenter, first round. Turned him to a left guard. Max Unger, second round pick. They went a little bit light as far as right guard and right tackle goes, but yeah, it was a lot of investment at that time. I think they had a pretty highly paid unit at that time back in 13-14 with that crew. But it's also about roster building too, Huey. And this is a little bit of with it. When the quarterback's paid $30 million, there's got to be positional groups you're willing to go light on. Not everybody can be paid. There's not enough money in a salary cap era for that to happen. So you've got to pick positions. The front office of Coach Carroll have picked offensive line as the position they're going to go light on in this Russell Wilson getting paid era. That's the position they've chosen. They'll pay receivers and some tight ends, maybe a running back even, but they want to keep the defense up, so they're not willing to go complete crap show on the defense in order to facilitate that offensive line, which is probably what it would take to get that kind of investment. Randall says, what scares me is our 2022 first-round pick could be a top 5 pick. I got to believe Jets are on the list. Russ wants to be like Strahan, maybe on The View. Oh my God, could you imagine Russell Wilson on The View? I'm a little bit worried about that as well, but I don't think, Randall, you can allow that to hold you hostage in your decision making. This has got to be about what makes your team better into the future moving forward. Not just next year, but into the future at that point. You have to look through that lens because you no longer have a quarterback in the middle of the prime of his window. You're now rebuilding back up. So getting lost in that and worrying about that pick getting to a low area of thing, it's disconcerting. It would suck. It would not be a good look. But when you made the trade, you didn't know Russell Wilson was going to force his way out of town either. So you're reacting and adjusting to a situation that completely came out of left field. Teddy Two Gloves says 3 first-round picks will never happen. What was the bounty on the Herschel Walker trade, for God's sake? Let's take a look. And I'm gonna debate you a little bit on this in a second. Let's see if I can get to this here. It's all clickbaity. I'm getting up here. Look, we just had this offseason go on here, Teddy Two Gloves, where, and I said it before here, Matt Stafford, who's never won a playoff game in his life, just went for 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and Jared Goff as a kicker. If you're not going to say Russell Wilson's a far and away better player than Stafford and a younger player at that, why would he not bring in more value? I'm trying to see what the Vikings got as their haul. Of course, these stories just won't tell you. They just they want to get into talking about stupid other stuff. I don't know. We'll have to. Somebody will get it in the thing here. So, Cowboys received a couple of players. So there were some players involved in that. 3 second-round picks, conditional third-round pick, and a 6th-round pick. But they received a lot of players. A lot of players. So it may make it hard to compare it to this deal. Joshua Williams, I know we've known about the possibility of trading Russ for a while, but it's still so wild to me. How can a team trade a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime? Lack of willingness to embrace the Hall of Fame quarterback, to adjust your own philosophies to fit their skill set. I know this is a comparison I've made often. Sorry, I'm repeating it again, but this is the Bill Belichick, Tom Brady thing played in a different way. Imagine if Bill Belichick in 2007, instead of deciding to be one of the first coaches to embrace spread concepts in NFL football, to allow his Hall of Fame quarterback to flourish, because he realized he had a Hall of Fame quarterback going into his prime. Imagine instead of Bill Belichick had said, no, we're going to keep you in the game manager role. Do the Patriots win as many Super Bowls going into that next decade of their run? Probably not. And quite simply, Joshua, Coach Carroll was not willing to make that same transition. He comes from the same kind of roots Belichick comes from. We're going to run the ball. We're going to play great special teams. We're going to play awesome defense. We're not going to turn it over. These are risk-averse coaches. Yet Belichick, and all of his wisdom and all of his brilliance, went outside of his comfort zone in understanding what was at play. And I don't know that Coach Carroll has done necessarily the same thing here. Garrett Komnick. What's up, Garrett? Wilson and Lockett for Tua, Gesicki, Gaskin, and two second rounders. Oh my God, I want more than that, Garrett. 2 first rounders. Sorry, I read it as second rounder. Sorry, Garrett. Nope, you're a little more closer on it with that. I'm open to that. I sure like Gesicki. He's great. Gaskin's awesome. Gaskin doesn't really fit into the running back type that they tend to look for. They got their kind of mold that Marshawn Lynch mold, Garrett, is what they usually kind of look for, and he's a little bit smaller than that. I think you might be able to get a little bit more than that, though, for those guys. I think you might be surprised. You might get one more first rounder even for those guys in there because you're kicking Lockett into the deal. To me, Lockett's worth a second. Wilson's worth 3 1s and maybe a 2, 3 1s and a 3. So that would be more of the cumulative I'd look for if you're packaging that kind of deal. But if I'm Miami, I make that call right now. I mean, that Miami, you're not going to go 4 first-round picks to flop that over if we just take the players out of the deal? I don't see why they wouldn't. James says he didn't play like he's in his prime in the playoff game against the Rams. No, he didn't. He didn't play like he was in his prime in the back half of the schedule, James. too. I mean, I would jump up there and say that as well. I will offer that in the name of nuance and not being completely in confirmation bias, he certainly was dealing with the worst pass protection he had all season in that Rams game by far. He was under duress quite a bit, but he also didn't play great. Both of those things were to me true. Chucky, so you think the Seahawks will trade Tyler and Russ? I think Tyler is more likely this offseason to go, but I think within a year from now, I think both of those guys are no longer on the roster. John C., I mean, we can get rid of Pete and John now. Can we get rid of Pete and John now? John, I get it. You're not alone in that sentiment and people wanting to see this instead. Like I said, that would have been the first step I would have gone this offseason if I was the all-ruling supreme commander in charge. But I'm not. And unfortunately, there is no more John Allen here or Paul Allen here. It's Jody Allen. And she's just hands off. And you've got to factor in on this, John. Halfway into the year last year, Coach Carroll signed a contract extension and then took the team to 11-5 and won the division. John Schneider just signed a contract extension this offseason. You don't sign coaches and general managers to those kind of contract extensions and then cut them free. It ain't like the salary cap era where you just cut those contracts and then you don't pay them. You're on the hook for still paying them when you cut them free at that point. On top of there's not any indicator we have of any dissatisfaction with the ownership and the front office and Coach Carroll. Maybe there should be. It's just that we're not seeing it. Teddy Two Gloves, Russ needs to go for his own sake. Like B. Russ said, this relationship has gotten tired and a divorce seems logical. Yeah, it does seem to have gone that way here. I mean, that does seem to be the reality at play. Yui, if we get rid of Russ, blow out boxes for all the veterans. Reed, Wagner, Lockett, Dwayne Brown. I agree. I think you've got to think really long and hard about doing a blow up year at that point and embracing the aspect of rebuilding this back in at that stance. And if you're not a contender next year and you've got Dwayne Brown and Reed on the final year of his deal, then what does that mean? What does that mean? And I see, Lars, you got me, you're texting me. I can kind of half look. So I think somebody's just bringing up the Jets for the Jets' sake. I think that there's still a chance they could jump into this. Just because Russell's put these 4 teams doesn't mean that these are the only 4 teams, absolutely, that end up in the final mix of things. Situations can change with that. Nathaniel says, if Wilson gets traded, I want a guy who can throw the ball well. Justin Fields? He's good feet, okay arm. Neither him or Wilson really do it for me. Lance has got the real live arm to me. I've said Lance is like Colin Kaepernick, but with a smooth delivery and able to throw with touch. And able to, I think probably, I don't know. He's not a great reader of defenses. And I still need to look a lot on Trey Lance to really lock this down to see if he would be the guy. But I'm intrigued by him. Fish Angel says, Teddy Two Gloves. Have you been on the internet? They said Russ's trade would be 3 first-rounders. Laughing out loud. What are they talking about? Matt Stafford was worth 2 firsts. Fat Daddy Stacks. What is up, Fat Daddy Stacks? How you doing? What's up? Here to learn how to be a fan. Well, or maybe just get a little better informed. I'll go that route with it. Garrett says, we don't need a good quarterback. We need a physical run-first style and a very good, strong team. We need a LOB defense and a Marshawn Lynch-like running back. I think that's the designs of the team at the end of the day too, Garrett. I think, look, Coach Carroll not going away, Schneider not going away. They are what they are, and they want what they want. They build the team how they see fit, and they're pretty sound in how they build those teams. Carroll's a 70-year-old guy. He is not going to change the way he does business at this age. And if anything, he's going to double back down on what's worked for him throughout his career. Running the football, playing great defense, playing great special teams, not turning the ball over, looking for the big explosive play. This is how he wants to play football. Period. Agreed with you though, Garrett. Fully agreed. Ringo, I don't like when people hate on Leno Hill. He was never projected to be a starter, then people call him a bust. Yet, like I said, he was projected to be a special teams player and a backup. Ringo, if you're picking in the 3rd round to grab special teams players and backup, you're doing the draft wrong. You're doing the draft wrong. You get special teams players in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, not in the 3rd round. In the 3rd round, you should still be able to get a league starter player / get a player who, when he gets on the football field, should not be playing the league worst at his position, which is what Leno Hill did when he was on the football field. So picked in the 3rd round. Maybe he shouldn't have been picked that high. Seattle overdrafted him, but that was... I don't think there's a lot there with him, man. John C., look at how fast he gets the ball. Look out how fast he gets the ball out in the Super Bowl. People have been cancer to this team since 2016 when he didn't want to adapt. Definitely been too. The falling in love with the deep ball is I think a solid point to say, John, that it's caused some reversion in Russell Wilson's play. And that it sometimes takes him away from playing on script on time, just where I think he's got to balance that off a little bit with the deep shots and always looking deep. Certainly it came to a head this season mid-year when they just really fell in love with it. Dustin says, can't wait for Pete to get his rightful throne. Well, he will be questioned no longer once Russell Wilson leaves. It's back to, I'm the captain. I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now. Russell is gone. Carroll is captain now. B. Russ, I've been saying for 3 years now that Russ makes his offensive line worse. He holds onto the ball too long, focuses mainly on the deep ball, does not throw checkdowns, and can't read a blitz. I agree. I think it's the part people let him off the hook for. You hear people like Coward bring up this 400 sacks. He's been sacked 400 times. 400 times he's been sacked in his career. 400 times. 400 times. How many hits? How many hits is that? That's a lot of hits too, isn't it? It's a lot of hits. He's been hit. Well, yeah. And you don't factor in, again, how much is it that's on him? And not just on him holding onto the ball, but as B. Russ points out, his pre-snap ability, his ability to hit a hot route, his ability to read stacked defensive fronts and know when a blitz is coming and know when a blitz isn't coming, his ability to adjust pre-snap into the right play, take us out of this play, put us into that play. You don't see a lot of those indicators in Russell Wilson's game. Some of it could be Carroll's holding him back and not allowing him to do it. I wonder why, after 10 years in the league, that would be that way. Maybe. Spencer says, you exposed me on my last free agent proposal. Just kidding. But I'm the horse now. Secure Lindsley at the start of the free agency. Then go after Jonnu with Everett as a backup option. Get Mike Davis for a cheap deal late. I like this proposition better, Spencer, so I'm a little more on board with you there. I can be signed up with Lindsey. I might argue you're going to be breaking the market for a 30-year-old center. Maybe not the best way to go in that he's maybe played his best football at this point in time. But still, that does improve the position. I cannot deny that. And if it improves the position, I'm not gonna die in that trench because of that. Look, Jonnu Smith is a fantastic player. This is a guy I want to talk to you guys a little bit about today. I scouted him last night, and the more film I watched of the guy, the more I wanted to watch more of him. Because I kept going, well, I'm going to put him in a box. He's a joker tight end. He's an H-back move tight end. That's what he is. And then it was, oh, God, he's doing some inline type stuff here. And, oh, my gosh, he's mossing guys down at the goal line. Man, big, smooth route runner. And, geez, only 25 years old. The guy would be a fantastic addition. I don't know why he wouldn't necessarily break the market outside of, like Hooper did last year, where Hooper was not the best tight end in the NFL, probably not a top 5 tight end in this NFL, but set a new tight end market because he was the next guy up and he was the guy out there on the open market. Hunter Henry will probably be that guy this year. The only reason it might not be with Jonnu Smith is because people will just get locked in on that Joker body on that. He's not an inline guy, your 260, 265 guy. He's probably more of your 250-ish guy. But he has a lot of great play strength with that size that he has. He still is 6'4", so he's relatively big. He's absolutely able to do every kind of block you need him to do. So if you want him to do what you tend to have an H-back do, which is they're going to cross block down across the formation and surprise sometimes an unblocked defensive end crashing downhill, he does it phenomenally. He will come back on that crack block, take on the defensive end, and he doesn't give an inch. Gives a nice little hold to that running back to go right up off his backside, keeps the defender pinned so the defender never has a chance to get a hand on the running back coming through the hole. He would do it over and over again. And I want to bend this into how this Rams offense goes, because this is a big part of the Rams offense, is bringing it back, having let's say the tight end be a Gerald Everett, how they would do it off ball, because the H-back is essentially not in line. He's not on ball next to a tackle on his side or next to another tight end on his shoulder. He's essentially a step back at that point off the line of scrimmage. So he's got a little bit more space to work with than the inline guys do. The inline guys can get jammed at the line of scrimmage. Very hard to jam those H-backs because they get to operate and move with that extra step post the snap to be able to get free of the jam. And this guy utilizes that stuff so well. He understands how to take advantage of that extra step, as the smart H-back types will do. They almost are able to make themselves quicker even than they really are. And he's already pretty doggone quick out the gate by being able to take that extra step and not get sealed up as far as on jams. Really smart player. Understands how to subtly block one way in the zone game and then move off to another block. Understands how to help out in the combo block. Understands he can set up a route where he starts to look like he's blocking and then slide into the route so smoothly. That's the word that comes back to me again. Just such a smooth athlete and going from one thing to the next and making it look effortless. And it's very hard for the defenders who will look like, oh, he's blocking. It's a run. Then he's sliding right out and he's open in the back of the end zone for an easy touchdown. Over and over, even last season on some of the film I was watching with him, that jumped out again and again and again and again. You could have him do some inline stuff if you want. He's capable of doing that. Absolutely is in his wheelhouse to get up on line of scrimmage. Titans protected him of that a little bit. They didn't do it a lot with him. But when he did do it, he was effective as an inline guy. So to your point on that with looking at both, I think you're looking at both Gerald Everett and Jonnu Smith. You could theoretically have two jokers here with a guy like Jonnu Smith because he could do the inline tight end stuff. But I just really like that guy's game. Really fun to watch as a player. They had him run a fly sweep from the tight end position at the goal line, score a touchdown, to give you an idea of the kind of athlete he is. Fly sweep for a tight end on the goal line for an H-back. But he'd be a great signing. I'm fully on board with the Jonnu Smith signing at this point. I'd be ahead of him over Everett because of his ability to block is far and away beyond what Everett can do. Everett might be a little bit better with yak stuff, but they're both great players. Mike Davis, I'm fine with too, Spencer, because I don't think he'll cost a lot, and I think he's been a little bit of an underrated back in this league. Teddy, you're responding to Fish Angel. Joey Mendez, cry, wake up, and realize the modern quarterback makes the rules. Russ is Seattle. And back to irrelevance after Russ. He can push all he wants. Carroll is in the McCarthy era in Seattle. Could be. It's certainly a fighting Joey of two strong-minded folks that each have an idea of how they'd like to get things done, and those ideas don't necessarily align. I will push a little bit back. I always do on the Seattle was irrelevant before Russell Wilson arrived, just like I will push back on Seattle was irrelevant before Coach Carroll arrived. I think we have to understand what the word irrelevance really means. Irrelevant is what the Cleveland Browns have been for going on the last 30 years. Irrelevant is what the Bengals have been. Irrelevant is what the Washington football team has been. Irrelevant is what the Buffalo Bills have been. Prior to Coach Carroll getting here in the previous 10 years, prior to Russell Wilson getting here in the previous 10 years, you had 4 or 5 division titles and went to a Super Bowl and would have won the Super Bowl if the officials didn't steal it from you. That's not irrelevance. That may not be a dynastic team. They may not be one of the best teams of that last decade, but it does not make you irrelevant. Chris Kane Jr., if Russ does leave, who would we replace him with? I think if you got the Raiders, I think Mariota or Carr would be a potential option at that point. I've mentioned a guy that I like in this draft where you could be picking him about somewhere between 8 to 12 probably is Trey Lance. He's a very exciting prospect for me, so he's a guy they could look at. I think all the cards would be on the table, Chris. There's a lot of different options there that I think that the team would potentially look at, and I don't think they would be limited to just one or two guys. But those would be the first couple of guys off the top of my head that I think would be kind of league candidates. James, it's not Wilson's job to manage the team. We have people for that. I agree. When he started talking about wanting to hire offensive coordinators and wanting to have a say on personnel decisions, you're a quarterback. You're a quarterback. Just because you know how to play quarterback does not make you good at scouting and evaluating proper talent or bringing in the right team building aspect of things. I'm pessimistic when it comes to those things with him. John says also people are so fickle. I hope Russ goes just for Russ. Everyone, we need to protect Russ. Now trade rumors are out and people talking about Russ standing up for himself. Shaking my head. I'm completely okay, John, with Russ standing up for himself and having a voice. I didn't want it to be done publicly because for the same reasons we're watching this situation play out as it is. For the same reason that this is now drawing to a head as it is. Because you don't resolve things going publicly to the press. That is not the road to repairing a relationship. That's the road to disrepair. And that's the road both, not just Russell, but the front office now, as indicated by today. They've been silent up until today, but as indicated by today, are willing to continue to go down this road. And that's really what makes me not like it as much, John, is look, have this stuff behind closed doors. And if it's behind closed doors, you don't get a resolution, and Russell Wilson's voice is not being heard at that point, then ask for the trade. Then help to facilitate your way out if it's the most important thing to you at that point. But don't go into the press and do a media blitz tour where you run your team through the mud, and you run your coach through the mud, and you run coaches through the mud, and you run other players through the mud. It ain't a good look. And it's not the best way, I would argue, to really attack the resolution that he may be looking to get here. Teddy Two Gloves says, if they give up even 3, remember this chat, and if they give up even 3, remember this chat, and I'll take you to a steak dinner at my restaurant you want. We can talk about how right you were. Teddy, I'll tell you what, I'll settle for you coming back into the chat and giving me a nice little applause. Because I don't usually, the folks I get, I was talking about Russell Wilson potentially being traded about 3 months ago, and I got lambasted in my chat for having just even having the audacity to bring it up. There's been a few who've come back in and said, okay, you were right on that, but not as many as were really running me through the mud for having like I said, the audacity to even bring it up as a possibility. Joe F., where do you think Watson will go? I'm starting to think that this is a game of chicken, and I'm not so sure that the Texans are going to run their car off the road into the ditch. I think that they're a team right now that is a little desperate in their situation. They don't have a team built up around that they could talk themselves into like Seattle could, saying, well, a first round pick comes in here and maybe we'll be all right. And No, they're in a position of, we lose Deshaun Watson and then we get picks and we lose J.J. Watt and we just lost Hopkins and Fuller's gone. I think that they land. I kind of lean back in the direction of saying, Joe, that they just try to hold on to him and try to force it to make it work. If you press me for an absolute answer at this point, seeing the Panthers being as aggressive as they are to clear the cap space right now, knowing that the savings for a guy like Bridgewater were pretty minimal versus waiting for a year, I would tend to say that Teddy Two Gloves might be finding himself pretty happy here, and Deshaun Watson might be landing with Carolina. I would say they've got to be a front runner for me. Fat Daddy Stack says passive-aggressive negotiating on Russell Wilson's side. Yeah, he may have been playing it this way to help fans adjust to the reality of it happening. I think that's actually absolutely what he's doing. And it's what I said even go back 3 months ago when I was pointing at this initially, and I know we've gotten a couple of donations. I will get to that. I just want to get through. You guys have got some great thoughts here in the chat I want to just cover on this. He's been laying groundwork, Fat Daddy Stacks. This is all about laying groundwork. It's him laying the cement, and he's just letting it kind of dry. And again, some of this is knowing there's going to be blowback if he goes the nuclear option, which is what this option is. It's the nuclear option. You push that nuclear option, there's going to be some radiation fallout. And I think Russell Wilson has made some peace with that. He's now trying to mitigate some of that fallout. He's trying to save some of the lives that would be lost to shutting Russ versus still embracing him as a player and saying something along the lines of, well, Seattle never really did right by him. Seattle did him dirty. I think he's trying to pull as many of those folks on aboard that boat as he can get on aboard that boat. But it's messy. It ain't a clean process. And as we're watching out right now, it can get a little bit clunky. Iwi, you don't see this push from other quarterbacks because their teams focus their efforts around the quarterback and are interested in their opinions. If what has been reported is true, what else was Russ to do? So what you're saying then, anyway, is that your belief would be that these quarterbacks that are paid up in these high territories, taking up a huge amount of their cap space, are then also not speaking up because they are perfectly happy in thinking that those teams are built up appropriately around them. Is that the case with Aaron Rodgers? Would you say that that's a truth with him as maybe a guy that we could come around to a relatively point on? I think you're right with a guy like maybe Breeze. They kept that team built up around him, and he didn't have a lot of reason to be able to squawk despite making the money that he was making. Hard to go through and find a lot of comparisons down this envelope of things, though, because we know that Tom Brady's taken a discount. You look at a guy like Phillip Rivers. Did he feel like he had everything built up around him throughout his career? I don't know. That's an ownership group that doesn't exactly throw money around. That's one of those ownership groups that's trying to make a profit every year rather than trying to put the best product out on the football field. I don't know. I might. The more I think about it, I might contend a little bit and push back a little bit with what you're saying on it. I think there's some truth to it, but there's also some other side of that as well. There's quarterbacks who've gotten paid and piped down, acknowledging and understanding the fact they're getting paid twice or over twice what the next player is on the roster, and that hinders roster building. I think there's been some quarterbacks who've been able to do some of that math. Dane, how you doing, Dane? Do you think Russell is worth all this drama, or should they trade him? The place where he's worth the drama if you can repair the situation, Dane. If you can't repair the situation, and we don't know this, only really the front office, Carroll, Wilson can know this. We can have conjecture and guess, but it's all just a guess at this point. If it's beyond that point, if they've crossed their Rubicon River, this is the old story of Rome. This is the old story of Caesar coming back from Gaul and whether or not he was going to come back and become a dictator and take back over Rome. And he approached the Rubicon River, and he said to his general, "If we go past this river, if we move beyond it, we have gone. We cannot go back. We are going in to rule Rome. We are going in to take over Rome. This is our Rubicon. Today is our Rubicon. Today we've landed at it. It's pushed up. It's been slowly inching closer and closer to it. And I would argue today we're at it. We are at that point today. He is worth it if you can draw him, if you don't have to cross those rivers, Dane. If you don't have to go across that Rubicon, if you can pull this back, he's worth it. If you can't, and there's always going to be some bitterness here, even if you can somehow make it work, then it's smarter to move on at that point. But it's with every time that I hear more and more, it's getting less and less reasonable for me to want to have a quarterback when they're in this state like he is a little bit. It's making it tough. It's making it tough. He's playing the game. He's doing what he's got to do, but it doesn't make it anything but a little bit messy. I agree with Dustin, who says, no, we don't need a quarterback as good as Russell to win a Super Bowl. Oh, Barry, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Barry. You always come in with donos. Thank you so much, sir. It says, Russ might want to talk to Griffey again and ask about wanting to leave his first team. Yeah, it's no team will ever love you like your first team will, and certainly no team will ever love you like your first team will when you won a Super Bowl with him. He would be considered a god in this town forever if he were to remain and stay. You would think you would have every type of advertising, sponsorship opportunity you could ever want if that was the case. But sometimes, the greatest idea of what you think should work and what you want to do doesn't always work out how you think it'll be. And I would caution him as well, Barry, is to think that sometimes the grass isn't always greener on the other side of the fence. Sometimes you think, I'll do what Tom Brady did. And if a lot of this is being driven, frankly, by what he saw with Brady and the Bucs, then Russ is not thinking through the right lens of this. It's not the appropriate way to be looking at this situation, in my opinion. And that's going to lead him a little bit to the road of making a poor judgment in this situation. Brady is an outlier. He is the anomaly. The anomaly. To look at him as any kind of general rule of thumb, or to say, okay, well, he did it that way, so I'm going to do it that way too, takes an ego so large that you cannot even, it would blind you to look at it. So I'm behind the chat, but not crazy behind. Okay, I'm behind, but I'm not crazy behind. I'm just slightly behind. I might have missed a chat thing here because the chat cut off for me a little bit. Russ for Carr, Ruggs, and 2 picks, and then signed Jonnu Smith, Sherman, and signed Todd Gurley and Griffin, and then cut Flowers. So Russell's not going to want his playmakers traded away if he goes to Oakland. He's going to want to have those guys, at least a couple of his guys there. So I don't think they would be willing to give that guy up necessarily. But multiple picks, yes. Todd Gurley's kind of done at this point, Garrett. He's lost all of his explosion. He's just not the same player he once was. And you have a guy right now that's already a reasonable comparison to what he was in his prime, and Rashad Penny, who might be who is a better player at this point. B-Russ, I agree 100% about Russ's decision-making. Like, in what world can the Saints or Cowboys afford him and still roster a full team? The Cowboys won too. You want to go into the Jerry Jones world, Russell? You want to go into Jerry Jones world? Like, have you not watched how he's roster built over the last 30 years since he drove Jimmy Johnson out of town? That is not the place that I would have picked in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. Cameron, damn, how long you been streaming for? Keep forgetting your stream times. It's always 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, Thursdays and Sundays. Ding. But I know, Cameron, I'm sorry, man. The notification bell with YouTube, you know how it goes, bro. Just the notification bell's wonky. Yui, that list was a joke. It's got to be based on who can give the Seahawks the least in return. Otherwise, Russ' team has bad evaluation skills. Are we so sure, Yui, that it's not that they don't have bad evaluation skills? Are we so sure? I mean, maybe it was a joke. Maybe. I will say this, Yui, if you're right, if you are right, and they did it as a way of just releasing a list to not, then they weren't trying to facilitate a trade. They weren't trying to get one of these teams that'll truly be one of the teams like a Jets or a Miami who would jump to the forefront knowing that they're on that list. And said he's just trying to do this as, again, what some people like, I think maybe yourself have thought of Yui with this, which is that he's trying to somewhat force the front office's hand in making the changes he wants to see, but those changes aren't necessarily to want to see a trade happen. It could be that. Could be that. I've got to be open-minded to that. I don't think it's that, but I am open-minded to it. Fat Daddy Stacks, I thought the Saints pick was very odd. Maybe Russell Wilson doesn't understand how the cap works. Look, for a guy that's asked for the most amount of money and then wondered why there's certain positional groupings that aren't as strong as he maybe would have liked, you could certainly say there's some indications here that maybe Russell Wilson has a little bit of lack of understanding as it pertains to the cap a bit. Maybe. I think it's the Sean Payton aspect that draws him in, Fat Daddy, where he just thinks Sean Payton and me will make it work. We'll find a way. Maybe it takes us a year or two, but I'll find my ground. I'll find my way. They clear out the cap space. I'll save him some money here or there. Bop. I've said it'll be the thing that'll drive a lot of us Seahawks fans crazy who've asked for Russell to take a discount. When the second he walks into the door on the new team he walks into the door on, he suddenly starts taking a discount. That will be very frustrating. James, Garrett, Lars, Brandon, which team can offer us the best affordable defensive player in draft picks? I want a proven defensive stud plus 2 or 3 first-round picks. Well, I think the Jets, somebody mentioned Lars earlier, the Jets would be the one that would jump out to me. If you could pry the Jets and get them to give you 2 first-round picks and Quinnen Williams, is it Quinnen Williams? Maybe I confused him and the kid that came out the year before we went to Washington. He's an outstanding 3-tech. You could move on then at that point from Jaron Reed, save the money there. That would be probably the most straightforward one you could look at. If we look at Miami, maybe Javian Howard. They're really good cornerback that they've got there. Maybe you could package him in with some guys and bring him in to fit that. Though they are more man-on-man, blitz heavy in Miami. I don't know if he'd be a scheme fit for us in the zone stuff that we do. But it's hard because, again, with the Raiders, there's not a lot there that they've got that I'm willing to really look at. And I don't like a lot of what they got. I don't like their pass rushers. I don't like their linebackers. And I'm not a fan of really their secondary at all. And then the same thing as Cowboys, same thing's true there. Like, I don't want Trayvon Diggs. He's soft corner. He could play the zone stuff that we play, but again, I didn't like him going back to last year's draft. And when you look at that defense, DeMarcus Lawrence carries too high a cap cost. Zach Martin on the offensive line is getting old, and he's cost a lot. I don't think he's going to be the same player here that he was there as well. I think he's a right guard, which would be Damian Lewis's place. Michael Gallup, certainly ain't going to take on Mari Cooper. I don't want any part of that. And you look at the defensive guys, Aldon Smith, who's on the roster, but he's a free agent. He would be a guy I would look at, included in the trade. But again, he's going to be a free agent. And Jalen Smith, I'm a hell no. Van Der Esch, hell no. So there's just not a lot of good options with the teams that he's mentioned, Lars, as far as good defensive players they have to even pick from. Because it's not only having a good defensive player, it's having a good defensive player who also fits in our given scheme. Ahmad says, you sure got the right guy? I'm ABS, got no role. Okay. I'll figure it out, Ahmad, after stream. So I'll dive back into it. I'm just figuring out Discord, so it takes a little bit to kind of understand, but I'll get you at it in there. Dustin says, people forget Matt Hasselbeck. They say we never had a franchise quarterback until Russ, but Matt was a perfect franchise quarterback. I don't know if he was a perfect franchise quarterback. I mean, he was a little bit like a bit better version maybe of a Kirk Cousins in his day. But Matt had his share of limitations from an arm strength and mobility standpoint that held him back from being, I think, as clean a franchise quarterback as you would maybe like. But he was still an absolutely solid quarterback and made, I think, a Pro Bowl or two. Garrett James, anything to get more cap space? I think Flowers gets too much hate, but if we sign Sherman, we don't need him. I would say, Garrett, that the better route to go with Flowers rather than cutting him is what you do is you look to do what you did with David Moore last year. David Moore was on a restricted tag who was going to make $2.2 million. You see, you went to David Moore at the start of training camp. He said, we're going to cut you if you're going to insist on making $2 million. If you make $1 million with a $100,000 signing bonus will kick in there, then we will bring you back and we'll keep you on the roster all the year at that price. David Moore went, okay. So if you go to Trey Flowers, who's due to make $2.3 million, and you say, Trey, we don't want to pay $2.3 million for you this year. We'll pay you $1 million plus a $100,000 signing bonus for playing time this year, but we'll guarantee the contract through the year. Well, you've now saved $1.3 million on that contract, Garrett, and you've rounded out the depth of your cornerback position. Because even if you bring in Sherman, if you get rid of Flowers now, your outside depth at cornerback will consist of Richard Sherman, DJ Reed, and nobody else. So we got to get a little depth with that frontline talent. Cameron Hughes says, I know Russ says he wants to stay in Seattle, but you don't put out a list of teams you would want to go to if you want to stay and have no plans of leaving. Agreed, Cameron. When has it happened historically, When has it happened historically and some players released a list, but then yet he stays? Very, very few times. Juno Wide, hey man, Seahawks Twitter all up in flames already. We have to deal with all the vagueness of it up until June 1st. I think as Russ's cap hit will go down if he's traded. There's a part of this that can facilitate it going forward as well, Juno, being that if Russ really wants to get his way out of town and management says, look, you carry a $39 million cap hit. Jared Goff just set the NFL record with a $22 million cap hit this offseason and dead money hits the Rams. You want us to double that, Russell? You want us to deep six our team next year just so you can get out of town, so you can feel right in your heart? No. Well, then Russell's camp could feasibly come back to Seattle and say, well, okay, we'll give back some of our bonus money because the new team we'll go to will probably be signing a new contract anyway. So we'll give you back the bonus money to lower back down the cap hit this year to then facilitate the trade even up ahead of that first June 1st period, It's not a high likelihood of happening, but something outside the box like that could happen, especially in a circumstance like this where we have a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime being traded. That would lead to situations that we've never seen before. Yui says, as you stated in your preferred scenario, you pick Russ over Pete. So why be mad when Russ picks himself over Pete? Well, again, Yui, and this is what I always, when we have our discussions and the times I think where we kind of lock horns a little bit, remember where I always go with you is I say, try to think with the depth and a little bit of the layers here. Rather than making it the simplistic thing that you want to put in the little box and then you put it up on the shelf in your mind and then you don't have to think about it, keep it as something that you're constantly turning over in totality. So my preferred scenario would have been to have Russ, as you said, have an offense built around him, an offensive mastermind head coach. But that doesn't mean I want my franchise quarterback to come out in the media and throw the team under the bus, right? I can want that first thing with not liking that second thing. So my contention with this, Huey, has been Russ can have these thoughts. Russ can want to say on the offensive coordinator. He can want to say on personnel matters. He can want to score 24 points before halftime. That's great. Say it privately. Because when you bring it publicly, Huey, the point of why I don't like it brought publicly is because he's doing it publicly to drive the narrative and push to an end game. What is that end game? Well, if you're doing it publicly, I believe his end game is to eventually force his way out of town. So that's kind of that's my thought process with it, Huey. I hope that kind of fleshes it out a little bit. James, Sherman is washed up. If we're going to sign a corner, it should be Brashad Breeland. Breeland's kind of getting older as well, James, that's for sure. I don't want to pay Sherman a lot of money. I don't want to put him on a multi-year deal. But if we're looking at people talking about James, Shaquille Griffin being paid somewhere between $8 to $12 million $8 to $12 million a year on a 4-year deal, and that's option A or option B is going and getting Sherman on a 1-year, $6 million deal, I think that Sherman can hold up relatively well in this scheme because the scheme is going to protect you in the zone scheme. He doesn't have to play man on man. He gets to play the off coverage more often than not. That's not going to put him on an island to have the skills that may have eroded be put on a big bright spotlight. So I understand your hesitancy. He certainly is not the same player he once was. But there's not a lot of great zone cover corner options out in free agency this offseason. There's some good ones in the draft. It's one of the best zone cover corner drafts I've seen in recent memory, but free agency is a little bit tough and rough. Nathaniel, the only quarterback who made more than Russ last year was Deshaun Watson in Houston, and we all know how good they were. Expensive players inhibit you. And yes, I know Houston is also a dumpster fire. I agree. Both of those things can be true, right, Nathaniel? It's not an either or. So that's, yeah. It's the data goes back for paying a quarterback this kind of money and not being able to build a team. And the naysayers who want to just see the Russ thing and can't, I've still yet to hear a really good, honest response towards the statistic being 20 years of modern NFL data when the salary cap era, we've not seen a quarterback make past 14.5% of the cap. And last year when the Super Bowl was won, you had 2 quarterbacks take a discount in the NFL. The entire NFL, you had 2 quarterbacks take a discount in the NFL last year. One was Tom Brady. The other one was Patrick Mahomes. I was looking at it the other day. I want to bring this up right now because this jumped out at me. When you look at Patrick Mahomes' cap percentages by season, this is the key, right? No quarterbacks made more than 14.5% cap hit. And that guy was Tom Brady, by the way, in the last 20 years, one of our true outliers. In 2020, Patrick Mahomes is going to account for 2.4% of the Chiefs' salary cap. In 2021, Patrick Mahomes is going to account for 11.5% of the Chiefs' salary cap. In 2022, he's going to account for 13.8% of the salary cap. In 2023, 17.6%. And then in 2024, 15.6%. He never gets up and cracks over 20% on that contract. And that's going to allow the Chiefs to be very good as we move on to the next decade. You watch. Watch how magically they're able to build the roster around him. Watch. And people will give him credit. This has been the thing that I've pointed to with Russ and his hesitancy is that, man, Russ, you take a discount, you will get credit for it. Look at how Tom Brady is held up and elevated on high because he takes the discount. Mahomes will be too. Especially for a player in Russ's standpoint who is so concerned with his public relations image, I would think he would wrap his head around this a little bit more sooner. Michael Parker, don't you think it hurts team chemistry when Russ went greedy? It's human nature. How important is team chemistry? Team chemistry is everything, and it absolutely was a problem. And it was absolutely a problem in the respect of we see things coming out now that were talked about in the Legion of Boom era. What was the problem that a lot of those guys had? Yes, we heard about the whole is he black enough thing, and there was certainly some weird childish stuff going on there between those cliques in the locker room. But the other thing we heard that really got the defense, some of those defensive guys a little upset and mad and riled up a bit was Wilson wasn't being held accountable like they were, not to the same level they were being held to. And what do we see this offseason? It seems like Russell's a little light on taking accountability for his hand in this process, for the failures of this team over the last few seasons, the successes and the failures. He wants the successes, maybe I hold on to the deep ball, but there's a lot of touchdowns out of those deep balls. Anytime he ever takes a moment to then take the responsibility, it's to leapfrog then on top of something that he actually does good. I get that's his mentality a little bit, but it does lead away a little bit, I think, from taking responsibility at times in the way you should. Teddy, you're talking to Thomas. How you doing, Thomas Cox? I get the feeling Seattle of the 90s are coming. Don't worry too much on that, Thomas. Remember, in the 90s, you had a guy by the name of Ken Behring as your owner. And when people talk about Seattle slipping into irrelevance, I would say to you, we got out of irrelevance not when Coach Carroll arrived, not when Russell Wilson arrived, not even when Mike Holmgren arrived. We became relevant when Paul Allen bought the team. We became relevant when Paul Allen saved our Seahawks, when he put money of his own money out of his pocket into the stadium to build a new awesome stadium, to build a new facility in Renton. Paul Allen is the reason that we are there. And though he is gone in the process now, I think the support that was created, that standard of support that was created, still does remain. Calvin was taking, Russell was my favorite player in all the NFL, says Calvin, and Seahawks are my favorite team in the NFL. I hope that Russell Wilson does not get traded. I'm with you, Calvin. I hope it doesn't happen. It's just that the indicators look like this is going down this track. Noah Rice says, does he want to be traded now? I think when he's listing out his team, Noah, when players tend to list teams, like I said, we can get into semantics. Is it a demand at that time? Well, maybe not a demand, but it's a pretty strong indicator, isn't it? You know, she's not telling you she's breaking up with you, but she's FaceTiming with her new man while you're at the table at the restaurant. So is she technically breaking up with you? No, but she's talking with them, showing him a little boob, and you're standing there trying to eat your steak. Consumer 114, wonder what DK is thinking with all this going on. Yeah, I have to as well, Consumer. I have to as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that gets impacted by how this situation plays out, DK specifically. He's up for a new contract next year. I think that there's some interconnection here, though. I do on that. Pitt is 76. As we commented before, Russ did play bad on purpose. He was unhappy, probably disappointed on Coach Carroll. It's hard. It's tough for me to accept that the competitor Wilson would be willing to go into that mode of things, that he would go into the bucket, that he would essentially just say to hell with y'all. But man, the body language certainly looked a lot like it last year, didn't it? Pitt is 76. I mean, if we were to say, what would the body language look of a player who had sort of given up a little bit? There was some of that in Russell Wilson through the back half of the schedule, body language wise. And maybe it's rightfully so. He had a right to be mad. But it did seem to be the case. Garrett says, Raiders also need a great quarterback for Josh Jacobs. Backfield passes and Waller and Aguilar there. Offense could be elite. And they've got Ruggs too, Garrett. They've slowly been building up a nice collection of pass catchers there where it could work. Raiders make a lot of sense. Addie Field. How you doing, Addie? What young quarterback coming through the next few years do you like the look of as a potential Russ replacement? I don't know into the next year's draft because I haven't dived as much into quarterbacks recently as far as going 2 or 3 years down the line because I haven't really thought about Russ moving on. I thought he was going to be here the next 10 years. So this is something that I've just started to open up my eyes to the possibility of. The guy I go to my mind, Addie, is going to be Trey Lance. He's probably going to be the fourth quarterback taken off the board in this particular draft. He didn't play last year really at all. One game didn't play great, but then the year before, I think he had 43 touchdowns, no interceptions, absolutely looked wonderful. He's got a beautiful deep ball, probably the best deep ball thrower in this particular draft. He's got great ability to move. He can do all the read option stuff, very mobile quarterback. It's good size, strong arm. Feel like he can make pretty much every throw in the book. Certainly a little bit of a raw or prospect. You know, he's probably got some shades of Josh Allen to him coming out a little bit as far as accuracy stuff goes. But just as far as a player with a lot of upside who would fit into the scheme and what we'd want to do not only from initially out the gate, but as he continues to develop, I think he would be a very good fit. The Food Gamer, that Super Bowl 49 was a domino effect and has screwed our team over ever since. I agree. I think that there's as much as I didn't want to believe it, I do think that the reverberations of Super Bowl 49, they continue to kind of factor in. I think that play, to some degree, somehow or another, just sort of does hang a little bit over not just Carroll, but Russell Wilson just to a tiny degree. I don't know why, but I do think that as well. Enrique says, what do you think DK is telling Russ? Who knows, man? But please don't go. Please, God, don't go. And maybe Russ is saying, I'll bring you with me. Don't worry. We'll get you over there. Nathaniel Parks, I don't think we trade Russ even if he demands a trade because we take more dead cap money than just paying his salary this year. Then maybe next year we look into it. It's possible, Nathaniel. I'm sorry, guys. I need to blow my nose. Just a sec. Alrighty, sorry about that. Some coffee here. Co Pito wants Iguodala. He'd be a good little tight end, Co. Be a good tight end with his size. Nathaniel, though, remember Nathaniel, he could potentially give some money back. If Russell really wants to make this trade happen, he can make this trade happen. He can make it happen. And if Seattle really wanted to make the trade happen from as far as they'd be willing to eat the dead money hit, well, if a team's willing to kick in the extra first or 2 first-round picks over the top of what you would think you would get just naturally in the deal, is that enough of a haul for Seattle at that standpoint to overlook the dead money hit and say, F it, it's just for a year. It's for a year, and then all the money clears off the books. And then we get it all back at that point, especially if you have all those first-round picks. And I'm sorry, I'll try to get to the comments a little faster, folks. I'll try to go to some folks here just kind of new into the chat. Max Schleibner, I'll call you Max. Do you think people will give up Russ for an average trade? No, I think that they're going to want a king's haul, a king's ransom for Russell. I think they know what they'll have in that, and I don't think they're going to give him up for cheap, especially if it's going to be this year and they've got to take the dead money hit. Maxwell, you listened to my newest podcast today? I hope it was okay. I got to do those a little bit more regularly. Juno White, by the way, I'm almost done with scouting the cornerback class. Lots of Seahawks corners. If JS would draft one this year, what rounds do you think are the most probable? Just looking at the options in the range. Juno, I echo your sentiment. I mean, isn't it, compared to last year, I'm sure last year on the last cornerbacks, it was hard. There was a lot of Seahawks cornerbacks, there were a lot of zone corners. This class is filled with zone corners. Filled with them. Obviously, J.C. Horn would be a guy at the top, back into the first round, top of the second round. Maybe he could last a little bit longer than that. I love him out of South Carolina. His running mate out there, Akumura, also great. I love him too, the 6'4" guy. I've called him Brandon Browner, Juno, without the knocked knees. Got those ball skills, got that length. Not as nasty, but still pretty. He's a bully out there a little bit. I like me some Asante Samuel. Doesn't have your typical Seahawks size, but a guy going in that 3rd, 4th, 5th round range. If you're talking about 5th round, well, what about Acebo Paulson out of Stanford? A little rough to his game. He's not as refined a player, but got the Seahawks size, got some ball skills, got some ability. He'd be a guy I would take a look at as well, Juno. So just off the top of my head, those are the guys I got to look at it a little bit more thoroughly. I got kind of caught up on some of those guys. But I love this cornerback class. And frankly, I think you can get it anywhere. You can go from the 2nd to probably the 5th. Microphone check. Sorry. We get muted from time to time. I've got a new mic cord I've ordered through Amazon, but I'm on an island in Maui, so it takes me a bit of time to get there. Thanks for letting me know, Lars. that I was muted. I appreciate you on that. Sorry, folks. Allergies. Russ is a Raider. It's real, says Hawks Nest. Use your crystal ball. Raiders will gladly give you 3 first-round picks, but that's the starting price. What else will it take? Carr in a 4th, Mariota in a 2nd. Please predict. Probably would be about 3 first-round picks. Mariota and a 2nd would probably get it done. So I would. That's where I would lean towards saying that's probably right on the button right there, Russ. You willing to do it? You willing to pull that trigger? Huey says, in the past 5 years, who's been the top 5 at their job? Russ, Pete, or Schneider? Well, I guess the question is, being top 5 at your job and being good at your particular job, does that make you good at other people's job then too, Huey? So if he's good at a quarterback, does that make him then a good scouting evaluator? Does that make him a good guy to prospectively look at coaches and which coaches should be in here and which coaches shouldn't? I think that's more of the question there. But yeah, Russ has been the only guy probably top 5 at that time. Abby Field says 3 first-round picks and Josh Jacobs. Addie, the problem there is that Josh Jacobs is just about due to be paid. He's going to get paid. Somebody's going to pay him a lot of money. I don't want to pay running backs in this modern age. It's not a good way to go about building your team. You need to go cheap at that particular position. The talent level between the cheap guy to the amazing guy is not that far. So it doesn't make a lot of sense necessarily to pay money to a running back. Nas, I'm late. I just read the description, and that sounds bad. It really doesn't sound like Russ storming out, but he's a grown man, so you think they can get over this? They could, Nas. It's not going in the right direction for it to get over this, or for us to find resolution here. If it's sliding, it's backsliding. It's continuing to move into this bad direction. We don't want to see it go, but it's going faster and faster into this move. But yeah, anything can be repaired. I don't think it's beyond state of repair. We're moving closer and closer to that place. We're going to arrive there sooner than later. I've called it the Rubicon River we're just about to cross. Fat Daddy Stacks, YT channel, that's good sports. Had an interesting take on Russell Wilson today. That is how I actually found out about the new buzz. Funny entertainment. Hope this post is appropriate. I like That's Good Sports. Yeah, he's a funny guy. Good show over there, Fat Daddy Stacks. Bird of Prey says, Seahawks officially circling the drain. You down, Bird of Prey? I know you're probably down a little bit, my guy. I'm sorry. Thanks for the help on that, Lars. Appreciate you texting me on that. Teddy Two Gloves says, at the end of the day, there's 31 fan bases pissed off, some more than others. Yeah, for the most part. I think you can sometimes get behind your team in the way that they're building because you can understand what they're doing, and it doesn't always work out, but you can at least embrace the route that they went to try to make it happen. You can see the bigger picture at play. I think that there are fan bases out there that can see that and are okay with it. There's others, though, that I think are like, what are you doing? What the hell is the plan here? I look at the Tennessee Titans, for instance, as a fan base. I think they got to feel pretty good about the way that they've team built over the years. They haven't been able to push it over the top. The front office has made some pretty strong moves. The Ravens, same way. I don't know how you can knock the Ravens front office in the way that they've operated over the last couple of years, going for broke, trying to utilize all of the time of Lamar Jackson on his rookie deal. It hasn't worked. They haven't gotten the results, but doesn't mean that the thought process wasn't correct. Nathaniel says, if only Jody gave JS full control so he could maybe reach out to Pete and tell him he's wrong. Shaking my head. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that would like Jody to come into play here, but as I mentioned many times in the past, Nathaniel, that is just not going to happen. Jody's just not that type. She doesn't care about football like we care about football. She's inherited it. It is what it is. Dark RH says, let's go. Free 2 wins for everyone else in the division. My Raiders are getting Russ too. No dancing on the grave today, Dark RH. You need to be sympathetic and comforting today. Anthony Garcia, what's up, chat? How you doing, Anthony Garcia? Good to see you, Anthony. Nas, I feel like we should have gotten rid of Pete. He's a great coach, but his old school mindset and style of play, I feel, just doesn't fit this team. A Sean McVay type rejuvenation would have done us wonders. Agreed, Nas. And it's something that I pointed to over and over again that I would have liked to have seen at the start of this offseason as well. But unfortunately, when you don't have a firm guiding hand at ownership, really taking stock of the situation, but rather wanting to continue the legacy of your brother who has passed away, whose one of his favorite things was Seahawks football, and one of his 2 most successful hires in all of his ownership time, be it with the Blazers or the Seahawks, were Coach Carroll and John Schneider. You're probably going to continue that legacy. You're probably not going to upend that, even if there are indicators that maybe you should. That's just kind of my basic read on it. John C. says, why is the people he's interested O-lineman? The same damn thing Russ wants. Why is the people he's interested in O-lineman? Can you say that again, John C.? I don't know what you mean on that one. Insidious, I wish Pete Carroll would just retire. You're not alone on that, Insidious. There's more than a few folks, I think, today that are, including, as you see, Bird of Prey right below you, who are done with Coach Carroll and the way that this situation has played out towards. Simple 1970. The 4 teams on Russ's list have hardly any draft picks this year. Only Dallas has a top 10. The list didn't make a lot of sense to me, Simple. We've had some people in the chat who said maybe he's just leaking a list of teams he knows Seattle would never trade him to or be able to bring up the assets in order to be able to get Russell. So maybe that's a possibility here, that he's not actually putting it. It also doesn't mean I think the list he's put out is necessarily a finalized list of really, at the end of the day, the only teams he'll go to. The real key on this situation is, how badly does Russell want out of town? How badly does he truly want to push this? Is there any way that this could be repairable? And if he truly wants to push his way out of town on this, then it's going to have to expand past those 4 teams if he's wanting it to happen this particular offseason. Anthony says, Russell is confused. Just say you want to trade. At this point, I would almost say, why not just do that, Russ? I mean, at this point, if this is in such a state of this it appears to be in, why not just come to the front office and say, look, I'll give you back $15 million of signing bonus. I'll sign a new deal with the new team I go. Find me one of these teams that I want to be traded to. And not the 4 stupid team stack they try to throw out there, but a realistic, 6 or 7 teams you're willing to go to. Dark Orange says, I've talked to a few of my friends recently about football. Most of them say, number 1, the Seahawks last season were one of the worst 12-4 teams of all time. Number 2, Watson is a bit better than Russ. Watson may be a little bit better than Russ at this point, Dark Reich. I might argue the separator would be Watson probably still has a little bit of the mobility that Russ, being about 7 years older, just has lost a little bit over the time of his career. I saw you posted this in my comment section too about Seahawks last season being one of the worst 12-4 teams of all time. Again, people are very much victims to the most recent history and they don't know their football history all that well. So you're going to say that in a year where they played in the toughest division in football, that they went 12-4 and won that division, that they somehow were then the historically worst 12-4 division winner of all time. Can you see where the logic doesn't quite add up there, Dark RH? Think that one through just for a second. Toughest division in football you play in. You play 6 games a year in the toughest division in football. But you're the worst when you won that division. Doesn't make sense. I don't buy it. Nas, it just hurts so much, even though the thought of Russ going anywhere, he means so much to our city. He does, Nas. It hurts. I think a lot of us have PTSD when it comes to this. Like, we've had a lot of our superstars leave in the past, and every time it hurts seemingly just a little bit more. You don't get more used to it. It dings a little bit more. It makes you a little more jaded, a little more pessimistic about the prospect of a superstar staying through the whole course of their career in Seattle, in this southern Alaska. I don't know. It would hurt to see it come up as a story. Dustin says, imagine Russ without Pete's constructed team when he first started. Now picture Carroll without Russ and with an average quarterback with that defense and running game. Who would have succeeded? Hard to say, man. Hard to say. We had one. We didn't see one without the other, so it's just tough. We can guess, but it's a tough thing to say necessarily. In utero, I get the feeling many Seahawks fans haven't been asking why after hearing the things Russ has said until now. Oh, this has been a 3-month-long battle for me in utero. I have been 3 months going up against fans telling me I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. There's never any way that Russell could ever be traded. He will be here for the rest of his life. I'm a moron. You just pick whatever you want to pick into it. And I think it's understandable, I think, a little bit why people feel that way. Nobody wants to think about somebody that they value so highly at the position, they've had so much fun watching, move on. I can understand. I'm really sympathetic to it. But you do eventually get around to reversing that car out of the driveway and getting up onto the road. And it's getting clearer and clearer with every one of these stories that breaks. It's getting harder and harder for these folks to deny what does start to feel like an inevitability. Nathaniel Parks says, we resigned Alex Collins to a 1-year vet minimum deal. We did at Nathaniel. It is a flyer contract. He can be shaked out at any time. If it'll be a competition thing, so he'll compete with the guys they bring in. So I will say this: he's going to outperform in the running game DJ Dallas and Travis Homer. So the key with those two guys is they've got to be third down running back specialists. They've got to be phenomenal in the blocking game, and they got to be phenomenal in the pass catching game, because he's going to beat their socks off when it comes to as a running back. Remember the time. How is it that the Seattle Kraken, who don't have a roster, looks like they're going to be the number one team in Seattle? The Mariners and Seahawks are holding some of the L's as of late. They are. And I actually was anticipating we'd have some sadness today, so I brought you guys a few slides. I got these off of Reddit before I went live. I thought this was pretty funny. Dude walking in with the pizza. This off Community, of course, the show Community, and you got the Mariners with their situation, setting the world on fire, and the Seahawks with their situation. And we got this one, this little Bernie one. It says, "If you trade Russ, I swear to effing God, we will riot." I don't know why that one made me laugh. It's kind of silly. We got another one here. All right. This is, we got Seahawks fans. He says, "I'm tired of this, Grandpa." Then you got the media Russ in the front office going, "I don't care. That's too damn bad." And this was my favorite one of the early memes I was seeing earlier. You got the girl crying, and she says, "Watches John Schneider turn 3 first-round picks into 32 third-round picks." So true. So true. You know, if he gets 3 first-round picks, it does not end at that. It's going to be so many more after that. But you're right. Kraken is looking like the most together of our organizations right now. Remember the time. Dark Rage says, also, most people I talk to say DK Metcalf is overrated, which I disagree with, and that Pete Carroll is the most overrated coach in the league, which I agree with. I don't know. I don't know on any of those things. I don't understand how DK Metcalf can be overrated. I don't get the argument there. I think only Randy Moss has put up his first 2 years in the league more production from the wide receiver position. Again, Dark RH, it's the people that get victim to the moment. They've been watching football for like 10 years versus understanding the true history of the sport. Being able to go back 30 and 40 years and understand the teams that played and understand who won and understand who lost. I see so many people just have such a narrow understanding of the sport. Learn your history. Understand the years that came prior to your inception into the sport, because it will help grow your knowledge as a fan. Larry Bird. Hey, Larry, how you doing? Russ plus picks to the Dolphins, 3 Miami first rounders to Houston. Watson to the Seahawks. Ooh, Larry. Larry is going outside the box, and I love it. I love it. Russ and picks to the Dolphins. Okay, I'm with you there. 3 Miami first rounders to Houston and Watson to the Seahawks. Larry, what is your extra picks on top of Russ to the Dolphins at that point? I like the trade. I like the value of it. I think the value is appropriate. But that would be my question to you: is what is the extra picks in addition to Russ that we're theoretically giving up at that point? Dustin says, "Can we rename the team to the Seattle Carolers?" Please God, no. Please God, no. Please God, no. Excuse me, I'm gonna blow my nose here. Allergies today. Goodness. And I know I'm behind the chat. I'm trying to catch up. Just bear with me. Lars, Brandon, I'm not feeling Kyle Fuller at cornerback, who's averaged $14 million per year, but has a cap hit of $20 million this year, the final year of his contract. 1 year expensive rental at cornerback, just tag Shaq. So with Fuller, you would probably restructure him if you brought him in, Lars. So you wouldn't keep him at that same deal. You would probably try to move him around a little bit as that contract goes. But I was just thinking offhand. So the real thing comes down to it, Lars, is there's just not a defensive player that I'd want back in return for Russ at this point, because the teams you'd look at trading to don't have a defensive player that would fit the mold of what we'd look for. You know, the price would be right, the fit would be right from a scheme standpoint, all of that. So at the end of the day, I probably just wouldn't make the trade on that, but that was just one guy I was looking at. I think Kyle Fuller is eventually going to be released by the Bears potentially this offseason as a cap casualty. So he may just be open on the open market anyway. Dark Rage, Seahawks should trade Russ to the Raiders for 3 firsts. I want just a little more than 3 firsts. Dark Rage, just a little bit more. I think there's a little more value than that. Thomas E., I don't want to trade Russ, but also I kind of do want to trade him because we can't build a good roster thanks to his huge contract. The folks that have that standpoint like yourself, Thomas, I can't argue with you and I can't say you're wrong. Because again, we've got the 20 years of data. Because again, we've got the two quarterbacks in this recent league year who took a discount in the league who made it to the Super Bowl. Whereas their peers, those guys who wanted to make every last dollar and cent they could make, their Drew Breeses, the Aaron Rodgers, the Russell Wilsons, they were all sitting at home, or in Russell's case, sitting in the press box of the stadium. So you've got a lot of history to go off of to have that standpoint on it. I line in the same way, man. I don't want to see Russ traded, but I do kind of think about what it would be like if you're able to take out that contract and remove it as a common denominator here. Max says if we had to trade Russ, we could give him up to the Cowboys for Dak, DeMarcus Lawrence, 2 firsts and a second-round pick. Max, the thing with this is, again, I don't think that the Seahawks want to bring in an expensive quarterback flipping for Russ. I think this front office and Coach Carroll are going to want to try to duplicate what they did when they first came in the door. 2013, 2014, you had a rookie making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the quarterback position. Not $30 million and not what Prescott's going to want, which is probably nearly a $40 million a year deal. DeMarcus Lawrence is very much in a similar fashion. The guy carries a tremendous cap hit. You add those two guys, you're looking at adding somewhere in the neighborhood of probably something like next season $55 million between those two players. You don't have any cap space as it sits right now. You're looking at having to take a dead money hit with Russ as it is now. I just don't see the feasibility of it. Teddy Two Gloves, Pete's offense only requires 5-yard passes, so Breeze may be ideal. That's actually a little wrong, Teddy. Pete wants to run, and then hit you deep. That's his ideal process. John C. Russ would be okay. Cowboys because of O-line. Saints is the offensive scheme and team roundness. Chicago is the Bears defense, and Raiders, it's the youth and coach. It's not hard to figure out from Russ. A little bit. I mean, with the Saints, they're $95 million over the cap, John. They're going to have to gut their team. And then you're going to talk about bringing in Russ, where you just dump out Breeze's contract, which has its own dead money on top of it. I don't know how they make that work with their salary cap situation. The Cowboys do not have the offensive line that they had a couple of years ago. Tyron Smith is on the edge of retirement. Zach Martin's very much closer to retirement than he is to his prime at this point. You look at the rest of that offensive line. Lyle Collins went down to an injury last year. He's probably the one guy that might be fairly legitimate, but again, coming off a major injury, I don't know if I put them as much of what that O-line was in the recent past. And again, the roundness of the Saints team is going to be destroyed when you're $95 million over the cap. So that roundness is not going to remain, John. And Russ's camp would know that they're going to have to be making these moves, being the Saints. Raiders, you're right. Youth movement there. With the Bears, though, he goes to the Bears. Who's his playmakers? Allen Robinson's going to be a free agent and probably not coming back. Who's his great running back? What's his great offensive line with Chicago? All the problems that he's run into here, he's going to run into over there. That's why it just doesn't make as much sense. Nathaniel, the thing is, though, a young offense plus a good defense got us to multiple Super Bowls. Our D played lights out, so why not build upon that philosophy now? That's right. That's right. Dark RH, in basketball, I don't care about players unless they're on my team, but in football, I really like a few players. That's understandable. I think fantasy football has really driven that home. Matthias 23451, if we get a dominant defensive line guy, an average or upper average quarterback, and 3 first-round picks for us, I'd be down. We could use his money to address the offensive line and quarterback spots then too. I think there's been Matthias, a few folks in there on the same boat as you in that. Acrothosaurus. I want the Jets picks. I wouldn't mind. That'd be the best haul. You're right, Acro. That'd be the best haul, man. Dustin says, Hawksnest, you told me to smash the like button last time, but then my screen broke and I had to get a new laptop. It's the price you pay for having passion, Dustin. It's the price of doing business, man. Dark Rage, Seahawks need to follow the OKC Thunder format. You lost me we need to follow OKC format. That's Dark Rage. You know, do not bring up the Thunder in this place. Do not bring OKC up in here. Brent McKinney, look what happens when they traded for shiny toys like Graham for Unger, likely to appease Russ. Giving up run game versus pass didn't work then and won't work now. Yeah, solid point, man. Solid point. And that's why I'm on board with my offseason plan consisting of Brent building into the offensive line. regardless of whether Russell Wilson's here or not, building it up into the strength of the football team. In utero, if it was ever a time to rebuild, this offseason is ideal, especially since we would be eating $39 million, but at least it would be done and we could move on as a team. Yeah, you can build around the eating of the $39 million too, because all of his cap money comes off then out into next season. So if you need to move and work some contracts to lower down some hits this year, to then move, basically kind of massage some of that $39 million off into a couple years, you could find creative ways to get that done. Yui says, after the release of the info today, what is Russ to think? I mean, Hawks pretty much giving Russ the middle finger. Think he might be trying to steer the trade to Raiders with that lame list of teams? Maybe, Yui. Maybe that's the way he put up 3 ones that he's not even interested in, just got the one that would make the most sense with the team that's going to offer the most draft capital in return. So you might be onto something in that. I think we know pretty quickly of what he thinks, because he responded to Seattle's opening salvo today, being Seattle. They fired the salvo of, there was this midseason meeting between Carroll and Wilson ended up storming out of the meeting to be made to make Wilson look a little petulant, to make Wilson not look good in that situation. Then he reacts with his list of teams he'd be willing to be traded to a couple hours later, not like an hour later from that story breaking. So we know his reaction is not happy. Lars says Jets aren't one of the 4 teams. They're not one of the 4 teams, Lars, but they could come into the mix on this. Remember that what Russell Wilson wanted back a couple years ago was to potentially go play in a large market. He was literally playing footsies with the New York Giants during the last contract negotiations. The New York market would be considered a big market and certainly would help out not just his career, but I would think probably Sierra's career as well. Cameron Hughes says, if the Seahawks draft Zach Wilson, I swear to God, bro. I know, man. I know. I would be really bummed out. I would be really bummed out, Cameron. I would not be happy. I would not be happy. I would not be a happy elf at that point. Max says, could we get Herbert, Keenan Allen, and a first-round pick for Russ? I think Justin Herbert right now has as much smoke going behind him, almost as much smoke going behind him as Patrick Mahomes had when he went into the starter role. I think he's almost got that kind of, held to that kind of high regard league-wide. So I don't think there's any chance the Chargers move off of him. I think the Chargers know what they got in sorry, guys, my stuff's going a little bit weirder today, but I think they know what they've got in him as a player, and I don't think that they're going to move off of him because of that. Wyatt Debo says, did we trade Russ? No, Wyatt. We're heading in that direction. Rodney, and welcome in, Wyatt. Good to see you in the chat. Rodney, how you doing, Rodney? Brandon, what's up, my man? How do I find you on Discord? You should go look over in the description section. You should find the link, Rodney, to the Discord page over there. Feel free to jump on in. I'm still figuring out how to get all the roles defined, so bear with me. It's still in development. It's in development. Cameron Hughes, Zach Wilson played no competition. The only quarterback in this draft I've even considered drafting is Trevor Lawrence and maybe Lance. Those are my top 2 guys, Cameron. But yeah, I think that's one of the big things with Zach is that, number one, too, it's like BYU's got like half that football club's got 30-year-old guys out there on that field, because they all go on that mission and then they come back and get to still go play in college at that point. There's some older players. They're more developed, more physically developed than your normal, college player is. That's going to help out the rest of the team around. I'm not as sold on that one. I'm just not quite there. Lars coming in with the $20 donation, my man. Helping me on the mic and dropping donos, bro. Double threat guy today, man. Thank you so much for the $20 donation, Lars. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Good to see you good to see you in the chat, man. Brendan, a rebuild could be inbound. Trade Lockett, Russ, and Wagner. Build around Metcalf and Adams. I'm also not opposed to trading Jamal either. I hate the idea of trading Jamal. I know that that's a little bit of a popular sentiment among some fans out there, Brendan. I know Rob Stanton over the Seahawks Draft Blog is really big on this one. I don't like the sunk cost methodology to roster building. I think that that's a poor way of going about it, and especially when you do it over and over and again over a short period of time, I think you really end up hurting your team, even if it feasibly is somewhat of the smart decision. Sheldon Richardson, you gave up a second-round pick, you got 1 year of play, walked out the door for nothing. Nothing. Jadeveon Clowney came in here, gave you 1 year of play, walked out the door, you gave up a third-round pick, and Jacob Martin got nothing back after that 1 year. So now after giving up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, you're going to get maybe a first-round pick for Jamal Adams, and you're going to kick another first and third out the door on top of the second and third in recent years you've kicked out the door on top of the missing Malik McDowell in the second round. Well, We're all having problems with roster construction. I just don't know how that improves you from a roster construction standpoint at that point. I'm not in favor of it. But I could be talked into Wagner, Lockett, and Russ. Dark Rage says Jalen Hurts reminds me of Russ. There's some similarities to the game. Russ has got a little bit of a special to him that's unique, and I don't think you're going to find as a comp necessarily. Sappy, Saucy, Pinecone. How you doing, Sassy? Sappy. Lawrence going to be a Mitchell Trubisky with some Josh Allen. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Mitchell Trubisky had 1 year of starting experience at North Carolina. He didn't play against anywhere near the same level of competition that Trevor Lawrence did. The amount of people that are coming out that are smart scouts, that are smart NFL people that are telling you that this is a special NFL talent, I don't think that you should ignore those kind of people in that respect. Josh Allen is becoming a better and better player. So if you're going to say that Trevor Lawrence is going to turn into Josh Allen, well, I think Josh Allen has validated being a top 10 pick in this league. And I think that he's only going to continue to get better. Oh, Teddy Two Doves. Man, Teddy, you coming in with the dono game too hot today. That's your third dono today, brother. I'm going to give you get the 3 salute. You, Lars, everybody giving 3 salute. Everybody being so generous today. Thank you so much. Teddy says, I just found out yesterday John Elway wanted to be a Seahawk via trade because his wife was from the Northwest. They drafted Kurt Warner instead. Kurt Warner was great when healthy, but he's not John Elway. 100% Teddy Two Gloves. Fun fact, Seattle could have had both John Elway and Brett Favre. We had both of those guys in our target signs. With John Elway, I believe that the deal was, it was going to take, I think, a couple first-round picks. We weren't willing to throw in the extra first-round pick on that particular deal to facilitate the trade. I really wish we would have. Man, Elway to Largent would have been one of the most beautiful things to watch. Would have been one of the most, oh my God, I can't even understand. And then the other guy, I was speaking about Ken Behring, the gift that just kept giving as an owner. Well, you had Chuck Knox around the late 80s, Brett Favre coming out in the draft, and Knox loved him some Favre. Well, Ken Behring loved him some Dan McGuire, Mark McGuire's brother, who was 6'10" and couldn't throw a football worth a damn. But he liked baseball a lot, Ken Behring did. I'm a baseball guy, really, and if his brother was good in baseball, then Dan will be good in football. And Chuck said, I wanted the guy from Mississippi. So we lost out on both those guys. You throw in as the trifecta, you could add Warren Moon for nothing. He went undrafted. And he played locally at University of Washington. You knew what you had in the back door with him. Sucks. That's why when you do have the opportunity to get a quarterback, you don't get held up on value of, well, do we want to give up that one thing? You go get him. You go get him when you get a chance, when you know it's the guy. Matthias, I do hope we add a good left guard. Draft another wide receiver early and have Josh Gordon play and make Russ happy. Also sign an elite defensive line guy while keeping Dunlap. Russ has been super extra, but I still want him to stay. I get it, Matthias, and I do too, man. I do too. I don't want to see the guy gone. Sappy says, if Russ goes, the run game goes. Maybe. I mean, you've got guys in Dwayne Brown and Damian Lewis and Brandon Shell that are upper-level run blockers in the sport. So are they going to fall off a cliff now that Russ is gone? I don't know about that. Mathai says, trade Lockett for a second-round pick and get a corner and a wide receiver in the first 2 rounds while signing proven offensive linemen to help Russ. I'd be okay with it. Of course, in my proposed offseason plan, Matthias, I had us trading Lockett for a second-round pick, and then that first second-round pick, I had us taking a left tackle of the future / a guy that could push Brandon Shell over at right tackle. Cameron says, great if he didn't blow out his ACL. He certainly had that. He had that ability in him. He did. That could be absolutely 100% fact and true. That's the thing I might say with that Teddy Two Gloves is that Warner was, led the AFC in rushing his rookie year. Looked like he was just going to take, be that next great running back of the 80s, and then the ACL thing, and surgeries back then weren't what they are now, and their ability to fix that injury. He was always dragging that leg along after that. Sappy Saucy says, what if we get Tua for Wilson? You're going to want more than that. You're getting more value than that. I'm not big on Tua. I'm really low on Tua as a quarterback and moving forward. I think he's a limited, to say the least. Dark Rach, Josh Allen, he's garbage. He's Dwayne Haskins if he had a better system. Dude has the decision-making of a potato and throws right into coverage, missing receivers. Well, maybe we disagree on this. I think he pushed up to nearly 70% as a completion percentage of this year, Dark RH, which was an outstanding development on his stance. Yeah, he's got a good offensive coordinator. Yeah, he's got Stephon Diggs, but then what else does he have upon Stephon Diggs? What dynamic tight end does he have? What amazing offensive lineman has he got playing in front of him? I like Josh Allen, and I think he's a guy's developing. And quarterbacks don't always just come out the box as what they are. They do develop and get over time, right? Russell Wilson wasn't Russell Wilson in 2012. Russell Wilson wasn't the Russell Wilson of now in 13 or 14 or maybe even 15. It was really 16, 17, 18 where he really blossomed and took that next step of growth. Quarterback really is a position that, just like a staircase, you just continue to rise throughout your career, getting better and better and better. So I'm in on Josh Allen myself. Sappy, he's got great mobility. I don't know, the way he can move around, he can get something when there's nothing there. And again, I think he went into what was his third year last year, second year. Give him some time to develop. Teddy Two Gloves says Eric Dickinson was also in that draft as well. That's right. I think he went one player ahead of Kurt Warner in that draft. So one ahead of him. Cameron says, the Hawks Nest, what are your take on people criticizing mock drafts? I watched a video called Reacting to the Worst 2021 Mock Drafts Yet. IMO, you can't criticize a mock draft because it's a prediction. Yeah, and especially now, criticizing a mock draft. Number one, mock drafts are so hard as far as free agency is going to determine everyone's draft. Teams love to tell you that, well, we're all about the best player. Whoever the best player is, we're on the boards who we're going to take. It doesn't matter what position it is. That's the best player we're taking. That's a load of Huey. That is bull. Bull. They go into free agency, they fill their holes somewhat in free agency, and then they go in the draft, and many teams reach into the draft to find players for positions they then need. So if you do a mock draft at that time, you can maybe pick it apart a little bit because you could say, look, they signed that wide receiver in free agency. They're not going to go back to the well again here. This is ridiculous. But right now in the process, when so much is unknown about what teams will be looking at come draft time, it's just a fun exercise. And I think it does. Look, there's reasons that teams do it, Cameron. Teams do mock drafts. It has value for them. So if it has value for them, why wouldn't it have value for us as casual fans? Matt Jakubuski. How you doing, Matt? Hey, from England. How do you think the remaining offensive line will feel next season after Russ's comments? I would imagine they'd be able to resolve this situation, but that this type of thing does not tend to sit well in locker rooms. There's a reason that quarterbacks don't tend to call out their offensive lines, even when the offensive lines tend to play poorly. They just don't tend to do it. So I don't think that they're going to allow him to get injured, Matt. That was something somebody was saying a couple of weeks ago. Do you think they'll just let somebody just go right past and just blindside him? You don't think you get hit too much? Well, you're getting hit too much. We'll just let you see what happens when I don't block how many you get hit. I don't think they would do that. I don't think. These are professionals. But it doesn't sit well. I don't think it'll be a big deal, but it does not tend to sit well. Players don't like it when other players are throwing guys under the bus like that. John C. says, holding onto the ball that long is exactly what Pete wanted. Look at the Super Bowl when we beat Denver. It was out fast and short. They just want to get the ball deep. They just want to get the deep ball and run. Pete became basic. John, you're going to have to give me a little bit more of what you're basing that upon. Outside of that's just your gut instinct. Russell held onto the ball a lot in college too. That was also part of his game in college. So what did Carroll have as the effect of that in college? There are times that Russell can get the ball out of his hands. There are moments you can grab from his career and say, see, he's able to do it. But it's not about him being able to do it. It's about him doing it on a consistent basis. And on a consistent basis, I haven't seen Russell really embrace the short passing attack. I think there's reasons for that. I think his height is one of those reasons. I think some of his ability pre-snap to diagnose what is going on and what he's seeing and to correctly take the assessment of that is a little bit wanting at times. And I'm sure Coach Carroll has also led in a little bit to saying, be you, Russell. That's what Coach Carroll is, John, is if you're a scrambling quarterback who moves around the backfield and twists and turns, you're a whirling dervish, and you're going to create all this extra time to then make a big play, and that's your game. Well, Coach Carroll's going to embrace that. That's who he is as a coach. He wants to make you more of you. He's not going to try to change you, but embrace the guy you are. Bird of Prey, I hope Russ does leave. And then Pete starts losing badly, exposing him for the overhyped fraud he really is. And then it might ultimately force the organization to fire him sooner than later. Very well could, Bird. I would say if a trade happens, we will finally get to see the two divisions of Seahawks fans that sit on either side, where you have this division that has seemingly been created of those who pro Carroll and trust in Carroll, and then those who are trusting in Russ. You know, we would firmly we'd firmly find out who was who and who was responsible for what and who had more of a hand. It would be very clear at that point. I don't think there'd be any more question about that, Bird. Dark Ray says Lawrence Taylor's the most overrated player in NFL history. We're going back into this debate again, huh, Dark? Maxwell Stern, LG is a massive hole and Mike retiring makes it worse. I say now we need Thuney more than ever. He seems to be the smart pick for me, Maxwell, and you've got some guards in this draft. There are going to be some guys available, so they could look that direction as well. It's not hopeless as far as the draft for guards. I think they knew Mike was going to retire all the way around. I don't think that that's affected anything. I think his play was starting to go downhill a little bit with all of those injuries piling up. So I don't think it was a big shocker. D-Nugget says, I'm in Hawaii visiting my parents right now in Kailua. Sweet, man. Weather's been beautiful, hasn't it? Nice just sunshine in the middle of February. Loving it. Sauce Boss. How you doing, Sauce Boss? Do you think Pete Carroll has too much power? Yeah, I will always say, I do not believe, I think with football, it is a sport that is very competitive. It is a sport built more than any other sport around parity, around every team having a theoretical shot to do it, to win. And so in that, you get competitive at every single turn as every team looks for an edge. And so I think you got to get a little bit more specialized at every single turn because of that. Your general manager needs to be allowed to be a general manager. Your head coach needs to worry about head coaching, not being a guy who's got it. Yeah, he's going to have a hand in scouting and looking at players, but being the determining factor in that, no. Being a guy having a say in contracts, no. I'd also offer that a head coach really shouldn't be a play caller or a guy that's that in on every play in and play out, that he should be there managing the game, being a coach. So when you talk about a coach having the president's job when he's literally the head dog, then that's absolutely the case. And I learned this lesson going back in Mike Holmgren's days. Mike Holmgren came in and he wanted all the power. I'll be your head coach in Seattle. I'll come out here and coach, but I also want to be general manager. And he didn't do it very well. And I've seen many times over in NFL history where those coaches, it's just too much to take on. They get overwhelmed and they don't do a very good job of it. Let your specialization guys do the specialization. Russell, you go be a quarterback. John, you go be a general manager. Coach Carroll, you be a coach. Know your role and stay in your lane. Chris Colquitt, Russ's cap hit, if he's traded this year, is way too big, even if he's worth a trade, wouldn't it be? Chris, the only contention I have on this is that no, not necessarily, because if you get a team that offers you, they say the starting point is 3 first-round picks. So if a team like Oakland comes in and says, look, we acknowledge the fact you have to eat $39 million in this first year, and then we're going to get Russell then on a bargain when we bring him onto our team this year. So because of that, we will kick you an extra amount of draft capital, say 2 extra first-round picks because of that. Would that potentially facilitate a deal at that point? Probably. If Russell Chris were to come back to Seattle and say, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm not liking this. Let me out of town. Here, I'll give you back some of my signing bonus to lower down my cap hit this year. Would that be a feasible possibility? I think so. Is it likelihood? No, but does it mean that we should be held up on this $39 million and consider it this albatross that won't allow the deal to happen? No, I don't think we should. D-Nugget says, Pete is destroying this team. Understood. Teddy Two Gloves, being Dark Arch, are having this debate about Aaron Donald. So he's got Aaron Donald as the best all-time defensive player in the sport. I, of course, had Lawrence Taylor, and so we went back and forth a little bit. All right, I'm going to get down the comments a little bit here, guys, because I'm a little behind. Teddy Two Gloves says, can Pete Carroll coach in college again? Mom seemed to buy his chewing gum nonsense and he spews. Maybe so. He's a hell of a recruiter. You can't deny that. Cameron Hughes says, picks 20 to 32 are overrated, 40% success rate. Yeah, the problem comes into it's a tier situation, Cameron. And so you've got, I don't have to tell you this, you know it. You've got your basic, I really assemble it into like 4 tiers in a draft. And your first tier is your first really 15 picks every single year. Sometimes it goes down to 10 picks, but it doesn't usually go past 15. And then from about 15 until about 8 picks into the third round, you got your next tier. And then your next tier from the third round into about midway into the 5th round, you got your next tier. And then the last tier after that, your mid-5th all the way to the back into the 7th round. But those guys all slot into the same territory there. So you're picking a guy at 21, he could easily have some of the same value as a guy picked 27th in the 2nd round. There's just not a lot of difference in the talent at those places. It doesn't separate like it does at the top of the draft. Dark Ray says, how many picks will Wilson get traded for? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. No, I don't. I think probably 4 picks sounds about right. Cameron Hughes says, don't see how picks in general are overrated when that's how you build a team. You can't build a team through free agency. Yeah, I don't think picks are overrated. And again, they're about value, right? The 1st and 2nd round pick you got from Frank Clark helped you to facilitate trades to trade back into the 2nd round in order to get DK Metcalf and target DK Metcalf. So it's more about flexibility than the exact player that you select with those picks, their resources, their value, their assets to be used in whatever way you need to use them, be it to go get a player that's a certain player on the market or to be a guy you actually just draft. Russell Wilson on The View would be completely boring. Brent McKinney says, Russ looks out of shape and now not likely to run for fear of getting hurt, which was a big part of his game while the Hawks were rolling. Yeah, it's the part that I pointed to a little bit with Russ's game, Brent, which is that he's lost a little bit of his mobility now. He's not gained on some of the things that he needs to gain on to now overcome a little bit of the loss of mobility. So that he's still a good player. He can still move around a little bit. I mean, this year he was able to scramble for a good amount of yardage. But at the end of the day, play in and play out on a consistency basis, it affects his game if he doesn't develop other attributes to his game. If he doesn't become a master pre-snap, if he doesn't get better at blitz recognition, if he doesn't do a little bit better with throwing with anticipation on more of a consistent basis. He can throw with anticipation, but throwing with anticipation on more of a consistent basis. These are things that can help him overcome a lack of ability to move anymore, but these are things that have not necessarily come along as quickly as I kind of hoped now that he's in 10 years into the league. D-Nugget says, why are we not talking more about Pete being the one destroying this team? Well, destroy is a really strong word, D-Nugget. Destroy. Obliterate. Destruction. I think it's a little bit like maybe we're a little heightened up on the wording there a little bit. Mismanage might be a better word. Why are we not talking about it? I think we're talking about it, D-Nugget. I think that there's people that are talking about it. I think that the thing, though, D-Nugget, is that Russell Wilson has made the conversation more about himself and being so willing to get out there in the media and put this stuff out there. Airing the dirty laundry is going to make the person who aired the dirty laundry not look good, whether that's true or not. It's just the nature of the beast in the society we live in. The society we live in. So a little bit of that's going to be that. And there is an aspect of this when people start looking statistics and see, 1/3 of the sacks you have over a given season are on you, Russell, but you don't seem to own that very much. You want to be paid at the top of the market at every turn, Russell, but you don't seem to acknowledge that. It's again a point too, D-Nugget, where I come back to again, just to make sure I'm clear on this, because D-Nugget, this gets lost. I would have liked to have seen a head coach brought in that would build around Russell, an offensive mastermind, etc. That's just not going to happen. And I think the other thing is a lot of us just make our peace with Pete's not going anywhere in the interim. Pete could fall on his face over the next 2 years, and he's probably not going anywhere for minimum 2 years. Jody Allen's just not going to have that heavy-handed approach it would take to get him out the door. Just don't buy it. Nathaniel says the first step to solving this problem is both sides agreeing that there is one. Yeah, responsibility is a big part that's been lacking in the situation, I think, in both camps. Who's taking responsibility here? Who's recognizing where their fault and blame falls in for the last 5-6 years of plateauing, of hitting a glass ceiling of one and done? And I think if both of them look in their hearts and find their own share of the blame, you could come to a point of resolution. But while both of them are so adamant to say it's your fault, no, it's your fault, it's childish, it gets simplistic, and it doesn't get resolved. Cameron Hughes says, Seahawks Twitter is such denial right now. We could absolutely fleece the Raiders and Seahawks fans would still storm Seahawks headquarters. Potentially. I don't know how this will play out. It'll be interesting. I think there will be some backlash for sure. But I think there's also a growing contingent of fans, Cameron, that are getting a little bit tired of some of the stuff with Russ. He says, choosing to not invest major resources in the team's best player has not worked for us. So I can't blame Russ for being tired of that. Every quarterback has flaws and huge egos. Russ ain't the first. Nope. It certainly is a common element of the quarterback position. It absolutely is. Brent McKinney, make it happen. Fleece the Raiders. Hashtag Fleece the Raiders is going to go viral, I'm telling you. All this gets me nervous, is Anthony. And I think it's got us all a little on edge, Anthony. It's got people really on edge. I can sense it in the fan base. I can sense it over the last couple of weeks in the discussion. It's definitely gotten people, yeah. Brent McKinney says, let Russ cook in the desert. Huey says, we're stuck with Pete and JS, so either Russ sucks it up and plays anyway, or the Russ era is over. Yeah, it's very simplified in that respect. Teddy Two Gloves, I want to believe Russ is a John Gruden guy, but something tells me he's not. Remember, he went on the quarterback camp, Teddy, and John loved him on the quarterback camp. You can also go look at right around the time when Russell was drafted. Gruden was absolutely pounding the table on draft day. I mean, he took Kiper to task. Of course, Mel Kiper, who's not all that imaginative, was like, he's 5'11", he's in. And Gruden was like, there's this much difference between Russell Wilson and Drew Brees is this much difference. I don't care, I'm telling you. He was pretty adamant on draft day as to Russell being the guy in that respect in that time. So I could see him very, very interested. Cameron Hughes, if the Rams traded 2 firsts for Stafford, John Gruden would cough up at least 2 firsts. I agree. I don't get the whole process of people saying there's no way we get 3 first-round picks. Look at the recent draft that they just gave up for Stafford. The guy does not have any of the pedigree of what Russell Wilson has. Nas, God, I hope Pete comes around and at least lets Russ hold the controller for a year. If both gentlemen are looking at their legacy and looking at the long term of what this all means and where this all could go, both of them would be smart to look through the lens of, if we can both kind of find the middle ground compromise here, it's in the best interest of both of us. If Russell Wilson goes on and he plays out and he shows out and has this outstanding second win to his career and wins multiple Super Bowls, and Coach Carroll goes into the bucket and looks like crap and turns into an 8-18, which a lot of the naysayers of Coach Carroll are telling me is going to be the case, he really looks bad into retirement. He's really got to sit on that one and chew on it for whatever time he's got remaining on this earth. Why have that even be a risk? Why not know for sure? Why not have a certainty in play to say, well, gave him all we could. We let him have the full control like he was asking. It didn't work. I feel fine for it. You can move him on after that year and do it your way then, which is a little bit of what this has been with Coach Carroll. I want to do it my way. I only have so many years left to go do it my way. Well, you still have time to do it your way by doing 1 year of Russell's way. And then all of the argument is thrown out the door at that point. Because if he does go on to another team at that point and flourish and go win the Super Bowl, well, you can say, look, he wasn't going to do it here. We did it here. We did everything we could to make it happen here. It wasn't going to happen here. Sometimes you just need to move on to a different situation. But that is part of the impetus of why I would like to try it out from that standpoint, is it closes that door a little bit. Jose, how you doing, Jose Rodriguez? What's up? I did not see the video. I will check it out tonight, though, my guy. I'm so sorry. I've been just bogged down with about a million different things, but I will check it out. What do you think, Jose? How are you feeling right now? Darker H, no quarterback wants to play under John Gruden, and it has nothing to do with front office, with his coaching. Maybe not. We'll see on that one. Dark RH. Brent, Pete won at USC national championships. Pete won at Super Bowls. Pete will win it again. Yeah, it's the part I think people forget a little bit with Pete. I think they forget the part of the national titles in college football, the multiple national titles. The guy is a good football coach, and he knows how to win. He knows how to win. The thought process that Pete has completely lost it, and he's now just a shell of himself from a coaching aspect of things, I've never really fully bought into that. He may have lost a step or two as a coach. He may not be what he once was, but this is still a guy who I think has some parts to his game as a coach that are valuable. Cameron Hughes says, John Gruden's in love with Russ. Watch any Monday Night Football game from 2012 to 2015. Yeah. I remember the same thing, Cameron. John LeGrune loves himself some Russ. Again, go watch the draft day and him having the fight with Mel Kiper. It's funny and fun to watch because Gruden really gives it to Kiper. I mean, he really gives him the business during the telecast. Nathaniel says, did you take a look at the entire Virginia Tech secondary? Caleb Farley, Diablo, who's Devlin Diablo's got the best name in the draft, by the way, Nathaniel. And he wears number 17 at Va Tech, and he's a 6'3" safety. He literally looks just like Cam Chancellor did at Virginia Tech. It's crazy to look at. And with that name, man, I've not watched a lot of Diablo tape, so I'm still diving into him. With Farley, I love his game. I love Caleb Farley's game. Right now, I would say that Caleb Farley, for me, is my number one cornerback on the board. I like him better than Patrick Surtain. I'm not a big Patrick Surtain guy, though. So I guess, full disclosure there. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. So Caleb, his nickname is the Shadow. Caleb the Shadow. Farley. I wrote in my notes, he'll run routes better than the receiver. He does have stiff hips, but he's 6'2". What are you going to do? He plays even a little above his size. So he's like 6'2", but he plays like a guy almost like 6'3", 6'4". Just tall and long out there, and he can jump as well. He can jump through the roof. This guy's ability to coverage a lot of area is going to make it hard for guys to get open with him. He's a solid tackler. He plays with attitude and toughness. Not all players in the draft do play with that attitude and toughness, and it shows up. He could easily slide into Seattle's scheme and almost be Sherman-like in the regard of his ability to keep it clean over the top. This guy would be exactly like Richard Sherman would be. And remember how Sherman was able, you could not throw over the top on him ever. It was an impossibility to throw over the top on Sherman in his prime. This guy would be just like that. You are not fitting that ball up over the top on a deep ball. He is going to just take that aspect away, especially in this particular scheme that we run, being the cover three, being the bail technique to his cover three responsibility on on a normal play in and play out basis. He still has the ability to break off the cover three responsibility and drive on a route. So he's not just like a Shaquille Griffin where all he can seem to do is protect against the deep ball, but he's going to give up everything else up in front of him. Caleb's got an ability to really drive and know when he can drive. That would indicate to me that he's pretty good at studying film overall. So I really like him from that aspect as well. He played zone. He plays with a sense of urgency. He's always hustling. He's always trying to get back into play. That's, again, a very Seahawks trait that jumps out to me. When you make a catch on him, you're going to have to earn it. There's no freebies with Caleb Farley. If you've caught it, it's with him draped all over you. He can press pretty well. Maybe a little bit of a downside of his game is he does get a little bit handsy in that respect. But those big 6'2", 6'3" corners, they're always handsy. They're always a little worried about their hips with it. But I'm not super worried about him with his hips, and I really like his game, Nathaniel, as far as he's not going to be there available for Seattle in the second round, but he's my favorite cornerback this year. Whereas like Henderson last year was my favorite cornerback in last year's draft over Okudah. It's really weird. I never seem to go for the number one guys on the board. It's always the number two guys that get me a little more interested. Russ is a Raider. It's real. Hey, Hawks Nest. Raiders were the only team that came one play away from beating the Chiefs twice this season. How much better can they be twice a year when they finish this trade for Russ? Well, the key there is really going to be simple in that respect, Russ. What we saw what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did to the Chiefs and what we saw the Raiders do to the Chiefs last year and the way they won that first game, for instance, is they ran a lot of the cover two. I mean, this is what got our Seahawks. This is what upended our Seahawks this last year. We're throwing deep for the first 8 weeks of the season, right? Just attacking down the field at will. Well, then the teams went, okay, we've had enough of this. We're going to run the cover two looks here. We're going to drop in two safeties deep. We're going to put our covers. We're going to run our covers in bail technique. We're going to force you to be patient. Matriculate the football up the football field. And Seattle was not able to do that. They did not make that transition. Likewise, the Chiefs, when they played the Raiders in that first game, didn't make that transition. Likewise, against the Bucs, the Chiefs were not able to make that transition where they kept looking for the big play rather than just take what the defense is going to give you here. Now, it's harder as well when you have a team like the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl where they're getting front four pressure and then they can drop the 7 guys into coverage and you can really close those zones tight. I mean, that does make it difficult. It absolutely does. But now Russ is a Raider. It's real. The Raiders are transitioning to Seattle's defense. You guys are going to the single high look. And that single high look can be attacked because now instead of having 2 safeties back there protecting deep, you only got 1. So you guys have got to go get this is one of the reasons why I also thought you guys should trade for a guy like Quandre Diggs or get another. You need to get a free safety there. You need a single high safety because Jeff Heath is not going to get it done for you guys there. Berta Prey says, Pete will never win another Super Bowl. Yet, even if we reach it again, as long as he's the head coach of the Seahawks, I guarantee it. Very well could be. And let's face it, Berta Prey, 70-year-old coaches who have coached in this league, there's a very small number of them that have gotten to a Super Bowl. I don't think anybody's over 70 has gotten to a Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. James Glenn, throwing John Schneider under the bus is foolishness. He's a top 3 general manager in the NFL. The fact that Pete hired John is the problem. I blame Pete for the bad decisions and crappy draft picks. I think you've got a leg to stand on here, James. I think there's some validity to this in the respect of when we look at the Seahawks draft and we hear people go, are they just making it up when they're going along? I think some of that is a little bit of Schneider having a plan of attack on what he wants to do and Coach Carroll coming in with the overriding authority to potentially grab a guy that he falls in love with. When I look at the LJ Collier thing, it screams to me of Coach Carroll wanting to get an edge rusher, being scared with his defense not having an edge rusher because they've let everybody go in the offseason essentially. And so they watch 16 defensive linemen taken in the first round or pass rushers taken in the first round ahead of LJ Collier, and they panic and pick him. And I think that was a Carroll-like move to be made at that moment. I think the Rashad Penny one was another one that I think had Carroll's fingerprints on it a little bit and less Schneider. So I agree with you. In my opinion, if he's not a top 3, I think he's a top 5 general manager in the sport. I don't think he gets necessarily the respect he probably should. One of the best traders in the sport, one of the best trade deadline traders in the sport. There's so many things that make up a good coach or a good general manager. It's not always simplified into 1 or 2 set 3 things. It's a myriad of things. It's how many tools do they have in their tool belt? And I think John Schneider's got quite a few tools. Michael Parker, Russ is hiding something. He feels physically beat up and knows his limits. He wants a trade to cash in before a new team sees the flaws we all know so well in Seattle. Could be, Michael. Could be. I mean, one of the parts about him bringing this up right now in this season and in this time period now is what has changed about Coach Carroll over the last couple of years. When you signed the contract back in 2018, you knew how Coach Carroll wanted to run the offense. You knew he wanted to play to his defense. You knew he wasn't wanting to let you cook. You knew that back in 2018. Why not push for the trade back then? Why now? Why now? What has changed about the situation now? And I honestly don't know. Outside of, I think he just probably got his butt burned last year by them dialing things back midseason. Huey says, not hating on Pete, but he won at USC and Seahawks when he had great players and not so much when he didn't. Just saying players win championships. Well, I think you just said the second part of what I would tell you, Huey, is that it's pretty rare to find a coach who doesn't have players and wins championships, right? Show me the coach who's able to elevate average talent to win championships. You need players. They kind of go hand in hand. Brent McKinney says, neither did Tommy Lee Jones. I don't care, and he was wrong. Reach me on that. Maxwell Stern, have you looked at Brevin Jordan? He's a tight end. I have looked at Brevin Jordan. Let me get my notes. It's kind of nice. You guys were asking these guys a couple weeks ago. I had nothing for you, and I had to dive into it. Now I'm starting to actually have a couple of these guys that I have taken a look at, which is nice. Let's see what I got for Brevin Jordan here. I think I got him here. I remember what my thoughts were on it if I can't find my notes, but I have notes. They're just not right here. Okay, Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan would be essentially a lot like what you would be getting by getting Jonnu Smith, and that is a move tight end, an H-back guy, a guy that's going to be more in that move line. So the reason I bring this up is because if you go out and sign Jonnu Smith, Maxwell, you're not going to then probably get a second joker unless you really feel like Jonnu can do a lot of the inline stuff, which he showed a little bit of an ability to do, but the Titans protected him from having to do it very often. Brevin is going to be more of that move tight end. He's a willing blocker, but he's not a guy that's really able to hold the block for very long. He's going to get blown off the ball a little bit. He's a wonderful receiving talent, a unique mover at the tight end position. Mic check. Okay, we're back. Sorry about the audio, folks. I've got a new cord coming, and it takes a week to get out here. So we got a new cord that should fix these problems. But thank you again, Lars, for Lars is our hero today because he's texting me whenever this is going mute. So he's my buddy that's in online here. Huey says, how did the Patriots look Brady's last year and this year? Still had a great coach in Belichick. And I think Huey's speaking to what my point had been about, the fact that you just a great coach alone with average talent is not going to be enough. You need a great coach with great talent to get you there. I'm really far behind. Sorry, guys. Douglas Thompson says, I believe that he will be traded to Dallas. Douglas, do you believe that then, do you feel then that we would try to take on Dak Prescott at that point? Or do you think Dak gets traded and they just get some assets for Dak and then accumulate those assets and then fire him over to us? That would be more of a likely scenario. I can't see Dak coming here off an injury wanting to be paid top of the market like he is. I can't see how that's reasonable as a possibility. He says Schneider's draft in the last few years is enough to get a lot of general managers fired. Okay, so we got one of maybe the generational wide receivers in the sport, or one of the next generational wide receivers in the sport, in DK Metcalf at the end of the second round. He just got a Pro Bowl potential level right guard. He made a 7th round trade for a guy in Carlos Dunlap, which was an actual absolute steal of a trade. You can see the same thing with a guy like Quandre Diggs. I don't know that I'm so certain. And the thing to consider with this, Huey, is that what is Schneider and what is Carroll? It's hard to separate those two factors on the decision-making travel of things and say, oh, well, this is Schneider. I guess, I do make my guesses on it, but it's hard to say with certainty. It's hard to say with absolute certainty, especially when Carroll carries as much power as he does. Travis Blankenship says Russ is wildly overrated. I think there's a good contingent of the fan base, Travis, that echo your sentiments in that respect and believe the same thing. There's some holes to his game. I've pointed to some holes in his game that I think that are something that we have to look at in the realm of is he without any, is he without any blame here? Is it all just the front office and Coach Carroll and the schematics? And I don't think it is. And so Nas says, I think, though, if we're going to say the Seahawks were relevant before Carroll got there, yeah, it was only 1 year, but they were irrelevant until Russ got there. So usually irrelevancy isn't in regards, Nas, to a 1 year time frame. When you usually speak about a franchise being an irrelevant franchise, you're talking about like a decade of losing. That's why I'm kind of harping on that. It's a little bit of a misnomer to apply that tag to us in that respect. Especially when you won 4 divisions and got to a Super Bowl in that previous 10-year span prior to Carroll's arrival. That's not irrelevance. It's just not in this sport where we've got at least 10 different franchises that can't get right, that absolutely can't get right. The Detroit Lions are an irrelevant franchise and has been. That's what irrelevance is. That's the way you apply that tag appropriately, not to Seattle. James Glenn says it's not Schneider doing the draft. Pete has a lot of say into it. I agree. I think it's hard to parse between the two, and Pete certainly has a say. Nathaniel says, why are you so high on Trey Lance? Justin Fields looks better, and Zach Wilson seems just as good as him, if not slightly better. I know, Nathaniel. I'm supposed to like Justin Fields and Zach Wilson better. I admit this. This may be a complete flaw in my scouting of the quarterback position at this moment. But in watching the tape of the guys, you know me, man, I just try to be honest about what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is that I fit the guy to this offense. I want a game manager type who can make certain throws like the big explosive plays down the field. I need the mobility as well. I think his mobility is better than those two guys. I think he might have a stronger arm than both of those two guys. I think his deep ball accuracy is going to be better than those two guys. I think that they may have a little bit of other things that they do better in certain relevancies as far as more traditional quarterback play, being able to play on time, being able to go through multiple reads, that type of things. Those guys are probably a little bit better, but there's something I gravitate towards with Trey over those two guys. And with those two guys, there's just something in watching their film I look at and I just go, meh. It's like the same feeling I got when I was watching college tape on Goff and Wentz or Baker Mayfield. Not that they're awful prospects or that they aren't going to be quarterbacks who can play at this level, but that the wow factor just isn't there for me. Travis Blankenship, thank you for the $5 donation, brother. I'll salute you and appreciate you. Travis says, if I want someone to choke against a crippled Jared Goff in the first round at home, give me Russ. If I want a ring, I'm taking Brady. It is a fact, man. I mean, Jared Goff with 3 pins in his thumb, with a left tackle coming off a knee injury, was able to beat Russ at home in the playoffs. I mean, is what it is with that, right, Travis? And when you look at, that's the one thing that I think people in Russ's camp who say, well, he's such a great clutch quarterback, and while he's one of the better quarterbacks of all time in fourth quarter comebacks, his playoff record, his playoff stats, they're okay, they're decent, but they don't blow you away. They aren't stats you look at and you necessarily, Travis, go, oh, wow, well, that's an elite special quarterback all time in the playoffs. I mean, he just takes his game up another notch once he gets in the playoffs. No, not really. Not really. Now he's playing against upper-level competition in the playoffs, so it's understandable to a degree. But at the same point in time, there are some holes there, man. Thank you for that $5 donation, though. I appreciate you. Lars, the Raiders are going to say, here's your three first-rounders, but now we're giving you Carr, so now only 2 first-rounders. Is Carr really worth a first-rounder? This is why I prefer Mariota. I don't think the trade is feasible for that to happen, Lars, because of the $39 million cap hit that Wilson carries in a trade to Oakland. Seattle has to eat $39 million in dead money hit if he goes to Oakland. So if you're taking on Carr then, and Carr's at $20 million, now you're theoretically spending $60, $70 million on the quarterback position. That's not feasible. It's not tenable. It's not going to happen. Mariota at the $11 million range, that halves what Carr's cost would be. That makes it a little bit more, I think, tenable for it to you can swallow that a little bit more. I still fall in line, Lars was saying, though, the ideal scenario, I think, from the front office standpoint is to go, let's get the rookie quarterback on the cheap deal. Let's get cheap club control of a good, talented rookie quarterback with some mobility, and let's ride with that over the next couple of years. I don't necessarily think that they want to go necessarily the veteran route, especially if it's not a guy they're sold on completely. Thomas E., I'd like it if we got Zach Wilson. He was great at BYU. He absolutely did. He played phenomenally at BYU. I mean, he's been the best quarterback come out of BYU in a very, very long, maybe since Ty Detmer. Would we go back that far? Oh, thank you, Nathaniel, for mentioning that. Please do smash that like button if you happen to be watching the channel. It does help me out considerably. I appreciate it. UE, Brady is the NFL's greatest game manager. Not a dig. No, it's not a dig at all, and it's absolutely a truth. It's absolutely a truth. I mean, Brady was a game manager through those first few years in the league. I think he was less a game manager as he went on in his career. I mean, he set the Super Bowl record for most yardage thrown in a Super Bowl. So he certainly has come along in his game over that time and not been the same player he was through his first 10 years. But those first 7-8 years, that was absolutely a game manager. That was absolutely a guy that was just protecting the football, playing within himself, not trying to do too much. James Glenn likes Carr more than Mariota. I do think he's a better player, and he's got probably a little bit of the less injury risk with him. But Mariota's is cheaper. Cameron, going to the Super Bowl isn't trash. I agree. John C., the trade rumor started before he said a word. Russ has been patient long enough. If they are not going to listen to him at all, why would he want to stay? You can only go behind doors if it works. The first place that this came out as far as trade rumors, if we want to point to it, John, the first place it came out was a year and a half ago, midseason. Colin Cowherd on his show dropped the bomb that Russell Wilson had been offered to the Cleveland Browns for a first-round pick in 2018 during the tense negotiations between the Seahawks front office and Russell Wilson. It wasn't the Seahawks front office that leaked that. It wasn't the Cleveland Browns office that leaked that. That was Russell Wilson. The stuff somewhat kind of began on the back of that. Most of this trade talk comes off of the back of Russell Wilson talking, not off of the front office leaking the stories that they want to trade him. And indeed, the front office, up until this point, has said that they will not trade him. Now we see the front office starting to move off of this point a little bit as Russell is pressed down somewhat. But I would offer, John, that it's been the groundwork laid by Russell Wilson over the last 2 years to arrive at a place that when he moves on, he will not get as much blowback from a national perspective as he would have otherwise, leaving a team that's been very loyal to him and he's been very loyal to them. The Texans are like a 0 overall team in Madden. Sounds about right. Houston M. What's up, Houston? Best option I can see for Russ, list of 4 teams is Dallas. They can't pay the replacement quarterback, so Schneider will want the highest draft pick possible to find an heir. I'd throw up watching Russell on Dallas, though. That would be hard. I would probably have a little bit of vomit in the back of my throat every week, too, having to watch that. And because it's Dallas, we would have to watch it all the time. They might have them on prime time every week. Bird of Prey, it's proven that top shelf players have made Pete Carroll look good and have carried him in his tenure with the Seahawks with their talents to mask over and compensate for his horrific coaching. So Bird of Prey, do you just think Coach Carroll then has been basically locked through his career? Multiple national titles, gotten to multiple Super Bowls. Do you think that that's essentially the luck of just having just talent playing for him? That's not been his coaching? I mean, the players that he brought in fit to his scheme specifically. I don't know. When we were drafting 6-foot cornerbacks, Bird of Prey, people laughed at us. That was a pretty innovative move at the time. Now everybody's got a 6-foot cornerback. I don't know, man. I don't know on that one. Douglas Thompson, Dallas is the one. Maybe Douglas, but it's not coming with Dak. So we're not trading for Dak with Russ. That ain't happening. You Dallas fans can put that one away. Cameron, I'd just like to mention I was one of the few that actually entertained the Russ talk last offseason. Brandon brought it up. You were, Cameron. You were one of the few people, you and Emma Brown, a couple of folks on here that didn't completely bristle and, like the cat when they have their hair go up and their tail poofs out. Like, that was the reaction I was getting in the chat when I brought it up last year. And it's just, to me, it was a logical deducement as much as anything else. Two different opposing sides colliding and neither can agree. Well, how do you think this is going to end? But I think people are finally, Cameron's starting to come around, and I can't blame him on it. I understand. He's their favorite player. A lot of them came into their, Seahawks fandom with Russell Wilson. That's when they came into, young people here that have come on. So I can't knock it. I understand it. I wish they'd come along a little faster to this so I didn't have to butt heads with them so much. But yeah, that's what we do here. Yui says Russ tried to resolve it privately, but Seahawks not listening. And after the team gave you the stiff F, their feelings, you've got to make a decision in their own self-interest. Agreed there, Yui. So why doesn't he make his own self-interest feeling at that point and say, I want to be traded privately? Those same private conversations that occur, why not then say, okay, look, you're not listening to me. We've got a problem here. Let's move on from this. This is a broken situation. Is that what he did? There's been no indicators that that's what he did. Instead, he went publicly with it. Instead, he went to the media with it. Instead, he turned it into a public relations war. I think that's where the keen difference is, I think, in our opinion on this. John C., you can't do the same thing over and over and expect things to change. The definition of insanity is to continue to do the same thing and expect different results. Look at Brady. I need more weapons. Tampa Bay. Yeah, I agree, John C. That's one of my things I've constantly gone to with this is that, look, I just don't want to see the same. It's like watching a television show is how I've relayed this to John, right? It's like watching a great magical television show in the first year. Let's say 2015. You're like, wow, this is a great show. Ups and downs and great performances, and you get in the playoffs and then you barely get to a spot, but then it ends pretty quickly and you don't ever really get to any of the glory. And you go, okay, that was still a good season. That was still entertaining. And then 2017 comes and here's the show. And you're watching, it's like, well, it's entertaining, but there's the beats of the show, the tropes of the show, the plots of the show, the way the characters actually feels very much the same way of last season. And then you get to 2018, and here we go again. The show tries all the same things again. They mix it around a little bit, but it basically plays out the same way. And then you get to year 6 of this happening, and then you go, for God's sake, can we do something different, anything different? Just turn the plot in a different direction. I can't watch the same thing play out. I think that's where we have arrived here. I think that's what's driving a little bit more of this change a little bit faster than many of us had suspected it would really go. Dark Right says front runners for Watson, in my opinion, are 1 Broncos, 2 Dolphins, Jets, Carolina, Chicago. Dark Right, I'll go Broncos, Carolina, Dolphins, Jets, Chicago. So I'm a little off you, but I agree with those teams. Teddy Two Gloves, I hope it's Dallas that gets Russell Wilson. Honestly, people hate Jerry, but I want him to go out with style. He's just such a crazy owner. I don't think he's ever, in roster building wise, in the team that they built there, even putting Russell in there, that would just be a complete mess. It would be a complete mess. Russell's best hope for winning of any of those teams that was mentioned, his best hope of winning is probably the Raiders. Matt Schleiper says, I am tired of Russ. The shit is pissing me off. I think it's getting to all of us a bit, Matt. It's getting to all of us a little bit at this point. I think everybody is at the point where it's just, we're on and on. I thought we would be at a dead point here. I thought Russ said his piece. He put it out there. Management heard him. Let's just let this play out now nicely in silence and let it go. But instead, it's in the spin cycle now. It's just, each camp is sort of just keeping the momentum rolling here. It's not good. Maxwell Stern says, I like the stash. Looking good. Maybe I'll have to go with a little beard here, Maxwell. I may have to go with a Russell Wilson's going to be traded depression beard. It may be time for a depression beard. We may be getting there. We may have landed. Pay Dirt Sports. Thank you for Pay Dirt Sports Cards. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, man, and I salute you, sir. He says, Brandon, Pete doesn't believe you need a franchise quarterback in order to win a Super Bowls. Laughing my ass off. I think you could make that argument, Pay Dirt, that he certainly thinks and believes or has a pretty big belief that that is the case. All right, we got disconnected for a second. Sorry, folks. Back on. I don't know what's wrong with my thing right now. It's being weird. It's being a little weird right now. Sorry about that. So I think we're back up. Let me know if you guys don't hear me or whatever. I'm so far behind on the chat. It's not even amazing. Am I back online? Give me a confirmation chat if I'm back online and everything's okay. I just had a little bit of a disconnect there with the Streamlabs thing. So hit me up on the chat and let me know if you guys can't hear me or if there's something wonky. I don't know what's weird. It's been going weird. I wonder if the Discord thing's messing with my deal. You can hear me? You're online now? Okay, so we're good. So we had a couple donos. Let me get the donations here as well. I missed. Thank you, Teddy Two Gloves. Thank you for the $5 donation. And he says, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Paul Allen. And rest in peace, Paul Allen. The loss of Paul Allen on this football club is really loomed. I mean, this situation, the way this is played out right now, this would not happen if Paul Allen was still alive. He would have come in this situation and guided and directed it and provided a firm hand that's kind of needed here. Take out the ego and make the right decision, do the right thing. And that's the unfortunate part of this is that guiding hand that was so important is now lost. And it's just sort of sitting out there just spinning. If I missed your comment, please post again on the thing. I'm sorry, we've got a lot of folks in the chat, so it's hard to easy to get lost in through this. Patrick O'Brien says, I mean, at least Tua could throw it to TK. Yeah, he could. He does have some arm limitations, Patrick O'Brien, and when you look at him last year, his yards per attempt were not great. That's a place where I get really disconcerted with him. The injury history is another thing with Tua that's a real thing. Banged up again last year, coming on the heels of college, completely banged up in college. Can't seem to stay healthy, which is a little bit of a necessity to play the quarterback position. I just can't get behind him myself. Teddy Two Gloves says, I'll take Cousins over Hasselbeck. Well, I will say this. Cousins has had a better statistical career than Matt Hasselbeck did. He's playing in more of an offensive age, more of a pass-happy age than Hasselbeck got to, but Hasselbeck also had Holmgren. Matt Hasselbeck also had a great offensive line. So I could understand somebody saying that they like Cousins over Hasselbeck. Fat Daddy Stack says, Jerry Jones ain't sleeping for weeks trying to mentally make this deal work. Facts. Facts, my guy. John C. says, why is it almost all former players of Pete and John are coming out against the Hawks? I don't know. I mean, we got Brandon Marshall, Greg Olson, Russell Wilson. Who else is coming out? John. And when I look at those guys, it's like, has there been a lot of defensive guys that have come to Russell Wilson? Has there been a lot of Legion of Boom guys coming to Russell Wilson's campus and said they need to get him more? They've been selling him short. Those guys have been pretty doggone quiet to me. They've been pretty doggone quiet to me. So I don't know if it's everybody with that. Russ is a Raider. It's real. You guys are tripping. If you think any of these teams are trading for Russ, including a young receiver back, the two Seahawks, those teams want Russ to maximize young receivers. Fools. Agreed. I don't think that you're going to get receivers back in any kind of Russ trade. I don't think that's feasible. Bird of Prey, it really makes me wonder why all of a sudden Russ comes out with all this now instead of coming out years ago and having no O-line. Seems like there's something highly suspicious going on. I agree. I would have thought if he feels this way, there's nothing that's changed from 2018 about Coach Carroll and the way he operates or the way this team operates or how they built roster build. So why now? Why not in 2018 when you could have gone a much easier time? There wouldn't have been a dead money hit. You could have just said, look, it's been nice. I tried my best. We're just philosophy-wise at a different stage. People would have understood. People would have understood. It would have been a lot less hanky and messy as it is right now. John C. says, Oklahoma stolen Hawks coming soon. Don't say that, John. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare. No. Maxwell says, you can only wonder where the Seahawks would be if Paul was still here. Rest in peace. Agreed. Patrick O'Brien says, Hawks Nest, how do you think Pete is handling this? Not great. Not great. I think a stronger leader would have had Russell behind closed doors with this and would have been operating this a little bit more firmly rather than allowing this to disintegrate before our very eyes. I think it's his job to sometimes be a peacemaker and not allow things to fester. That's a little bit of what I think a coach would need to be in this scenario. And the fact that he's not doing that, the fact that they seem to be completely obstinate as far as allowing Russell to have the say that he's asking for is a little bit of a head scratcher. Maybe they're right to do that. Maybe they know something we don't about Russell being wrong in his assessment and what he would like to have done. I mean, maybe that midweek blow up that happened in Carroll's office that caused Russell Wilson to get stormed out, maybe Russell's ideas were completely lame and stupid and would have only led to more misery and worse play on the field by Coach Carroll's allotment of it. I don't know that it's easy to see that necessarily, but maybe that's what he's thinking. He says, what proof have the Seahawks shown that they have the ability to build a team around the team? The Seahawks Super Bowl winning team of 2013, the Seahawks team that got to the Super Bowl in 2014, that should be all the proof that I need to supply to you, Huey. Does it mean that they are going to build that team if they go this direction again? Oh, just get rid of Russ and it's a certainty. We'll get right back there. No, that's not what I'm saying. Can they build a team like that to do that? Have they done that in the past? Yes, they have. So the possibility is it's happened within the last 10 years. I don't think it's completely mad to think that you could do something like that again, utilizing that model. Bird of Prey says, actually, Chuck Knox made the Seahawks relevant in the 80s. Agreed. The Seahawks then went mostly dormant in the 90s. Agreed. Until 97 when Paul Allen officially bought the team. Fully agreed. Brent McKinney, side note, Blazers still haven't won a championship and didn't while he was owner. Pete has won several championships. Yeah. I think the Pete Carroll hiring was Paul Allen's kind of master stroke on everything. I think the Holmgren and the Carroll hiring were his master strokes. It's harder in college basketball to hire the right head coach and have him be able to set the culture and put everything in place. Basketball is much more reliant on the players. So it's just a little bit of a difference, I think, in that respect. As well as I think he likes Seahawks. I think Seahawks were his true baby. I think he enjoyed the Blazers, but I think the Seahawks were his baby. Douglas Thompson says this trade will not help DK or Tyler. That is true. They're going to have a lot lesser of a quarterback playing for him if Russell Wilson goes. There's no doubt. Patrick O'Brien says we need to protect Carson. Sadly, I think Carson goes in free agency. I don't think that he remains here. I don't know that Seattle's looking to pay the running back position since Marshawn left. I don't think that that's what they want to do with that position. They want to go a little lighter. I think somebody else is going to pay Carson more than we'd be willing to offer him. Maxwell says Russ definitely could have lost hope after the Thursday game meeting. Could be part of the reason his play decreased. Absolutely. Brett McKinney says Pete Carroll had 2 national titles, 1 Super Bowl, 7 Pac-10 titles. Pete's a proven winner. He is indeed. That's a lot of years of winning to say that it's just by happenstance or he got lucky with the players that he landed on. Some of it's got to be to skill. Some of it's got to be to his intelligence as a coach. Huey, Seahawks have been very successful with Russ playing the way he plays, so what's changed? Is Russ playing much worse, or are the other units not maintaining their excellence? Huey, Russ played much worse over the back course of the schedule. We can talk about the front course of the schedule, but the back half of the schedule, he's not had a bad as run, I don't believe, over the last 8 games of the season like he had throughout his whole course of his career. That absolutely changed, and he did it with having the best supporting cast that he's had around him probably throughout his career. The best offensive line, the most playmakers out on the outside to probably throw to, maybe not the most, but the most talented. So I tend to think that he's starting to lose a little bit of mobility, Huey. He doesn't get out of sacks like he once used to get out of it. And that part that's made a little bit of a deficiency in his game has not been made up by other aspects of his game. He's not necessarily added on to the other aspects. Alexander Trina, in Seattle for over 30 years, born IMO, we should never trade Russell. Just don't know what to do. Basically, no money available. 20-something free agents. Why trade? Only one first-round pick we've nailed is Earl Thomas. Nailed. I guess we got to look at the definition, Alexander, of what you mean by nailed. Russell Okung was a pretty good draft pick. Bruce Irvin was a pretty good first-round draft pick. They gave you reasonable production, I would think. But I think that's pretty common occurrence here. I think people are tired of the Russ talk, tired of this thing continuing on. I don't think people at the end of the day want to see him traded, but people are starting to maybe make their peace with a little bit of the thought process that he will be traded here sooner or later at this point if this keeps driving in this direction. Brent, Russ slowed way down. Carr can't or won't read option. He's still just average at reading defenses quickly. We've missed on linemen while drafting, so inferior defense and run game. Pretty succinct way of putting it, Brent. I think I agree. Daniel W., I don't want 3 late first-round picks for Russell Wilson. Raiders are picking 18th overall. At that point, we'd be relying on Russell to age out come that third-year pick or get hurt, so we get a higher pick. Maybe, Daniel. What if the coaching staff and front office thinks that they have been hiding Russell Wilson's deficiencies over the year? What if they feel like we've built this offense customized around you and your wild style of play and everything being off script, and we've done a lot to make you look at your best because of that? And when you go into an offense that's going to be completely structured, which is going to ask you to hit your back foot on your 3 and 5 step drops, that you're going to struggle mightily with that. Maybe to the point of not getting the same results in wins and losses that you were once able to get here. Are we so certain, Daniel, that the front office doesn't think that way? And if they do think that way and they're right, and Russell Wilson does go to the team and he does get exposed on some of these secondary things which are now put on full display, because this coaching staff and front office has had 10 years to learn this player and figure out how best to suit him. We know that when Schottenheimer came in the door, he had somewhere between 60 to 70% of the playbook dictated to him, which is a highly unusual thing to dictate to an incoming offensive coordinator, and makes you wonder why the reason that was done. So maybe, Daniel, I'll say this about Oakland. They don't have a complete roster. They'll have Russell. They'll have some playmakers to throw to on the outside. They'll have a pretty good offensive line. But that defense is a big, fat question mark. Big, fat question mark. Blazers in 6, I think Russ is trying to force his way out without looking like the villain. Why else would he leak a bunch of teams in the same breath as I didn't require a trade? Sooner than he's gone. Sooner than later, he's gone. I think that's been a consensus of us all here on the channel today, Blazers in 6, is that, look, you get to the point of releasing out the teams you're willing to go to, 1 foot is out the door. 1 foot is absolutely out the door at that point. Michael Simon says, what pressure is Sierra putting on Russ? Hard to say. We can all make a guess in this respect. I always thought when she came to Seattle, Seattle is not a Sierra town. It's not a place I could see a Sierra living for 40 years of her life. She can do with and biding her time on until they can go somewhere else. That would be my feeling on it. Sorry about the audio, folks. We'll get this, like I said, new mic. I'm hoping a new cord coming in this week will fix this. Douglas says Sierra's putting pressure on like any wife. Probably is. I hard to see her being quiet. I will say that. Fat Daddy Stacks, get some of that local honey for allergies. The more local, the better. Even use it in your coffee. A teaspoon a day, allergies will go away. Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night, Fat Daddy Stacks. So it's just, I think I'm just, so when I don't sleep well, it's when they kind of come up a little bit more. Berta Prey says Wilson will leave before Carroll does. That's a given. 100% at this point, Berta Gray. I think we can, if that was it was a question mark for a while, I think we now have a pretty much a certainty of saying, yep, that's going to happen. Alexander Trina, you guys acting like getting a coach the caliber of Pete is easy historically. We've only had 2 good coaches and only one has built a championship. Don't forget the AFC people. We've had 3 good coaches in our time here, Alexander, unless you're going to put the metric being that you're not a good coach if you don't get to the Super Bowl. And if that's the metric, then there's been a whole hell of a lot of bad coaches in NFL history. But I value Pete. I'm one of those people that I don't think I'm on that lens. I certainly think he's got some pluses to him as a coach, and he's got some minuses. I think it's one of those, again, places, just like with Russ in his game, you've got to dive heavily into the waters of nuance to parse and pull apart what is truth, what is not, where's fault, where's blame, where's props. Larry Bird says, for a player's coach, why does Pete always seem to have trouble with the star players? Well, you could probably make the argument, Larry, that he's a player's coach, but a player's coach who works within a certain subset of time. I might make the argument with Pete that he's at his best sticking within the college frame of things, being that he's looking to recycle through players rather than catching those players on their second and third contracts, which may be what you want to do on a second contract to get the prime of their career, but it's just not all that great because your messaging eventually gets lost and gets stale. I think we have seen that played out a couple times, especially the Legion of Boom era players, and that he's probably at his best by rotating a little bit more through the roster a little bit more often, rather than trying to stick and hold on the roster with the set guys. I think that's where really the key on that one probably differs. In utero, I would choose Russ over Pete. I probably would too at this point. But unfortunately, that's just not the selection at play. Blazers in 6, also Russell City wanted an O-line. How does this trade help John Snyder get top-tier O-line? Who would want to come here to block for Geno Smith? Russ just seems done in Seattle. Yeah, he does. He does seem to be, this seems to be an indicator of just, I'm done, I'm over it. As far as top-tier offensive line goes, you still have Dwayne Brown here. You've got Damian Lewis here, who could very well be a Pro Bowler for you next year. There are guys out on the open market, the center position you can go pluck up. I would argue that there's a lot more people out there that try to sell people on the idea of being a destination location for players, being this well sought after land. Well, look, Coach Carroll, year in and year out at the Pro Bowl, over and over again, has been voted for the last 5 years the most desired coach to go play for in the entire sport. How many players has that really brought you over? How much has that really gotten you then with having a Hall of Fame quarterback at his prime? Who was willing to take a discount over that time to come to Seattle? Not a lot of people. In fact, everybody still just basically wanted to be paid top of the market. Money talks, BS walks. If you're willing to offer more to a center than another given A, given team B, they'll come. If you pay them, just like the Field of Dreams, if you pay them, they will come. Daniel Douglas Thompson says the whole team should take a 25% cut in wages. Boom Shakalaka, restructure Bobby, Lockett, and Russ, and he can get an O-line. You can't really restructure Russ past converting his base salary to bonus this year, which you could save $10 million doing that. I don't know how much you could save with the restructure on Bobby. Boom Shakalaka, if you're going to restructure Lockett, what are you doing next year with DK? You got to tell me what you're doing with DK then next year. Michael Barker, it's like when the Sox traded away Lenny Wilkins. Casual fans were shocked. Wow, that one did catch people off guard. Boom Shakalaka, I honestly don't blame Russ. He got effed up for years. He's been beat up a little bit. Some of it's on him, though, too. Douglas, I love Russ, but he should definitely take a cut in wages. I agree as well, and especially because he's looking to win this public relations war. You want to win a public relations war, how much better to win a relations war? Take $10 million less next year. You will look way more better in this scenario. You will have taken one of the swords out of the hands of the people that are your naysayers. Because again, you go back 20 years of data, Douglas, no quarterback making more than 14.5% of the cap has won a Super Bowl. The only 2 quarterbacks in this last year that took a discount got to the Super Bowl. This is not a coincidence. Mark Habercorn, some advice. I get the feeling some on here are not trying to debate you, but just on here to push your button. You seem to get pulled into that more argument lately. I feel you're better than that. I'm not feeling too spicy today, Mark. I try to probably respond to comments, and you're probably right. There's people that come on with just the troll aspect of it. So it's probably valid in that respect. I've had a couple of points where I've definitely gotten into some argumentative states in recent streams, but I was trying today to just try to keep it level-headed. But yeah, I'm eventually going to have to, I think, Mark, probably just pick and choose a little bit more of the comments I read and dive into here, especially as we grow and as I get far back behind on the chat. Blazers and Sex says, do you think Russ leaving means Metcalf, Adams, Bobby, and Tyler all want to leave too? Not necessarily. No. I don't think that it necessarily is an indication of other people leaving, him leaving. I don't. It could, but not out the gate because, again, I don't have a lot of recent history of a quarterback going and then everybody on the team saying, we want out now because you let our quarterback go. We just don't have a lot of that to go off of, and I always try to look through it on the historical lens of things. Mark Hawk, give me Max Crosby or Trayvon Mullen with Carr and 3 firsts from the Raiders, and that's something to think about. Crosby would start at the 5 tech from day one. Mullen is the definition of cover 3 cornerback. And you're the second guy, Mark, who's proposed that. I have my buddy Lars also proposed that here on the chat. So seems we've got a few congruent minds thinking about this a little bit. Max doesn't get me hot to trot necessarily, Mark, because he's kind of a high volume rusher guy. He's not an efficient pass rusher. He's got some moves, man. He's got some moves. Mullen definitely has got the talent. He'd slot in there as a starting cornerback for you, and he should fit with some of the zone stuff overall. And you could maybe with Carr, the only thing with Carr, Mark, is just the cap hit. Because you're carrying the $39 million cap hit from Russell going into next year, and then you'd have to add on Carr's base money on top of that, which might be a little too expensive. Larry Bird, I agree with building defense up with a cheap quarterback, but what are the chances we draft another Legion of Boom, i.e. multiple all-pro defensive players? Not likely. Not likely, Larry. Part of what I was going to get into in this particular live stream, and I was not going to dive as much into the Russell Wilson talk, but we now land hours into this where I've been deep into the Russell Wilson talk. So I'm sorry for you folks that are wore out on it. Just is what it is, man. We got to talk about it. It's in the news. It was hot news today. I would offer, Larry, let me take you a little bit away from this, okay? Less to do with recreating the LOB, more to do with recreating the NASCAR package. When you look at the Seattle Seahawks back in 2013, 2014, did you know we led the league in pressure rate both of those 2 years, or we were 1-2 in both of those 2 seasons? And to understand the impact of the pressure rate is to understand that when offenses play against our particular defense, they're going to tend to take short passes. They're going to tend to try to be patient because they know we're trying to take away the deep ball. Well, what does that mean? That means that quarterback's going to get that ball out of his hand, and you're not going to have a very good opportunity to create pressure to get there to that quarterback. So to have a team that was able to be one of the highest pressure rate squads without having to blitz, with having a scheme that allotted for those short passes to be available for those teams, was what I would think you can go back to recreating. You can go back to souping up that defensive front and maximizing it out, and it will help the other parts of your team. Will it allow the secondary to look like Legion of Boom 2.0? No. But would it allow the secondary to maybe potentially thrive? Yes. Look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they've been able to draft certain corners that fit their man-on-man scheme just right, and they brought Winfield in this last season to round out that secondary. But make no mistake about it, they were one of the worst secondaries in the league the prior year. But they make that turnaround partly because of the front 7 you got up in front of them, because that front 4 that's up there generating pressure without having to blitz. And when we look at last year, we were one of the highest blitzing teams in the league, if not the highest blitzing teams. I mean, like 36% of the time we blitzed. And we weren't really super efficient about it. Get back more into being able to run base, get those stacked front 4 guys out there, which you could duplicate. I mean, where you sit right now, and I was looking at this, I was putting this together on my list, and when you had the NASCAR package before, you had basically 2 1-techs on early downs as on your defense. So 2 1-tech D tackles in there. And then on passing downs, you'd flop out the 2 1-techs and bring in 2 3-techs. You'd flop out Tony McDaniel and Brandon McBain, and you would bring in Clinton McDonald and Michael Bennett. And then Michael Bennett would line up real wide, like in a wide 9 approach, even wider than a wide 9 approach, just outside the shoulder of Cliff Averill. And so when you look at this team right now, got Tony McDaniel, Brian Monet, Brandon McBain, Poona Ford, Cliff Averill, Carlos Dunlap, Michael Bennett, LJ Collier. That's where it's a little weak and you could stand to go get a guy like maybe a Ndamukong Suh or a Sheldon Rankins from the Saints, a good 3-tech for them. Bruce Irvin, sort of your Darrell Taylor. Chris Clemens would be the next guy that I would attack in free agency. So I think to recreate the NASCAR package, you need to get 2 bodies there on that line. Another good edge rusher and another good, probably 3-tech defensive tackle down there to really make it a lethal group like it used to be. But it can cover up a lot of problems. Great pressure can cover up a lot of problems on the back end. Huey says we can build a decent roster if we draft better. Yep, they would have to draft better, that's for sure. Boom Shakalaka, Seattle Goats, Peyton, Griffey, Wilson. Would suck to lose Russ like the others. It would. I might put Largent on that list too, Boom Shakalaka, but I got a soft spot for Largent. Rodney, a new front office wouldn't have been the boost this team needed, but now we got to go down with Pete and his nepotism. Could be, Rodney. Could be the only thing that sinks this thing at the end of the day is it just ends out with a whimper rather than a bang. Bird of Prey, even DK displays his displeasure with Pete on the sidelines last season. It's gotten to the point no one wants to play for him. Any possible free agents are thinking twice about going to Seattle? Well, again, I don't think that the destination stuff affects free agents. I think money talks at the end of the day. If you pay somebody more than somebody else, that's how you get players in the NFL, and that tends to be the rule of thumb at like 99% rate. The displeasure with DK on the sideline, are we sure it's DK's displeasure was from coaching, was from Coach Carroll, and wasn't from the fact Russell wasn't getting him the ball, Bird of Prey? There were games last year against the Cardinals. There were games against the Rams where Russell Wilson just wasn't targeting DK. And then meanwhile, everyone would say after the game, oh, look, Jalen Ramsey locked DK down. He put him in his pocket. Well, who's to say, Bird of Prey, DK wasn't frustrated with Russ in those situations? Are you sure it's not that? Douglas, Graham was hopeless. Never again. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who don't like Jimmy Graham, Douglas. I might be open to him as just specifically if you have Russ still on the roster as a red zone target, but he's not a priority for me. I wouldn't try to target him or pay him any significant money. But I do think as a red zone threat, he could have some value. Blazers in 6. The only way this ends is with Pete leaving. Either we trade Russ, rebuild, and fire Pete, since we wouldn't want to rebuild anyways, or we keep Russ, fail to compete, and fire Pete anyways. Yeah. Well, it does. I mean, the guy's 70 years old. It ends with him leaving just based on the age that he is and that it's going to happen sooner than later. He's not going to make the full 5 years of this contract. No way, no how. So it is going to happen one way or another with that. But it ain't going to end up with him being fired this offseason, I'll tell you that. Yui, last year we used a first round and 2 seconds for 2 guys who didn't start. Hell, one didn't even play. If we draft Jay Taylor or JK and Baidez, are we where we are today? I don't know on that, Yui. I mean, I'm a big John Taylor and I was a big Baidez fan. So both of those 2 guys I would have been, I'm not as big on the J.K. Dobbins one though, Yui. But Taylor, yes. Baidez, yes. Baidez slid in that draft too. You could have got him, I think, in the 4th or 5th round. And I think he would have been a really good center for us in this scheme. So, where would we have been at today if we'd taken those 2 guys? Would have Taylor last year significantly upgraded the running game over what you got out of Carson? I don't know that he would have. Would have Baidez been a significant upgrade in his rookie year over Posick? A significant upgrade? I don't know. A little upgrade? Probably. Douglas Thompson said, I would like to see Pete retire. You're not alone in that, Douglas. There's been a lot of people firing off that sentiment here, and I can get where it comes from. Where I started out this offseason, Douglas, was to move on from Pete and to bring in a new mastermind offensive coach. They just didn't decide to go that route. Yui, last year we had Bird of Prey. If I owned the Seahawks, Pete would have been gone right after the 2017 season. I would have been open to it then. Boom Shakalaka, I got to keep Adams, get Sherm, and have 2 dogs on defense. I'd be okay with that. John C. DK said offense got basic, a.k.a. Pete, run, pass deep. Blame it on Shoddy. I know you agree, and it won't happen, but Pete has to go. Yeah, I do agree. It's just that it's not feasible. It's not reasonable. It's not going to happen. It's reasonable, but it's not a reality. It's just not going to happen. Yes, Seattle did get basic, and Pete had the control of that. But it's just I don't know if that moment where DK got frustrated on the sidelines, if that was absolutely directed at just Pete per se. If it was, then if Russell Wilson leaves, then certainly that opens up the door to DK's being a malcontent as well at that point. Patriot Sports Cards. Brandon, I love how Pete Carroll thinks that you don't need a franchise quarterback to win a Super Bowl. Laughing my ass off. I don't know if he doesn't. Yeah. I mean, it's again, though, too, Pay Dirt, in that 20 years of data that I supplied you and said, look, no quarterback has been able to make over 14.5%. There's been a lot of star quarterbacks who were still in their rookie deals, i.e. they weren't in the prime of their career. They weren't at the full capability of their strength and power at the time they were being paid what they were being paid when they won the Super Bowl. So recent history suggests you do need more of the young quarterback who can be talented, who can be good, but he's not going to be playing like a quote-unquote franchise quarterback like a Breeze in his prime, Wilson in his prime, Rodgers in his prime. You're not getting that kind of performance level because they're so early in their career. Jeremy Bohm. How you doing, Jeremy? Russ ain't going nowhere, so this is all pointless. The dead money would set the team back for a few seasons, not to mention, if you don't pick the right players, you're looking at 7-9 for a while. Jeremy, it could happen if Russ doesn't want to be here anymore. If he fully wants to push and keep pushing hard to get out of town, he can get out of town. The other thing I pointed to, Jeremy, is that, yes, he carries the $39 million cap hit. But Jeremy, if he's going to go to a new team and get a new deal, that's going to happen. And he's willing to give back some of his bonus money to lower down that cap hit because he wants out of town just that bad. That couldn't play out like that. That's a sheer impossibility. Are we sure? Houston M, if you embrace the rebuild and trade Dwayne Brown, Lockett, Wilson, and Wagner, you should be able to get back in contention in a couple of years with all that draft capital and newfound cap room. That's right, Houston. I mean, this is a thing I've pointed to with the 49ers. People who tell me, well, you'll be stuck and married in 7-9. You'll be a 6-10 team forever. Are we sure? Again, are you sure? I watched the 49ers a couple of years ago for being one of the worst teams, not the worst team in the NFL, and then they got to the Super Bowl in the next season. You know, fortunes turn around in the NFL as much as any sport. It has such a wide flux of what can happen just if a few things break right for you and a few things break wrong for your competition. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. I salute you, sir, and appreciate it. I think it's your second donation today, man. Thank you so much. He said, Brandon, Pete doesn't believe you need a franchise quarterback in order to win Super Bowls. Laughing my ass off. I appreciate the donation, my guy. And again, kind of as I was saying there a little bit before, I don't know that he doesn't necessarily think that he doesn't need a franchise quarterback. Let's go back to Coach Carroll's days at USC. Did he just go for 3- and 4-star quarterbacks? Did he just go, I got the 5 stars on the defensive tackle, I got the 5 stars on the line, I got the 5 stars on my receiver, I got the 5 stars on my running back, so I'm going to just, quarterback, I don't want one of those big-headed guys here. Let me just get you just some okay guys. No. He went after multiple 5-star quarterbacks every year in recruiting. He does understand the value of the quarterback, I think. I think what this comes down to is it's through the lens of franchise quarterback being paid top of the market. Being paid top of the market is the second place pay dirt that I think that goes on in conjunction to the first aspect of this. You know, and that's the key to this, is that does he think being hamstring by $30 million plus a year on a quarterback position does not allow him to build the roster in the way he needs it built to fit to his schematic designs and the way he wants to build a team in general? I think, and I don't necessarily have a certain answer on that. I can't look into Coach Carroll's mind. I can make a guess, but I just don't have an exact answer with that. Paul Manning says, how long is Coach Carroll contracted for? He just signed a 5-year extension midway through last year. Blazers in 6. If he truly did want an O-line, he made his job a hell of a lot harder after this trade. No one will sign with this shit show not knowing if Russell is here or not. Agreed. The part of why I think Blazers, what he's doing here is what seems like he's doing, which is forcing the hand to get out of town. You know, you would think it would hurt a little bit. I do come back to the money talks, BS walks. You're going to pay Joe Thuney more than anybody else is going to pay Joe Thuney. Is Thuney going to take $1 million less to go play for? I'm thinking who would be a team I could think off the top of my head. You know, $1 million less to go play for the Cowboys. You know, I don't think so. Huey says, the story released just another example of Seahawks' bad decision-making. If they think that made Russ look bad, just strengthens his point that he's not a diva, but just wants to win. His spin, not mine. Yeah, I didn't like the release of the story. I thought it would have been better for the front office and coaching staff to just remain quiet. I thought that would have been better for all parties included in here. We don't need a media tour from anybody. But I think we're seeing a media tour because we're getting 2 different camps that are subtly, slowly, just barely, just kind of pushing this down the line. Till I collapse gaming. I've always said we overpaid Russ. Said we overpaid Russ, and if we hadn't, he would have had a better O-line. Well, if you didn't overpay with Russell Wilson, he would have wanted out of town. Both of the 2 contract negotiations that took place on the 2 big deals that he signed occurred under a lot of stress and tension, and the negotiations were drawn up right up until the 11th hour when he finally did sign. So you would have had to have made your bed with him moving on at that point if you didn't pay him every last cent that you paid him under the current contract structure. Daniel W. says, I don't think it would be clear who Who? I mean, Russell, his first 10 years in the league, was a top 5 quarterback every year besides rookie campaign. But now his athleticism is gone. If Russell sucks now, I kind of understood what you were saying there, Daniel, but you might have to clarify that one a little bit. Kahului is the dump of Maui. Just kidding. No, it kind of is a little bit, sort of. Fat Eddie Stacks, got to run, bro, and go study for the stock market tomorrow morning. Take care and keep up the solid content. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. I appreciate you so much, my guy. Good luck on the market out there. It's a fun time to play stocks, that's for sure. Daniel W., if Russell sucks, it isn't see Russell always sucked. That's not true. He just isn't as good as he used to be. Agreed, Daniel. Agreed. I don't think Russ sucks. I don't think he sucks at all. I think he's even with the deficiencies of his game, he's still an upper level quarterback in this sport. He's still a top 10, top 5 quarterback in this sport, even with the things that are a little bit problematic to his game. So I don't think he's sucked, but I think, yeah, he's lost a little bit of athleticism. Y2KHA says, perhaps next show I can come on busy. I'm on the don't sign Thunny train. My reasoning is he will be an expensive signing because there's no guards. Take one in the draft, use money elsewhere. I'm not opposed to it, Y2KHA. As long as you address the position one way or another, and there's a couple of really good guards in this particular draft. I'll tell you what, this kid out of Grambling is the first player out the gate that I would draft a round higher than he's projected to go. Projected to go in the 3rd round, I'd take more up in the 2nd round. Absolutely fun prospect to watch, Y2KHA. So if you get a chance, check out that David Moore Grambling. Man, he was fun. Always compete. No I in team. That's true. Always compete. There is no I in team. But as Michael Jordan said, there is in win. Brian Roberts, thank you, everyone. Go smash that like button. Love to Brandon and subscribe. Yes, do please smash on that like button if you would for me, folks. I know it's tough. You got to get your mouse and find where the spot is and then click it. But it is appreciated. I really, really do appreciate it. Boom Shakalaka, I smashed it. Who gives the thumbs down? Lone Niners fan, I guess. I can go off on folks. I'm sure I pissed somebody off. Y2KHA, we keep talking 3 or 4 first-round picks. You could only trade picks 2 years out. Most teams can't offer more than 2 first-round picks, from my understanding. There is no such thing that exists. Y2KA, you could trade out 10 years of picks if you wanted to do it. Mark Hawk says, watching IU Potty try to block Donald or Brockers one-on-one is like watching Alabama's D-line against Vanderbilt on ESPNU. Facts, Mark. Facts. Brent says, only Brady has won a Super Bowl 7 years apart. Not Aikman or Montana or Elway or Manning, Breeze, Rodgers, no one else. Why expect Russ to do it? Time to rebuild. I think that it's going into this direction of things, Brent. For the reasons you said, a lot of this is historical stuff that you look at and go, when has this gone this way, historically speaking? I do want to say, though, with Manning, I mean, didn't Manning win a Super Bowl against the Bears? And then it was, I guess it wasn't 7 years. It was only 3 or 4 years. So maybe it wasn't that long of a period between the 2 wins on that. So, I mean, maybe there's some truth here on this. Boom Shakalaka, I've been to the Kingdom for M's games. Oh, hashtag at the Gons. Thomas Dean says, if you trade to no NFC team, please. I agree, Thomas. I agree. I echo that. Take him, put him out in AFC. Let somebody in the AFC deal with that. I definitely don't want to be facing him in the playoffs at all until we got to get to the Super Bowl, maybe. John C. says, after every interview, Russ says he has to get better when he's had a bad game. I don't know that I've seen that, John, to the degree that you've seen it in. Especially this season, there were times I was looking for him to take that responsibility. I was paying very close attention to what he was saying post-press conference, and I wasn't hearing that same thing. Maybe I'm missing some sound bites or times that he did do it. He has taken responsibility in the past, and it's not to say that there's not been times he has never. But just more recently, in more recent years, it feels like it's more of, the general feeling of I've done everything. And when it's like, we've got to do better in pass protection. Well, we got to do better in this, where it's just like, well, then it's including other people and it's not really him. Jamal Johnson, Sierra definitely is in Russ's ear. Hard to see how she's not, man. Ewe says, drafting is not a random lottery. It requires skill just like everything else. Much less skill required to sign already proven free agency. The draft is where championships are made. Agreed. Bird of Prey, wherever Russ goes, when he does, I believe he will have the same bad player habits that will go along with him. I agree as well. If it has not developed 10 years into this thing, Bird of Prey, I don't think it's going to develop going further. The thing that gives me a tiny bit of shred of optimism is he's never had a modern offensive coach forcing him to play the position as he needs to play it. And where Waldron might be able to do that, where Schottenheimer and Bevel necessarily weren't able to do that. But I agree with you. Mark says, Russ looks like he had a glaze overlook the second half of the season, so I wonder if he has brain damage. You're not the only one who's kind of spoken to this, Mark. A lot of people think that there was something that happened in that Bills game where he just got his bell rung really hard. There seemed to be something different about him, whether it was because of injury or because he was depressed because he wasn't allowed to cook anymore. He's just making top ramen noodles every day. If that's the case, maybe that's it as well. But it's hard to say. We just don't know. I like Turtles. Maybe if he wasn't making $40 million a year, we could afford to get an offensive line to protect him. Yeah, that's you've got to take away from certain positional groups when you're paying your quarterback that kind of money. When he's taking up 20-25% of the cap, it means there's going to be positional groups that go later on. And it's probably logical to think that one of those positional groups will be somewhere on the offensive side of the ball. Seattle's chosen not to make that the receiver position. Seattle's chosen not to make that the tight end position. But Seattle has chosen to make that the offensive line position. You got to pick somewhere to go cheap. And I think in Seattle, going cheap offensive line, a lot of that was based around understanding that Russell's mobile and can get out of pressure. There was, I think, a little bit of thought process put into it. May not have been the smartest thought process, but there was thought process put into it. Always compete. Pete is the boss. Russ has always been a great team first player. This is unlike his history, but maybe has always been a part of his personality. You are on the money about Russ. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I've been looking at the situation pretty closely for a good amount of time now, man. And so I feel like I got a pretty good pulse on it, but I can't say I don't. I agree with pretty much everything he said there. Jamel Johnson says, Carroll watched Tampa Bay's Super Bowl run and dug his heels in the dirt even further. Tampa ran that ball, and the balance they showed can't be ignored. It's kind of funny, Jamel. You had Russell watch that game, and you had Pete watch that game, and they probably came away from two different things. Russell said, well, look, see what you did with Tom got to have some say on the team building. Tom got to have a lot of playmakers. Tom had an offensive line built around him. And Pete's like, look, they ran a balanced ball game, wasn't overly reliant on the quarterback. They played fantastic defense. This is how you win championships. And this is where we come down to why we've got the disconnect we do, why we're at the place where this is about to fracture and split. Because you just have two different people that are seeing reality for two different ways. One person's looking up, he says the sky's blue. The other person's looking up the sky and says it's cloudy out. Thomas Dean may disagree, but it's a tough situation. Russ seems no more desire to win Super Bowl for the Hawks. May need a fresh start for both parties. Watson would be good, or other team for first round picks. I'd be okay with either of those situations, Thomas. Bird of Prey says, I can't see Wilson going to the Raiders. Tom Cable is their offensive line coach. I don't know if that in itself would prevent Russell from going to the Raiders. If anything, it would help certain things out, I would think. Cable has been able to do a lot better with the Raiders and their offensive line now that he's had a little bit more talent to work with there with the Raiders than he did here with Seattle. But I don't know if that would inhibit him. The GOAT 209, Pete should join the Sea and hire a good coach. Well, and that's where a lot of people were kind of hoping, I think, Coach Carroll would move into, would be more of the Godfather-like role this offseason. Take a step away from coaching, become just the president, oversee the team. I think there were some people that were hoping he'd maybe transition like that, and just isn't going to be what we're looking at. Landon, can you explain to me why Wilson chose the 4 teams he did? Besides the Saints, I don't see those teams making a Super Bowl run anytime soon. Isn't that all he's focused on? A good question, Landon. And we've been positing a little bit here in the live stream and wondering why. There's a couple people that think that maybe he's leaking that list because he really doesn't want to be traded. It's a shot back across the Seahawks bow for them leaking the initial story at the start of the day. There's other team people that think maybe it's Landon that he wants to go to the Raiders, so he puts a couple of crappos on the list that aren't even an option in order to guide Seattle to Las Vegas at that point. That makes some more sense. At least those two things make a lot more sense than the teams in picking him saying these are the best 4 teams to pick from. Chicago, Landon? In Chicago? He's not going to go to Chicago and win a Super Bowl. Not with that roster. No way, no how. No way, no how. And Chicago with that coach, he's built on all the short passing attack. He's not trying to hit you deep down the field. He's all gadgety and stuff. That doesn't build into Russell's game. Did make a lot of sense. Huey says, we don't talk about the mismanagement of this team. Never have. Russ hasn't said he's blameless, but front office bears more responsibility than Russ. Yeah, I would guess. I would say front office bears responsibility more than Russ because they were the ones who decided they were going to pay him the money they were, lowering down the ability to fill out the rest of the team in the way they needed to fill it so that it could fit to the designs and schematics of the team. So you can put the failing of them at the end of the day on that. I've talked about the mismanagement of the team a lot. I have spoken a lot. We're talking about Russ as much as anything because Russ has thrust himself out into the front of this. So he's going to be what we discuss on this. John C. says Isaiah Wilson walks away from the NFL after 1 year. Absolutely unbelievable on that one. The guy I liked so much out of college, but I didn't have his reports. I didn't have what the mentals were checking out on. It seems like the guy had some red flags with that. Always Compete says, let's talk about Trey Lance. Well, what's not to like about Trey Lance? Always Compete. Big kid. Can throw the ball a country mile. He's got all the movement ability you could want from a quarterback. Can do all the read option stuff. Probably a 4.55 guy, so he can move a little bit. He has a few holes to his game. Not super accurate. I would compare him a little bit to a Josh Allen with a little bit better of a deep ball. Maybe not quite as strong an arm. Brian Meyer says John C. Wilson done with the Titans, not the NFL. I'll tell you what, if Seattle could go out there and flip maybe a 5th round pick for Mr. Wilson, I don't know. Boom Shakalaka Russ would be great with the Saints. He'd probably be pretty good, but Boom Shakalaka, remember, they're $95 million over the cap, and they're going to be cutting a plethora of guys this offseason. So while theoretically it'd be good with them, that team's going to be taken down to the studs this offseason. Russ needs a strong run game. Don't know if he realizes that or not, but that's the truth. Had one at Wisconsin and the Legion of Boom years. Lynch was the linchpin. Seahawks have gotten away from that. I agree. I think Russ is at his best running the ball. That's probably why I liked a little bit of this offseason thought process, getting him back under center with Waldron, having him run a lot more of the play action stuff, more of the traditional type stuff. I thought for a while that he could fit really well into that. That would be a real nice snug fit for him, even though he might not like it because quarterbacks don't like to turn their back to the line of scrimmage often. I like the Turtle says, if I'm general manager, I hit the reset button. There's a lot of argument to make for that. Introverted Tree, how you doing, Introverted? ResQ IV, let's be honest. Russell Wilson leaves Seahawks, will be sent back to the dark ages. IV, we weren't in the dark ages before Russell Wilson arrived here. Maybe because we were in the dark age for a year before Russell arrived here, but we were not in the dark ages before Russell Wilson's arrival. We weren't in the dark ages before Pete Carroll's arrival. We were in the dark ages before maybe Paul Allen's arrival, I guess. Maybe. The GOAT 209 says, I think Sherman faked an injury this season. Maybe the GOAT, but the one thing is with it is that injury seemed to be related to the old Achilles injury, and the injury he sustained is what you tend to find in players who've had Achilles surgeries, which would make teams then hesitant, thinking that this thing's going to rear its head back up again at some point during the season. So I think he would be not necessarily doing it. He might be sustaining himself and keeping himself a little healthier in the immediate, but what kind of returns is he going to get when the front offices really look at the situation? Huey says Seahawks should try to stand pat on D and not re-sign free agents and improve at left guard, cornerback, running back, add another dynamic pass catcher, need 2 tight ends. That's our Kittle. Well, you need to get something at cornerback, Huey. So you can't just completely ignore the corner position. You've got to find a Sam linebacker because KJ Wright's going to be gone as well. But you wouldn't have to hit the defense super hard. Tom Nara says, my dream situation here is Wilson is traded to the Jags for 3 firsts. Well, Tom, that would be a dream situation for me because I love me some Trevor Lawrence. So if you're able to get Trevor Lawrence, I probably would be having a hard time of feeling bad about that particular trade. But I think that Urban Meyer wants Lawrence. I think that he came to the Jaguars, understanding the opportunity he had in front of him. The Jaguars are well positioned to be very good moving into the future over the next 3, 4, 5 years. I don't think that they're giving that pick up. Resk Ivy says, sorry, but Pete Carroll is not a good coach at all. So Rez, I've heard a few people come in and post this on my chat. So you feel like he won multiple national titles. He got to multiple Super Bowls, and that basically was all done with luck. He just sort of lucked into getting those Super Bowls. I don't know. I like Turtles. Why the lack of respect for Disley? I like Disley. I like Turtles, but he has had 2 major lower leg injuries in his first 2 seasons, 2 of his first 3 years. He didn't quite look as quick or bouncy last year. He could get better after another year off of surgery. That does happen with these kind of injuries, but there's some questions there. Oh, no, we're not muted. There we go. Oh, Brian, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, I went muted for a second. I've got a new mic cord coming, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get here. And I like Turtles. He is a good blocker. Disley's a fantastic blocker. He at least did do that great last year. He was okay in the pass catching game, but he was good as a blocker. Andy Reid goofed it up in the Super Bowl, left replacement OTs on an island and refused to commit to the run. Just tried to force their preferred style. Agreed. Team 12, if we trade Wilson, I hope we draft Lance. Me too. The GOAT, 209. Watt is getting offered $16 million a year. It must be the Miami Dolphins. Jeez. That is way too much to be spending on Watt at this point. That's way too much. I guess so, man. I guess so. I'll guarantee you this. Whoever's the $16 million a year team isn't the team of the teams on his list most positioned to get closest to the Super Bowl. And again, somebody talked about, Seattle being a destination location if Russell Wilson goes on. Man, it's all about the money with these guys. It's really all about the money at the end of the day. Brian Huang, should the Seahawks trade Russ for Tua and 2 firsts? I'm not in on the Tua train, Brian. He's got big-time injury concerns. He was benched basically twice last season in favor of Ryan Fitzpatrick. So he doesn't really reckonably bring me much. I would much rather go with 3 first-round picks and ride out of that point than go back on Tua. Tua just isn't it for me. Boom Shakalaka, I'm probably an hour behind. Yeah, I'm behind. Seahawks, everything that is happening with the Seahawks is from years of terrible drafting and spending money on bad free agents. So I'm not going to say everything. A large part of this is built off of that, Seahawks. So I agree with you there. Some of this also is a lack of Russell Wilson in developing his game, developing those elements of his game that I've talked about. But bigger part of it is terrible drafting and bad free agents. Taga Kale. How you doing, Taga? I wouldn't be surprised if Geno is starting next season. No, he's not going to be starting. Geno Smith is not your starting quarterback next season. I guarantee you. I promise you guys. I promise it's not happening like that. There are holes in Brady's, Mahomes, Breeze, Roethlisberger's, Rodgers' games. It's coaches and general managers to create around those flaws. The question comes down to is when does the flaws become too many? I've mentioned about 5 or 6 flaws to Russell's game that you really aren't able to dispute. So in understanding that, how many flaws are in Brady's game? Lack of mobility and maybe not the strongest arm, maybe, but still fine. The thing with these guys you can point to on a lot of those guys and their flaws outside of Roethlisberger is they usually only have like one real flaw. Whereas with Russell, I can point to probably 4 or 5 different flaws in his game that those guys have mastered that he hasn't, that usually come with experience and age. Yoglob 9527. I'll burn my Hawks jersey if we trade Russ. Oh, don't do that, man. Don't do that. It's not yet happened. Hang on in there, man. It's not yet happened. Cameron Hughes, Russell is 0-5 in the playoffs since 2015 when the opposition scores at least 1 touchdown. Tommy Eden, if we are going cheap quarterback, then the Dak Prescott or Watson trade makes no sense. Agreed. I love Russ and want him to stay, but it seems like it's going to be Pete or Russ. One is gone in a year. Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be Pete, Tommy. He just signed a 5-year extension. If he was even entertaining the notion of moving on from a year from now, why would you sign a 5-year extension? Why not just a couple-year extension at that point? And we know that Jody Allen's probably not going to fire him. Brian says, I don't want to say it, but I'm making a call after June. He's gone, guys. Could be. Matthias says, best offense and defensive line moves you see us making. Well, I'm in favor of still signing Joe Thoney because I want a certain element rather than a rookie at left guard from the pick. So he's the first guy on offense that jumps to my mind. Defensive lines, I think they're going to bring in a veteran pass rusher in addition to what they got. It'll be a guy on a cheaper deal, be it a Clowney, be it a Justin Houston, maybe even Everson Griffin. One of those guys that's still got maybe an ability to be a little bit of production left, but not going to break the bank. You're going to get him on a much cheaper deal. So those would be the two moves that I would look at probably seeing them make. I think they draft to center. It's one of two things with it. They'd sign the free agent guard, center and then draft the guard, or sign the free agent guard and then draft the center. One of those two different directions I could see them going. Not one or the other, not being they just draft a center and a guard or signed the two. Huey says the Russ not good in the playoffs argument is funny. Reminds me of the same thing they said about P. Manning. While true, it ignored the fact that Manning was carrying the Colts and playoffs exposed that. Manning was carrying the Colts. Again, Huey, I think we have our points of disagreement, my guy, and we'll have to go with my disagreement there. Hall of Fame receivers he was throwing to, great tight ends he always had. He always had at least a good couple of guys on that offensive line. And while his defense was not magnificent, again, salary cap era, deal with the salary cap realities. You're going to have certain position groupings that aren't going to be strong. You can't make everything a strength in the modern age. It's not reality. It's not reality. And Peyton Manning wasn't good in the playoffs. It's a truth, Huey. It's a truth. He had a lot of playoff games where he played far below what he had showed out in the regular season. Far below. He shrunk sometimes in the biggest moments. I like Turtle. Good starters on defense for Seattle. DJ Reed, Diggs, Dunlap, Ford, Wagner, KJ, Brooks, Adams, and a good pass rushing linebacker and a trash safety. The rest of the starters are not on my list. Okay? I mean, KJ Wright's going to be moving this offseason. Alton Robinson flashed decently for you last year. I like Turtles. I think he's got some development to him. You don't know what you got in Darrell Taylor yet. You don't know what you got in him. And Marquise Blair, much of the same way. There's some question marks that are kind of undetermined at this point with certain players. Matthias, top wide receiver. Larry Bird, thank you for the $2 donation. Whatever happens, we'll get through this together. Larry, we will get through this together. You are absolutely right in that respect, man. We ride or die together on this one, my guys. So we'll hang in there. We'll make it through this. We've gone through tough times in the past. As a local region area with sparse sports for our chances, we've seen franchises taken out of town. We've seen the worst of the worst, lost the best and brightest stars. We will get through this. We will get through this. Matthias says, top wide receivers you see us drafting, also enough with Tua or any other average-ass young quarterbacks that will be a waste of a trade for us. Yeah, agreed there. I do see in my pro scenario for this offseason, Matthias, us moving on from Tyler Lockett because of the DK Metcalf situation specifically, really, and the fact he's due for a contract extension. So that has me targeting a slot wide receiver in this draft. So you could really come from anywhere of the four. You could probably, I'd be relatively happy. Tutu Atwell, I've got some questions on. We got Tutu Atwell, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, and then Kadarius Toney are four guys who would be very interesting as slot wide receivers to take over for Lockett in this draft. Always compete. We need a rookie quarterback with that can manage the game and not turn the ball over. Seahawks are trying to win Super Bowls, not make Russ an MVP. Let's go get him. He has already left us in his heart. I agree. That is the type they would look at. Tommy Eaton says, I think that the why now is the Super Bowl. Russ watched his present and his hopeful future and decided to take control. Thing is, if you don't feel appreciated, maybe it is time to leave. Yeah, if you're not feeling like it's the right place, it's a hard place to be in a bad situation Makes time go by real long. Always compete. Is Sierra the Hawks Yoko Ono? Always compete. I have called her the Yoko Ono of the Seahawks. And then there's people out there that go, that's sexist. You know, you get the sensitive Sallies in this world now. They go, that's sexist. But I'll say it's an equivalent. You know, he's the Kevin Federline of the Seahawks. How about that? You're all worried about sexism. He's Sierra's the Kevin Federline of the Seahawks. How about that? Is that a better comparison for you sexist folks out there? Tua is a bust, meaning not a franchise quarterback. Miami needs to continue to build a team, but look to replace Tua in the next few years. Agreed. I like Turtles. Sierra's breaking up the band. Let's be real. They want to be in the limelight, not in the cold, wet, gray Northwest. It does feel a little bit like that. I like Turtles. I agree. It does feel a little bit like that. Always compete. She could be trying to protect her investment. It could be that as well. Yui, that's why players need to get their money. Teams don't care about them. We are the fanatics. They are businessmen. Yeah, I think the quarterback position is a little bit different than the rest of the positions on the football field. I think you've got to make a little bit of a delineation between the two, Yui. And the respective quarterbacks can play for 15 to 20 freaking years, and they can be double what the next guy on the roster gets, whereas all the rest of the guys on the other roster average about 2 to 3 years as a playing career. So the guys that are in other positions of the sport, yeah, they got to make sure they're getting every last dollar. A quarterback, a kicker, a punter, is that the same thing with them? Do I believe the same thing with them? I don't know. Brian Huang wants Russ for 2 and 2 first-round picks. Yui says, in typical Seattle fashion, people will begin to discount the talent and contributions of the player leaving and give all the credit to the organization. I don't know whether that's been in Seattle. What do you mean by in typical Seattle fashion, Yui? Well, nobody wanted to see Griffey leave. Nobody wanted to see A-Rod leave. Nobody wanted to see Sean Kemp leave. What typical fashion? Larry Bird, who would be your choice for a new owner? I like Mr. Baum because he is from the local area. I think he'd be interested. I think he'd put his wallet out there. I think he'd be passionate about the team. I know he's much hated for his business stuff, but the Amazon guy might not be bad for the same reason. At least they would be committed from a financial standpoint. That carries a lot of weight with me. Knowing the Nordstroms were a little restricted in the 80s, knowing Ken Behring was restricted in the 90s as far as the money they had to spend, I do like the thought of having an owner who does spend money, because while there is a salary cap, not every team goes out there and tops out their cap. It said within the CBA, you have to hit the floor, not the cap top, but the floor. And those teams that are trying to drive profit, your teams like the Bengals and the Chargers will hit the floor of their salary cap every year, the most minimum they have to spend in order to tap out their profit. So it's more about finding an owner who understands that this isn't about you making profitability year in and year out on this team. This is about you providing the best possible product to the fans in your local area who you care for. Dark Ray says, hot take, DK Metcalf's underrated. Maybe. I think he's rated just about right. John C., also the reason the draft in first 3 years of Pete were good was because he was a college coach and knew the players. Not only was he trying to get them in USC, he was watching tape on them when going up against them. I think it helped him. I think it did help him, yeah. I like Turtles. Cameron Hughes says, in a video or stream, you should go over the NASCAR package more in depth. I think some can't grasp the concept and are just hearing about it. I had just heard about it a year ago. Yeah, Cameron, I was going to do it on this live stream before the Russell Wilson news just went atomic bomb mode. But we will shoot for trying to have it to where I can show some overlays and kind of what I'm talking about in on it. The basic stance of it is that you have 2 big fat one-techs. Your one-tech defensive tackle is your guy that's your space eater. He's there to take up 2 blockers. He's there to not get moved. You cannot move this big, large man mountain. And so when on early downs, you take out a defensive line and you trot out a defensive line that's, let's say, I've got a bigger guy over at defensive end, maybe on one side, and 2 big fat defensive tackles in there, you're not moving those guys. And you're not going to get guards now into the second level because you're having to double the 2 big space eaters on the front side. You're also keeping your pass rushers fresh. So then when you bring in those 2-3 techs, and 3 techs are the opposite of the 1 tech, they're going to be lighter, your sub 300-pound guys that can actually rush the passer. You're then going to bring these guys in now, and now you're beefing up the pass rush. You're not having a single 1 tech. You're not having a single space eater on the line. You're essentially saying, we're going to send 4 absolute dogs at you, and all of them can hunt. All of them have a capability of collapsing a pocket, of beating their man. And you're counting on one of those guys, if not 2 of those guys, play in and play out, of doing just that, of beating their man, of creating quick pressure. But I will dive a little bit more deeper into that as we go forward. Great suggestion. As Evergreen said, it is basically just putting the 3 techs out there. You are aligning a little wider, at least they did, and they were doing this last year a little bit with AJ Collier. You do align a little bit wider on the 5 tech with the 3 tech. in regards to the three tech, how it operates. So the three tech doesn't just align in its normal three tech slight, which would be over the top of your left guard at that point. What you're actually going to do then is have him shaded out over the outside shoulder of his left guard. So it's essentially to try to get him in a position where you're almost turning him into a de facto third defensive end. George Brady, saying DK was mad at Russ is just not true. He even said that the offensive scheme by the coaches was just run deep ball. Jamal Adams came because of Russ. I do think a good quarterback brings in players. We don't. So some of that, George, you don't know on some of that stuff that you're saying with certainty. We don't know what DK was mad at on that sidelines. We know DK did say what you said about the answer that DK gave in regards to the offensive scheme was about what happened last year. Why did you guys get stopped? It wasn't about why were you mad on the sidelines last year. So you're attributing one answer to one given situation, which I don't know was exactly the way it really was. And as far as Russell Wilson being the reason that Jamal Adams came to Seattle, I don't know that that's the truth either. Maybe it was a part of his process. Maybe that was a bit of a factor in there. But I think it was more about getting out of New York, out of a dysfunctional organization, and getting over into a functional organization. Alex Silva, is it me or is the Discord not working? Well, I did just set it up over there, Alex. So maybe I gotta spend some more time with it. It obviously is going to take some more setting up because I'm hearing from some folks that there's some issues with getting this thing kind of live and going. Cameron says, I don't get why we don't use NASCAR now. I went back to that 2013 season and we used it quite a bit. You don't have the pieces in place that you had back in 2013. You really don't have a true three tech on this roster right now. Jaron Reed came out as a one tech out of Alabama who's developed somewhat into a three tech. He's more of a push the pocket type three tech than a penetrating three tech. So that's one of the problems. You don't have that point coming out. You don't have the Clint McDonald role, essentially. Say nothing of the fact you don't have the Michael Bennett guy, the guy that's a defensive end early downs that can come out or can play both defensive end and defensive tackle. Theoretically, LJ Collier could do some of that stuff. In the Cardinal game, he had a great rep out off the three tech in the NASCAR package where he was able to break into the backfield, I think, and cause a safety, I think, in that game. Might be thinking of the Cowboys game. But he did do it a little bit. They just didn't feature him a lot with it. They just didn't do it a lot because you've got to get the right personnel to make it work, to make it all fit and flow, which they just haven't really had quite the same kind of personnel on point. Huey says the Jimmy Graham fiasco was another Pete mishap. Tried to make the league's premier pass catcher and tried to turn him into a blocking tight end. Yeah, that was a bad move on their part. Not the right way to use a player. The GOAT 209 says, I don't think Pete Carroll has the brain cells to carry a game manager again. Maybe not. Maybe not. Northwest Finest, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Northwest Finest. Should we let Pete go? Pete's not going anywhere. Northwest, you're not alone in this. There's a lot of people that want to see Pete Carroll fired, but he just signed a 5-year extension. He's not going anywhere, no matter whether we want it, no matter whether we all in totality said, scream from the top of the rooftops, he's got to go. He's not going. Always compete. Pete and Schneider do better with less talent than any other organization. They preach competition and best man wins. That's Pete's legacy. Leaving a system that can win and stay competitive. That is the root of what they try to get done, man. You are on point there. Jets fans, Russell Wilson to the Jets. Well, Jets fan, he didn't have the initial list of teams on there. As well, it looks like you've got Justin Fields on your emoji, so you seem to be torn in a couple ways. Jets make a lot of sense for me, Jets fans. I don't know why he didn't have you guys on that list. The only thing I can go to in my mind is that Robert Saleh is the defensive coordinator, a former defensive coach with the Seahawks. He's going to, have a lot of the Seahawks DNA probably in the way that he builds the team from a head coaching standpoint. Certainly probably not going to want his quarterback cooking a whole lot out there. I like Turtles. Eric Bieniemy would be a great head coach for Seattle. Certainly would be a very interesting fit. And I would have gone something like that route. I like Turtles if I had my way about it. Your boy Michael. Sorry I left that. I had an idea to make a DJ Reed highlight, and I did it. But it'd be a nice one. I'll try to check it out, my guy. Bleed Blue and Green. I can't help but feel this is a more off-season BS. If Russ really wants to leave, he wouldn't have signed a new contract last year. Smash that like button and subscribe. Hawks Nest is the best. Thank you, Bleed Blue and Green. I appreciate you. And yes, do please slam on that like button if you can. And hey, 95% of my audience isn't subscribed to me. 95%. Come on, subscribe. What are you waiting for? It won't cost you $1. But yeah, I wonder on the timing of this, Bleed Blue and Green. Why this offseason? Why this now? Why not when you're up for the last contract negotiations? Why not push for that at that point in time? The timing of this is a little bit strange. Jets fans, we will give you 3 first-rounders for the Jets. Let's make it happen. I understand, Jets fans, but again, defensive-minded coach, don't think he wants to play for a defensive coach again. Coach Myers, it's weird because he didn't demand a trade, but at the same time, he kind of did. If you didn't demand a trade or wanna, why did you make a list of 4 teams? Laughing my ass off. It's obvious he will demand one sometime. Coach Myers, this is where I've come to with this as well. I call it the semantics game. You release the list, but you're not demanding. Well, it's kind of a demand at that point. And I go back to historically with this. You look at teams historically, look at players historically. When they start submitting lists of teams they want to be traded to, they want to get the hell out of town. They're not looking for an olive branch. They're not looking to repair. It's an indicator of it's time to go. Always compete. Let's let Pete cook. Get him and Schneider 3 to 5 top 50 picks and all the cap room, and we'll be in the playoffs even without Russ. That'll be the interesting part to see how this plays out. That will be the interesting. Yui says, NASCAR package is a great idea, but Sue has wanted to come to Seattle twice, but we passed just like we passed on re-signing Clowney, but instead spent that money on dumpster diving. Yeah, they would have to inject some resources to make the NASCAR work again. You'd have to add some rims. You got to beef up the engine a little bit. It's going to require a little bit of under the hood type work to make it happen. Not just as we stand right now, we can make it go. Bird of Prey, Pete Carroll has only won 2 total playoff games the last 5 seasons. Yep. We have definitely hit the glass ceiling, the glass roof. Coach Myers, trade Russ for Carr, Trent Brown, and 3 first picks. That'd be relatively okay value. The only thing with that Coach Myers and the Carr thing is he's got a decent base amount of money, and you got $39 million in dead money hit this year that hits with this. So, Carr plus Russell Wilson's dead money equals something like $55 million, $60 million a year next year. Can you build a roster with that much hit to a quarterback? Tommy says Pete wants to compete everywhere except with his philosophy. Maybe that is changing, though. Maybe. It's hard to say, isn't it, Tommy? We just don't have any certainty in that. And again, hard to see a guy who's 70 years old, who's been coaching for 40, 50 years, changing now. I'd almost expect Pete to go to a 3-4 before I'd expect him to change off of anything from a philosophy standpoint. Jets fans, Seahawks should call the Texans and offer Russell Wilson and a first-round pick for Deshaun Watson. Jets fans, Russell Wilson has a no-trade clause. He can dictate where he goes. Why would Russell Wilson want to go to the Houston Texans? Grindtron, in the wise words of Kobe, there's no I in team, but there is ME in that mother effer. There is. Orlando Roca. Who do you think could get released or traded to get more cap space to sign free agents? Orlando, I go to Tyler Lockett being the number 1 guy on my list that would probably be moved on from. That's $11.5 million you could save with him. I think Quandre Diggs is another guy you could take a look at because you've got a guy in Marquise Blair who could slide into the free safety starting role at that point. That'd create about $16 million in cap hit between the two of them that you could have in cap space. So those would be the first 2 guys off the top of my head. Joe Thuney would be a guy I'd look at in free agency. Orlando, really talented left guard from the Patriots. Jonnu Smith from the Titans, really good, really, really fun tight end to watch, who is also a free agent. I think that he could be a guy you'd look at. You could put a cheap deal out there for maybe a guy like Leonard Fournette, a little cheap 2-year deal on him. He might be a guy to take a look at. Your boy Michael, what's the rule on cussing? I feel I should know this. You guys can cuss in the chat. I don't cuss as much on the stream because it reduces you down from showing up on the algorithms. So that's the only reason I don't cuss as much. But sometimes I throw that out the door because I'm just so mad and I just gotta go nuts. But feel free, man. Let it rip. Sean Harker, Russ to the Jets for both ones, Quinn Williams and Mims. Ooh, Sean. I like it, Sean. I like that deal quite a bit, man. Mims and Metcalf would be a freaky combination. Vertebrae, Pete has been bounced out of the first round of the playoffs twice in 3 years. He's topped out. Have a good one, Brian. Thank you for your donation, buddy. I appreciate you on that. Cameron, package DK and Russ for 6 firsts, Mims and Williams, fair trade. Yeah, that's fair trade. I might need a little bit more. To me, DK might be worth 2 firsts and a plus, which makes, that's about right. That's probably, that's right. That's right, man. I can't get too greedy. That's a pretty good haul. Houston M, the top free agent priority should be an above average veteran center. Should go a long way in satisfying Wilson and taking some protection calls off Russ's plate can help cover his weaknesses. Fantastic comment, Houston, and I can't disagree with it. If they went that route, I'd be okay with it. Step in the right direction. Huey, Notre Dame West. Seahawks draft Tommy Tremble. Left guard Aaron Banks. Right tackle Hainsey. Can get 3 line positions and projects at center. I like Tremble of the best of those guys. Banks doesn't do a lot for me, but he has a lot of acclaim for him in other places. Same for Hainsey. They're all right as far as prospects. They didn't blow me over, Didn't blow me over. Brian Roberts, Brandon, much respect, brother. Good job, mobs. Much respect to all. Thank you, Brian. Always good to see you in the chat. Thank you for your mod duties. Kyle Wilson, I'm very much Team Russ on this. Carroll is promoting a style of football that no teams are winning Super Bowls with. A good coach is easier to find a top-tier quarterback. I can understand where you're coming from on that, man, Kyle, and it's a sentiment I can't argue completely against. I get where you're coming from with it. I get where the folks come from who are on the Wilson train of this, or on Team Wilson, essentially. Team Russ, as you put it. Where I began, Kyle, I know I've said this ad nauseum, but where I began this offseason was to say, let's move on from Coach Carroll. 70-plus-year-old guys don't tend to go to win Super Bowls. They don't tend to get more innovative. They don't tend to have their mind open more to the possibilities. And bring in that dynamic mastermind, that offensive guy, that Lincoln Riley type, right, Kyle? But they didn't do that. And they just aren't going to go in that direction. He just signed a 5-year contract extension, so he's just not going to go. Keegan Lohman, will he leave? It looks like Russell will be gone. If I'm making a prediction, I'd say within the next year, he's going to be gone with almost certainty at this point. And it's gone from this offseason to it being, I'd be completely shocked if he was traded this offseason to now, wow, he could really potentially be moved this offseason. Holy crap, this could really actually happen. So it is not going in the right direction, Keegan. Coach Myers, Russ to the Raiders. Send him to a team with a bad defense and see if he is still serious. That's where the rubber meets the road on that one. Your boy Michael, we need to get rid of Pete. We get to run in a newer offense and a high power, not just run. Folks, I get this whole need to be Pete out, but you guys got to make your bed with this, whether you like it or not, or whether this is what you want with this or not. It's not happening. Why talk about something that there's no possibility of it happening? Coach Carroll's not going to resign. He's not going to retire. He's not going to quit. He's not going to get forced out. And it's not happening in the course of the next couple of years. So why even bring up the possibility of it? Why even discuss the possibility of it? It's not even happening. It's not on the table. It may be the right way to go, but lamenting that it's the right way to go doesn't do anything for us here because it's not going to actually happen. Orlando says it's because those 4 cities are entertainment cities for his wife. Shaking my head. Well, Chicago, though, I mean, that's the one Orlando. Is Chicago an entertainment city? I mean, I guess they got the blues background going to them, I guess. But I just never had really established them as a type of place like that. New Orleans, too, I mean, I guess I didn't know Sierra was so much into the blues. Grindtron, I know it won't happen, but Watson with the Hawks would be sick and DK, but Pete would handcuff him too. Probably would. No reason to think that he would suddenly change his wages with a new quarterback. Kay, I know you'd like us to move on from Carroll, but how do you feel about Schneider? I'm much more in favor of Schneider because I think Schneider and a lot of the things that people point to in Schneider over recent years and say, see, he's just as bad as Carroll. I think they have certain hallmarks that feel like to me Carroll coming in and putting his hands on the situation. So the LJ Collier draft pick feels like Coach Carroll to me. The Rashad Penny pick feels like Coach Carroll to me. Whereas I can look at a Carlos Dunlap trade, midseason, 7th-round pick, getting Dunlap to restructure to fit him under the cap. What a brilliant move. I can see the Quandre Diggs for a 5th-round pick that changes your whole free safety situation. I go, wow, what a great move. I can see DJ Reed, who's available out there for nothing, who Schneider jumps on and says, let's be patient on this injury situation, and this guy will eventually be a player for us. I see those kind of moves he makes, and that makes me think he's one of the better general managers. Is he perfect in the draft? No, but how much of that is Carroll coming in at that point? That's the question I would ask at that. So I'm much further higher on Schneider. I believe he's a top 5 general manager in the sport. I think that he's got things that he's not perfect at, but I think he's way better than average. Yeah, like your boy Michael said, I think he's a beast. Houston M says, I don't think Matt Nagy is incapable of scheming around Russell's downfield ability. I think the gadgety stuff is an effort to overcome the deficiencies of the Bears quarterback. And it could be that. It could be that. I just always go off of with a coach or a scheme what I've seen on the field versus what maybe what we could see. Nagy's known as being a real smart offensive-minded guy. Maybe Russell really understands that as well. There is a little bit of gadgety, gimmicky stuff that I just keep seeing over and over with Chicago that makes me wonder how they suddenly changed from that to go to more of a downfield, downhill, passing attack. But maybe he is. Maybe he's smart like that. He says paying your quarterback $30+ million and going cheap at O-line is just dumb and a waste of your investment. Yeah, or you then go and pay for your offensive line and then you have to go cheap somewhere else. I haven't heard yet, you proclaim where you go cheap at. I've heard you go what you want to see all these positions paid up on, but where do you go cheap? We take the Green Bay Packers. They're a team that does what we're saying we want to do. They built up the offensive line. But guess what? They had to go cheaper in other places at that point. They got no playmakers for Rodgers to throw to. Well, now Rodgers complains at the start of this offseason about not having playmakers. We gave you the line. We got to take away the playmakers. When we give you the playmakers, then we got to take away the line. It's kind of something I think with me and you, we go around on a lot with this. Is there's a finite amount of cap space. There's places you've got to pick to go cheaper on. Maybe you just go wholly cheaper on defense. But again, you're not dealing in reality at that point. You have a defensive-minded coach. You have a defensive-minded coach who's also the president of your team. He's not going to sign off on making the defense a weakness of his football team. That's not being reasonable. Again, deal in the reality. Coach Carroll's not going anywhere. Coach Carroll's not going to take a defense that's just a complete crap show because he's got a franchise quarterback. That's not the way he's going to operate. So you've got to pick somewhere you're going to go cheaper, Uwe. And if you're not going to go on the offensive line cheaper, where are you going cheaper? What are the positions you're targeting then to save the money? Bird of Prey, it doesn't matter at all who is the Seahawks quarterback as long as Pete is calling the shots. They will always be restricted to play Pete ball. Yeah. QT Tiny, I hope we keep Russ. I do too, QT. I think the majority of the people on this live stream show have echoed those thoughts, and that's what they want to see as well. Your boy Michael, can Russ please stop talking about legacy? It would be very smart of him to do so. It's not doing him any favors to talk about legacy. It doesn't help the conversation at all. Always compete like Tampa just did to win the Super Bowl. That is Pete, all textbook. Keegan, what are the odds that Russell Wilson leaves? The odds, Keegan, that Russell Wilson leaves this offseason are sitting at probably somewhere about, right now, 15%. The odds of him leaving next offseason are sitting at about 80%. Your boy Michael, can we really do a reset this season? We don't have a first-round pick next year. I don't think that you can be hamstrung in this situation in your decision-making based upon the first-round pick you've given to the Jets. You've got to do what's for the best of the football team moving forward. We got to make sure we don't let the Jets get a high draft pick. If the Jets are going to get a high draft pick, but it's you building the best team moving forward in your philosophy of things and you're taking that best route, then so be it. Then so be it at that point. We didn't know when we made the Jamal Adams deal that Russell Wilson was going to potentially force his way out of town. That's been a new wrinkle. Randall McDaniel says, do you think Russ is closer to the way he played at the beginning of the year, beginning or end of the year? If it's the beginning, then we do whatever we have to keep him. I'm not sure it's closer to the second half. I tend to think that it's probably somewhere in between, Randall. I think a lot of the reason why the offense was able to take off like they were was, number one, you had no fans in the stadium, which gave offenses a huge advantage wherever they played. Number two, it was obviously league-wide. The defenses were behind the offenses out the gate with the lack of training camp. They seemed the ones that took that on the nose, especially when they're going up against those offenses that didn't have a lot of change, like Seattle had not had a lot of change. And the other element of this is the first down passing. Seattle embraced a model where over the last 3 or 4 years, they ran the ball on first down more than any other team in football. They were essentially as conservative and predictable a football team as any offense out there. Then this last offseason, they flipped that around, much like their blitz game on the defensive side of the ball, and they went from being a team that didn't throw the ball on first down at all to being the team that was the most pass-happy team on first down in the entire league. Well, all those teams going into the start of the year were basing their analytical approach off the last few years where Seattle had been devout to running the ball on first down and early. And so you caught teams by surprise a little bit with that as well. I would probably argue a bit. Sean Harker says, we need more picks. Who gets traded? Sean, I'd say Tyler Lockett and Quandre Diggs are probably my two candidates that I would look to maybe move on from. I think you can get a second rounder and a third rounder back, especially if you package a guy like Rasheem Green with Quandre Diggs in a trade. He says Brady's cap hit $28 million. Russ's $31 million. The difference between Bucs and Seahawks roster, a lot more than $3 million. Bucs have drafted exceedingly the last few years. Huey, are you saying Tom Brady's on the level of Russell Wilson or Russell Wilson's on Tom Brady's level? Are you really saying that at this point? We disagree, buddy. Sorry, man. Again, you bring up Brady as the outlier, the one true outlier, and say, well, see, Russ should be like that. He's not Brady. Russ is more like in the realm of the Bredys, the Mannings, the other guys. All of the other quarterbacks are the great quarterbacks that are different off of Brady. Your boy Michael, what would actually be a good trade for Ty Law and Russ? It's going to be probably hard to get much more than Trevor Lawrence if you're going to talk Jaguars into making that deal. It's probably very much almost a straight up, if a little bit more in addition to that. QT Tiny, why do we have to worry about the Saints taking Russ? They're broke, laughing out loud. I don't know how they would make a trade, Tiny. They're $95 million over the cap. How are they going to make that happen? I don't know, man. Randall, think how Pete's legacy will look if Russ leaves and wins a Super Bowl. Could really hurt JS's reputation. They'll look like geniuses if he fails and we load the boats with studs. Well, what is their conviction on their stance on this, Randall, right? What do they really think and believe here? Do they think they're going to make this go? I mean, it's going to tell a lot if they trade, because that means they have a lot of confidence in feeling that way to the latter of what you spoke of. But there's a lot of opening that you bring yourself to looking horrible in this situation if he goes on. They will look much worse than, let's say, even Bill Belichick looked with Tom Brady moving on to Tampa Bay. And they're looking kind of bad in that situation as it stands right now. Cameron says if Pete and John win a Super Bowl after Russ leaves, they're instant Hall of Famers. Yeah, probably. Probably. All right, so I'm gonna do a couple more comments, and we're gonna get over to the phone line because I want to talk to people. I want to talk to Randall and see if we can get maybe Washy in there, a couple folks over onto the Discord channel, because that's the point of Discord channel here, is to eventually get some call-in show stuff going on. Let's get through a few of these other comments here before we flip over. Have a good night, Boom Shakalaka. I appreciate you. Yeah, odds Russ leaves are, like I said, I think 15 to 20% this offseason, and I think they're more like 75 to 80% next offseason. Berta Prey says, hell no, Bezos is an owner. I just don't want an owner with tight purse strings. Not tight purse strings. That can affect free agents coming in, you know. If you're like the Bengals and you charge your players for a can of soda in the locker room, like those kind of stories get out. Cameron Hughes, the Bears have reportedly been really persistent in trading for Russell Wilson after learning Wilson is interested in playing for them. Really? We'll see on that one. Your boy Michael, the highlight for DJ Reed will be on my Instagram tomorrow. Not trying to self-promo. No, go ahead and self-promo, your boy Michael. I don't mind a little self-promotion, man. I'll try to check that out. UE, the Colts built a good team around Manning, O-line, wide receiver, decent, running back, and he lifted them to wins they would have never achieved without him. Playoff losses, not on him. Same roster, won 2 games without him. Yeah. Again, I sometimes see, UE, that a little bit of, we agree sometimes, we disagree, my guy, but I sometimes think in the points we disagree, where I would say that I'd split the hairs with you, or that You sometimes try to make things into a simplistic state when they're a lot more complicated than that. The Colts went and got their Super Bowl win against the Bears when the defense came together, specifically stopping the run. They went from a league worst run stopping unit through most of the year to the back end of the schedule and into the playoffs as the best run stuff, like a historically great run stuffing team. They turned offenses into one-dimensional attacks. Again, I watched a lot of those Manning playoff games. A lot of those Manning playoff games, he looked confused. He looked out of sorts. He was not playing at his best level. He again, shrunk. And again, maybe we just disagree on this, man. There's some of this stuff I'm going to have to come to you at UE where I just say, man, we just disagree from a philosophy standpoint. I think there's times where you sometimes get very simple in your approach on stuff, and you look to try to get it down to a distilled point of simplicity, and it requires complexity. It requires more than it's this, so it's that, so it must be this. It's more of, well, it's some of this, and it's some of understanding this, and some of understanding this comes into play. And that's the part I don't always see in your posts. I think you're a pretty smart guy and you understand football relatively well, but that's the one place I kind of see on you that it goes a little bit wonky with. Washi, I am bringing on the stream. I'm going to bring with I'm going Randall first, and then I will grab you next. I just want to make sure I caught up here on the deal. I like Turtles. You're right. I like Alton Blair. Yeah, I like me some Alton and Blair. I like Turtle. What are my thoughts on Ken Norton? I think he's a bad defensive coordinator, but a good linebackers coach. The players like him. But do you think he would take he would take a downgrade? I don't think he would take a downgrade at this point. If they were going to move off of him, they would have moved off him at the start of the year, at the start of the offseason. I think it's very hard to parse, Turtles, between Coach Carroll and Norton. Who's what and where? Who's controls on what? Who's got more control? Who's got less control? Is Norton essentially a yes man to Carroll as far as the defense, and it's really Carroll's defense, which is a little bit of what I think might be the case? Well, at that point, it's harder to hold Norton accountable, isn't it? I don't think he's a great defensive coordinator. I will say that. I don't think he's a real bright mind. I think he was a hire of nepotism, but hard to parse between him and Coach Carroll. Randall McDaniel, the Giants could be a team nobody talking about. Maybe they could trade Jones for something like a third or fourth. They pick 11. I still think it's the Jets. Could be. Giants could jump into the fray on this one. That's why I say that initial list of teams doesn't mean that teams did. What happens if Wilson's camp hears from teams like the Giants going, hey, maybe you didn't think we were open here, but we're open. We are open for business. The shop door's open. The bell's ringing. We got the register on. Come on in, buddy. Come on in. Could be it goes that way, man. It could be it goes that way. Okay, so Randall, I am going to go to the bathroom and get some more coffee, and then when I get back, let us get you over onto the live stream. If you would like to hop in live stream and get Washi and Randall up on the first two folks, if you're looking to want to jump in and talk some Hawks here, get you on the live stream, feel free to hop into the general channel over there onto the deal, and we'll see if we can pull a couple of guys in. Bear with me for just a second. Okay. Here we go. What do I like about Trey Lance? I like he's got the best deep ball, I think, in this current draft. Great mobility. He could do all the read option stuff. He could be a game manager and I think be pretty proficient at it, Kay. It has me interested. Sean Harker, if you trade Russ, clean the slate, get rid of Bobby too. Probably would be smart to do at that point, Sean. Just try to take it down to the studs, as they say. All right, let me get I'm going to get the cans on here. See if we can get a couple guys in here and close this part of the show off right here a little bit. 1 second. Let's see what who we got here. Randall, is anybody? Washi, are you in the deal right now? See if we can get. I don't think we got anybody in there right now. So maybe we just. Washi, are you in there? Hit me up on the live stream if you are. I don't see anybody. Okay, so we don't have anybody right now in the chat in there. So if you guys do want to get in there, just go ahead and hop in. I thought I had seen somebody in there, but maybe I'm just seeing it weird. Oh, there's Randall. Okay, Randall, let's get you in here. Hello, Randall. McDaniel, thank you so much for your donation today, my guy. How you doing?
What's going on? Good. How we doing?
I'm doing good. Where's your mental state today? Like what's been the range of emotions you've gone through when you first started seeing those?
Well, I don't know. It's not surprising, and I kind of I don't know, kind of gotten ready for it. I guess if it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
If it's gonna happen, let's load the boat. Let's get some picks. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Certainly didn't seem like it caught a lot of people by surprise. It was a little bit odd to watch it play out to where you saw the one story come out from the Seahawks front office where they finally fire their shot, right? They fire their salvo, and then instantly Russell's camp comes in with the 4 teams. That was a fast reaction by Russell's camp.
It's kind of tit for tat.
It is.
It's a little bit petty. I don't know. Hey, what do you think about the Golden Tate rumor?
I'm not a big guy on Tate. Yeah, here's the thing with Golden Tate for me on that rumor. Number one, when he's a guy here, is that he is an undersized guy who has the slot body, right? He looks like a slot receiver in his size-wise. The problem with Golden Tate, as far as that goes, is I think he's more of an outside guy where he's been at his best over the course of his career. I haven't admittedly watched a lot of him with the Giants or I think with the Eagles in the prior year. I think they tried to use him a little more out of the slot. But he always struck me as a guy that wasn't necessarily a real quick guy, but had pretty good speed. He wasn't super sudden necessarily. He's good with the ball in his hands. He's good in that respect. But I don't understand it from that aspect of things. Now, if they're looking at moving on from Lockett and bringing in a guy like Tate, and they think it's that whole thing that I've talked to you about the replacement of Lockett, where if you get the Lockett replacement being in the draft and you're getting a guy who gives you 90, 85% of what Lockett gave you for 1/10 the cost, isn't that a smarter route to go as far as roster building goes? And I would tend to think that probably would, but that's the key. Does he give you that? Do you think he gives you 90% out of the slot?
Do you think that was the first shot by the Seahawks? A little dig at Russ saying, "Hey, let's leak a Golden Tate rumor."
Yeah, no.
You don't think so?
No, wait, hold on. I hadn't considered it that way. Because it would make a lot more sense of them doing that and leaking that out there for that reason. A lot more than them actually considering him as a valid option in that scenario, because it just didn't make any sense. The reasons I determined, that he's not a slot guy. You got Tyler here. He's not the same player he once was. He's had issues with the teams he's been on recently.
Right.
How does that make any sense when you work?
Maybe just a little jab at Russ.
Maybe so.
Hey,
sorry, go ahead.
And what do you think about Mac Jones, the kid out of Alabama?
I watched a little more tape on him yesterday. I watched a little more tape on him yesterday. I'm not as sold on him. I think he's benefiting quite a bit, and this is a little bit of what happened with Tua too, right? Tua got, I think, overdrafted playing for Alabama. You watch Tua and his tape in Alabama, and it's just like, and I'm left-handed, Randall, so I get to be a little bit racist towards left-handed people. We sometimes look like we're fighting the ball when we're throwing the football.
Especially in football.
And especially in football. I mean, Tebow, even Steve Young sometimes, like the ball came out okay as you throw a good play, but it's just like, it's not, it's like evolution is that we were all kind of chucking spears for years, right? And so most of us are right armed, and it's like that's built, the muscle memory is built within the right arm. and then it just looks funky coming out the left. And so I know I'm going a long way around to answer your Mac Jones question, but I think you're elevated by the talent around you there at Alabama in a big way. The receivers that they've had run through there over the last couple of years, dude. I mean, those are all going to be Ruggs, Waddle.
Four first rounders.
4 first rounders. Not to mention great tight ends. I mean, just great running backs. You're allowed to shine. And when you look at Mac Jones, doesn't wow you with a lot of his skill set. When I see a guy like that, I want to see perfect fundamentals. I want to see perfect footwork. I want to see him standing in and driving into the ball because of the fact he understands I don't have the arm strength to fall off my back foot and just sort of flail this out there. I've got to put it in. And the problem with him is that his mechanics are not clean enough for him to do that. I would watch him on throw after throw after throw where he's falling away. He won't get up onto his front foot and really drive the ball despite having a perfectly clean pocket. How is it going to get better at the pro level when he gets less of a clean pocket? When he has already started to fall into this bad habit of falling off that back foot. So I don't often understand a lot of the Mac love. He's a functional quarterback. He will probably get into the NFL and start his share of games in the NFL. But I don't see a solid league starter. I don't even see a guy with the arm talent of a guy like Kirk Cousins coming out. Because Kirk Cousins had a pretty live arm going deep. I don't think that this guy's got the same kind of arm strength. I think Kirk Cousins had cleaner mechanics coming out. This guy's it's just all over the board, man. I don't like the back foot throws when I've got 5-star linemen blocking for me at every turn.
You
It's
think he's kind of like Fromm, the kid out of Georgia a few years ago? Jake Fromm?
Yeah. I think it's a lot of
like that type of player.
Yeah, a lot
Drew
of
Lock type of guy.
Yeah, kind of self-made player a little bit. Lock had a little bit of the freakish arm strength to him. You know, he had a little bit of that. Okay, you know, with me, arm strength is always going to be kind of a number one thing I gravitate towards with quarterbacks first and foremost. And so if you don't have it, it's going to be because I think there's throws you have to make in the NFL. You can't just go, okay, well, we'll take a third of our playbook out because you can't make those throws. I think you've now limited yourself as an offense, and your upside is kind of snug in and clipped in there and sort of held, you know, in that respect. So, I'm not big on Mac. Where you at on Mac?
Right. I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, hypothetically, if, say we traded with the Jets and you took, I think the tackle out of Oregon's the best player in the draft. Penny, I don't know what his last name is. He looks like Orlando Pace, like the dancing bear or whatever. So, you know, if you did him and you got a quarterback, you know, the first part of the second round, you know, would he be somebody who's maybe there? You know, I think Lance is going to be gone. All the other guys are going to be gone. Yeah. So
undoubtedly, I don't think Lance lasts past 14 in the first round. And Jones would be the one guy available into that range. And once it's past Jones, there's, you know, it really does drop off at the quarterback position.
When you talk about, well, not you, but just in general, 3 first-round picks, this or that, like Jimmy Johnson's scale of picks and what they're worth, the Jets, you know, 2 overalls worth a lot more than the Raiders 17. Considering if they get Russ, those picks moving forward are most likely going to be, you know, 24, 25, 26.
Could
right?
be.
So that third overall is worth a lot.
I'm not as certain on that. And my theory behind this goes that I think if Carroll and Schneider have reached to this point, like we're watching them, they're pushing this ball forward. Yeah. There is some lack of faith in Russell Wilson. If you're not willing to let him cook, if you've made this determination, and they could be wrong on this determination, they could completely be just absolutely dumb about it. But if that's the case, and they think that way, there could be them a little bit of betting on the aspect of Russell go there. He'll go be put into this purified version of the West Coast offense, right? The purified version of the West Coast offense coming right off of Holmgren, where you've got to, remember, Holmgren used to have his receivers count their steps in their routes to be that precise. And you have now a quarterback like maybe it's not as seamless a fit, a transition bringing him in there. And while they have some parts and pieces offensively, that defense has a lot of holes. Nobody at linebacker. They don't have anybody generate really any consistent pass rush, really, outside of maybe Crosby, and that's not saying a whole lot. And their secondary, Abrams been injured at the safety they drafted high a couple of years ago, and they haven't really got Jeff Heath. I mean, it's not necessarily. And on top of that, you're playing in a pretty tough division. Chargers are on that swing.
You got to play Mahomes. You got to play Herbert.
Yeah. Say nothing of what if Denver goes out there and gets Watson on top of it.
Broncos always good for 7 to 9 wins. My point is that third overall or second overall from the Jets, if you're asking for something, that's worth a lot more than 17 from the Raiders. You might, that's when you start dealing with second, third round picks, I'm sure, compensation wise.
Yeah, it would be the three.
You're not getting as much back.
It's true.
Hey, last piece with you. What do you think would be different right now if Paul Allen were alive? Like what he would have put the kibosh on this a long time ago?
Yeah. This would have been settled out one way or another.
Kind of drug Pete by the ear and like, hey, go talk to somebody about this, because I mean, they're not saying nothing. It's not direct. So
it's when you look at Paul Allen and it's more beyond just this, but when you look at Paul Allen coming in on the Jim Mora situation, and he says, and he comes in and he says, I'm getting this guy out after a year. Signed him to a multi-year deal. He was here a year ahead of time, right? He was our defensive backs coach.
He's a local guy.
Local guy, going to be the heir apparent.
Local guy.
University of Washington guy, right? Everything set up, but it was obvious after 1 year it wasn't working. Paul Allen came in and said, I don't care what I got to pay this guy's contract for 3 years. Get him out, get the right guy in. And then he went out and got the right guy. So I don't think he would have let this situation come to the head like it's come, and he would have been right up on top of it and really pressed down upon it one way or another. Which way it would have gone? I don't honestly know. know. There might have been a thing where he went to Carroll and said, let him cook. You handed him the chef hat and said, let him roll, man. I mean, I could feasibly see Allen understanding and recognizing the ability that, look, Carroll, you're a little bit on your way out, and this kid's young and in his prime, and it's worked with Brady going this route. Why wouldn't it work with you? So it would have been much better. This thing has gone to a head because of the lack of Paul Allen being in the process, and Carroll and Schneider are operating a little bit with their ego out here. Rock out with your ego out, where they're just like, oh, you think this, Russell? Well, how about that? Well, how about this? And like you mentioned, it's just childish. That we have these guys who are professionals here, and the professionalism should have happened behind closed doors. That it's gotten to this point out in front is just like, yeah.
Boy, you see that if we see that breaking news, Russ dealt for whatever, it's just, I don't know. It's it's going to be crazy. If you know what I mean, the greatest player in franchise history could be traded over whatever.
It would be a hard hit. Like I said, there's never been a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime dealt. That this is
it's unprecedented,
and this is coming on the heels of us locally, where we've lost superstars. We watched the Legion of Boom go out the door in an uncelebrated fashion, basically burning bridges and everybody angry. And now here we get this final dig into the guts.
Some of that for depending on who you believe. A little bit of that is from Russell Wilson, right? I mean, Sherm talked about it. Everybody talked about it. That the accountability piece, or he was coddled, or you're gonna treat the quarterback different than it's just the way it is, right?
Yep.
But
that's the key. That
is he held accountable?
Yes, that's the key.
At the end of the day,
that's the key, because you can coddle a guy but still hold him accountable. You don't have to he doesn't have any accountability.
So if he can't be held accountable because he has he's soft or whatever, he can't handle it. Look how Bruce Arians came out with Tom Brady in the offseason, right? Publicly called him out. Quarterback's not playing. Russ wants what Brady wants. Could Russ handle that situation, that type of coach?
I don't know.
Maybe. You don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. We just don't know. And I think that is an interesting key on this is, how much of this is, and it's again the part where I have a lot of conjecture with, because I don't know. They've done a good job of protecting Russell and not putting him out on the flames and flaming him for his deficiencies and covering those up and excusing those and whatever else.
Right.
But I do think that they are there, and I think that they are real. I think that they will show themselves up on other teams. I don't think that he just magically fixes it by going to a team with a good offensive line, and it's like, oh, yeah, he's the best quarterback in the NFL now, bar none. He finally went to a team that just did everything right by him. I think that within the situation, there's so much that's just it's different. It's different shares of who's got blame and how much blame. It's not just one whole party has to own it. To me, it's got to be that everybody in this process has got to own a little bit of this and say, what have I done in this process to make this what this is now? Because that's how you get to me to the point of getting actual resolution and fixing. You don't get to fixing when both sides it says it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's
finger pointing.
Yeah, yep. Finger pointing doesn't accomplish anything. And it doesn't in sports. It doesn't with friends. It doesn't with family. all it serves to do is continue to create divisiveness and to create this butting of heads that we're seeing now almost on a daily basis this off season. So
it would be bigger to me than, Griffey leaving. And I mean, I know the Sonics are, that's the franchise. So, one player, but it's up there with the Sonics leaving. It would be nuts.
The Griffey one would hurt me more.
Yeah.
Griffey won multiple MVPs here. Griffey was the defining factor that saved baseball in this town in a lot of respects. His being the player he was, drawing the interest he did from the local fan base. That one would probably hurt a little bit better. I don't know if Russ is he's close. He's right in that territory near where Griffey
kind of similar the way they came in, beloved, when they were young. I don't know if Russ had a chocolate bar, but
it was good chocolate.
So anyways, it's but you know what? If it is, whatever. And not whatever, but we don't know what's going to happen. We can't. You get a bunch of picks, you could turn the franchise around. Or, you could go, not turn it around, but you go, okay, now what's the next chapter look like for the next 6, 8, 10 years if you get a top-tier quarterback, right?
That's it. Yeah.
So I'm going to jump off, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, man. Well, thanks for jumping in quick, man. Hey, thank you, too, for sending out the shout-outs to, and that's how you did it to the Shanaz and whatnot, those folks, Salk and whatnot. I appreciate you hitting them up on Twitter for me and giving the word. Maybe we can eventually batter that door down. That would be cool. Did I lose you? Can you hear me?
All right, man. Yeah, I'm out.
All right, man. Have a good one, bro.
You too, buddy. Bye.
Bye. So, Washi, if you are still on, I can bring you on in if you can come back in, Washi. I don't know. Let's get through the last of the comments, and then we will finish this show up. Matt Slager, this guy needs to shut up. I need to shut up, Matt? You don't like what I got to say? So Yui, yeah. So again, it's Brady's a bit of an outlier in this situation. So when you're going to group Wilson with Brady and put him in that same camp, and he would do what Brady would do in that camp, I just can't make that same leap, Yui. I can't. I think Brady has far and away surpassed himself above Russell Wilson as far as the player he is. So making that comparison of him is not the apt one. And again, Yui, last year Tom Brady took less money than he could have gotten. Russell Wilson didn't take less money than he could have gotten last year. Whether you want to say, well, it's only $3 million, well, it's only this, well, it's only that. You still aren't contending with my point. You still aren't contending with any of the points that I presented. You're twisting and turning around to try to get the point to work for you. But you still can't contend with 20 years of data, nobody making more. Again, I think it's a place, Yui, we just have to go to agree to disagree. And I did get your comment on the respect of that there is a chat limit to things. That's fine that there's a chat limit to what you can put in here and what you can post. But at the same point in time, then you don't have to be super simplistic in your approach or super magnanimous in saying that this is ultimately what this is all on. And then finding the place for a little bit of more nuance within your comments and saying, yes, there's some of this, and then there's some of this, rather than it being, it's this because of that. I just don't look at it in that same kind of fashion. Washi, I'm looking for you on the stream, buddy. So Washi, I was looking for you in the general deal, but I don't see you in the deal. So join me on the stream lounge, man. Send an invite here. I'll send an invite to you, Washi. Where are you at? So just use that link I sent you before, Washi. You should be able to get in. That link's on a permanent thing. See, I don't have you in on my friend list here. So if you can pop in, Washi, we'll get you on in. Levi Loquist. I don't want to trade Wilson, but if it happens, we need to have at least 3 first-round picks and a good player. Agreed, Levi. 3 first-round picks plus is probably where this is beginning at. And I think they would probably get that. Daniel W., if we are trading Russell to the Raiders, it better include multiple second-rounders and third-rounders too, like trading the third overall back to the 17th wouldn't net you an extra first and 2, per example. Yeah, it would be a bigger haul from the Raiders because they are picking up in the middle of the first round as opposed to picking up in the high in the first round. Same thing true with the Bears in that respect, Daniel, in that you'd expect to get more picks, be it more second and third rounders in addition to the first rounders, if that does tend to be the case. What's up, Dev Peterson? How you doing, Dev? Mark Hawk, Russ is not the same as Junior. Junior was the best player in baseball, transcended the sport. Thank you, Mark. I think we agree 100% there. 100%, man. Junior was just special. Lance Johnson said Russ to the Raiders for 3 first-round picks and then turn around and send them and Lockett to the Texans for Watson. Yeah, smart way. I like your thinking there, Lance. I like your thinking. Yui says Russ left North Carolina State because the head coach was going to start Mike Glennon over him. Been underappreciated his entire career. IMO, we never get to either Super Bowl without him, and he's been carrying this team. Well, again, we might just disagree a little bit. That's what I welcome here on this channel. Mike Glennon was put as the starter over him because of Russell Wilson's commitment to baseball in the springtime. So Russell wasn't in there for the spring practices, which sort of jaded the coach after a couple of years of dealing with that. They had Mike Glennon in addition, so they had a guy that was going to get into the NFL as far as talent-wise. Mike Glennon is also, by the way, my biggest donator on this channel. And yeah, so I think it was a little bit more to the fact that he wanted Russell there for the spring practices and just fully committed to just football rather than baseball and football. So it was a little bit of the distraction that caused a little bit of that split there for Russell to then move on. Marvel Geek says this is not the Russ I know. He's gone far outside of what he normally has been. The handcrafted image that he is so slowly crafted, so intricately crafted over this last 10-year span. He's taking a little bit of a hammer to that with some of the recent pushing out in the public realm. Now, if it's to get to a place where he wants to force the trade, and that's worth it for him to take a little bit of blowback because of it, makes sense to me. I get it. I can understand that. But it's definitely a bit odd to see him so disenchanted with the situation. D-Nugget says, people bag on Sierra, but she has nothing to do with it. Well, she has something to do with it, D-Nugget. She has something to do with it. She's his wife. She's going to have a part of the process. She's not just sitting there with Russell dragging her around wherever he sees fit. I guarantee you that. The other thing about this is we had the story released out a couple of years ago about Russell Wilson during contract negotiations with Seattle on the last contract, talking about the potential of wanting to play in a bigger market, specifically like New York, where his wife's career could do better, where her star could shine brighter in addition to his star. She was a part of that report. She was a part of that process. So being that that's the case, yeah. Let me see with Washi what's going on here. So I don't put her as fully like the problem or anything, but you know. All right, let's see. Yui, it's, again, this is where I hate when you do this, man. It just drives me. I think we're going to collide heads to the point, Yui, it's going to be hard for us to have a conversation. Why don't you come over into my Discord, Yui, and then we can talk actually on a deal so that I can actually get past the minuscule font characters you can type in there to have a response to me. Again, it kind of drives me a little bit nuts, dude, and I don't know if you're being disingenuous with this in the way you go about this. I don't like when you take my position and try to distill it down to some simple state, and then you mischaracterize what my position is. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me. You did on the last stream too, buddy. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not what I'm saying. No, you can use numbers, but when you cherry pick numbers, when you take a certain one set game and then compare that up against a career of 5-6 years, you're now trying to janky with the data a little bit. I give you total seasons of data. You'll cherry pick a small portion of the data and then just ignore that other data. So for instance, when I tell you, No team in 20 years has had a quarterback making more than 14.5% of the salary cap outside of Tom Brady, won a Super Bowl, 20 years of data. You have that to go off of. You simply ignore that number, find an outlier point of data that you can grasp onto, then throw that data out and say, see, this is the proof of it. No, it's not. Because you're ignoring all of the other data to grab this one little parse piece of data. I've got 20 years. You take this 1 year of thing and go, see, in this 1 year of thing that happened up against your 20 years. Is the rule the 20 years probably, or is the rule the anomaly? Do you want to rely on the anomaly being the rule or on the other 20 years of data to be the rule? It's grabbing more data rather than locking on the one piece of data. So Yui, last week, for instance, you go, okay, the Seattle Seahawks pass protected as poorly in the back half of the 11th games as the Chiefs did in the Super Bowl. So therefore, the offensive line of the Seattle Seahawks was poor last season. This is how you try to turn the thing a little bit. It's how you, it's just that, no, look, Jesus Christ, Dewey. We're going to have to be done, dude. I wasn't in favor of saying Russell Wilson should have been pushed off from North Carolina State and Mike Glennon put it ahead of him. The guy Mike Glennon, I was making a joke there with it. North Carolina State should have held on to Russell Wilson and shouldn't have moved off from him. They would have been a lot better team with him as their quarterback. So I'm not saying that. But again, you grab this one little point of data from a game in the Super Bowl and then cross-reference that up against 11 games and say, see, that's how I'll make my point work. That's where it's like you're not finding apples to apples. You're cherry-picking the data to fit your argument. Whereas I'm just asking you to look at the data in totality, and I've given you inches to your points and I have given you validity to certain points of your points. You won't give my side any validity. You won't deal with that 20 years of data. At any point, I haven't seen you respond to it. The 20 years of data, can you respond to that? No, I can't. So I'll find something else I can cherry pick. That's where we get, I think, into a little bit of a disagreement here. I've got no problem using numbers. You can use numbers. Just don't try to force the numbers to work in the way you want them to work. 20 years of data is 20 years of data. There's no way to talk up and around and about it. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You're going to pay your quarterback $30 million. Guess what? You ain't going to the Super Bowl. You're going to pay your quarterback 25% of your cap. Guess what? You ain't going to the Super Bowl. It's that simple, dude. It really is. And you can't refute it, but you can try to twist and turn the numbers you want to make it. It just ain't going to fit. Bader at Sports Cards. Brandon, how can a player think that he has no flaws in his game? Russ refuses to acknowledge his flaws. I think with Russ, it's a little bit of, to his credit here, I think it's a little bit of the mental approach that he takes to the sport, which we could disagree with, but, may have some validity to it. That may have some validity to it. That may have some validity to it, to where you stay in this positive state to keep yourself balanced so that you don't take in negative. When you open yourself up to negative, you open up yourself to a lot of different problems. I can wrap my head around that, but then the other flip side of that is that it can eventually lead to you not necessarily taking on responsibility where you need it at the cost of staying in a mental neutral state, if that makes any sense. Lance Johnson, Russ causes half to a third of the sacks. That doesn't mean he isn't dynamic and great, but you have to accept his greatness with his flaws, and he has both. Lance, fantastic comment. And this is exactly what I'd like Uwe to pay attention to. This is the kind of comment where see what you say, well, I'm in a character limit count. Here you got a Lance who's coming in with nuance. He's saying, look, it's partly some of this here and it's partly some of that there. He's trying to give you a full rounded out picture in a small comment, which is what I try to do on this channel, is give out the full rounded out picture. Not a slanted picture of I'm for this or I'm for that. I'm pro Carroll or I'm pro Pete or I'm team Russ or I'm team Pete. It's what's the full picture we're looking at? What is the whole totality of this? And that's what I try to get towards, and I think that's what your comment right there gets towards a bit there, Lance. In that, yeah, he takes on, according to the advanced stats, the next generation stats, he basically was responsible for about a third of his sacks last season, But he also has a lot of great other aspects to his game in addition to taking those sacks. So it's not all bad, but there are flaws to his game. Levi Loquist, should Wilson restructure his contract to get better offensive linemen? And should we get a new offensive line coach? It isn't just the money, but also the coaching staff. I like Mike Solari as a coach, Levi. I think he's a better offensive line coach than Tom Cable was. I think he's done all right with us. I think that they do need to invest more resources into the offensive line than they've previously been willing to do. My off-season plan, Levi, is to invest in that offensive line. I would like to see Russell Wilson restructure his contract. I would. Again, being that the proof seems to be that when a quarterback's willing to restructure, they have a lot more of a higher potential to get to a Super Bowl, a lot more higher potential to build out the rest of the roster. So, yeah, I would like to see it. I think it would help. But I think it's a talent thing more than a coaching staff thing, Levi, if that makes sense. Dev Peterson, I've uploaded some videos. Have you seen them? I haven't had a chance to yet, Dev. I've been running all over the place, but I want to check out some Jose's videos. I will check out some of yours. Been a little bit behind on some of my hawk watching on YouTube, so I got to jump on that, buddy. Okay, Yui, I'll relax, man. Look, I'm 5 hours in the stream, so I get a little bit feisty at this point. Russell transcended NFL 2. He got Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray to be drafted number 1 overall. He changed the way the league views quarterbacks. I want to trade Russell, but he changed the game too. I agree with you. I agree with you. I would offer on top of that, Daniel. He got Jalen Hurts drafted as high as he was picked too. You add him on that list as well, man. You know, he's got a lot of guys picked out. He's made a lot of guys a lot of money who wouldn't necessarily have ever been picked in that realm. And that's because of Russell Wilson. He definitely changed the game in the quarterback position as far as going from it having to be the 6'3", 6'4" guys to opening up your mind to the thought processes and the potential of looking at maybe an undersized guy. I think that's been one of his big impacts on the sport. Rodney Prescio says, here's the thing. If they do trade Russ, then might as well tear the whole thing down. Pete is not going to want to start over. I don't know that we know that, Rodney. I don't know when he signed a 5-year extension. He knew it took him, 3 years to get to a winning state and a dominant football club before when he walked in the door and the cupboard was completely bare. I don't think Coach Carroll would say that the cupboard's as bare right now as it is when he walked in. Are we ultimately sure that Coach Carroll doesn't have that confidence in himself? I mean, something both Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson has is confidence in themselves, is the belief that they can get it done, right or wrong, earned or not. Randall says, just think what JS could do with the number 3 pick. Penny Sewell, Trey Lance, Bama running back. I think the Bama running back is going to fall to late first because I think he's a little bit slower 40. But yeah, I think he could do some damage, man. Trade back a little bit even, pick up some picks. Oh, man, so much you could do. I like turtles. I heard Sierra treats Russell like the Instagram boyfriend from the Taco Bell commercial during the sunset hard hands. Maybe, man. Levi, yeah, man, honestly, this is an amazing channel. I've been waiting for you to look for a channel that actually responds to my questions. I'm sorry if I miss them sometimes, Levi. Sometimes I know I get lost in there, but I try to catch them all where I can. Flag Sabbath, dang, man. Good morning, everyone. You're a machine, Brandon. I love talking, man. You guys keep me so engaged on this. Even the folks that I do disagree with, man, you guys keep me rolling on this, man. It's fun talking Seahawks stuff. And look, we've got some news to talk about today. You know, we had 2 different sets of news stories regarding Russell Wilson today. Hit the news counter. You know, we've got to discuss it. We got to talk about it. And Deb Peterson, I'm first and foremost a Hawk fan too, man. It's for the uniform. It's not necessarily for the player. Deb Peterson says, do you think we will be able to be in Quest or Lumen Field to go to games? Randall, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you, brother. No, I don't think so, Deb. We're going to have to wait another year. Maybe a year from now, though. Another year after no fans, but it looks like a second season of no fans is the way that this is going to probably play out. Cameron says, on my channel, I'm currently working on every Seahawks touchdown of the 2010s. I'm about halfway done. Ooh, that is a commitment, Cameron. Props to you, brother. Props to you, man. That's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of work. Levi says we can't afford KJ Wright and Chris Carson. No, Levi, I don't think that there's any possibility these guys come back outside of outside of either of the two of them just takes such a discounted deal as to make it silly not to. And KJ's indicated he wants to be paid top of the market. Chris is going to want to be paid. He hasn't been paid yet in this league. He's not going to get a huge contract, but he's going to get paid something. I mean, shoot, when Jones from Green Bay is rumored to be being offered $15 million a year by Miami, what's Carson then going to get? So I think both of those guys end up pricing themselves out of town and somebody ends up signing him for a little bit of money. I don't think KJ breaks the bank, but somebody will give him maybe $6-7 million next year. Wheeler, either Pete will be fired or Russ will be traded. There will be no in between. I think Wheeler, we can firmly say after today that there is no in between, that this is going to have to go one way or another, that there's got to be a parting from one side to the next. If it's this year, I don't know, because it's hard to make it happen this offseason. But within a year from now, yeah, I think we can pretty firmly say that that's where this is going to go. Flag Sabbath, what do I think of Benjamin St. Judas? I was supposed to add him to my list for you, Muddy, and I didn't add him to my list like I told you I was going to. So that's my bad, Flag. But I'm adding him now. So sorry, buddy. I was getting through some of the tackle class recently. It's a deep tackle class, but I'm writing it down right as we speak. Benjamin. St. Just. Sorry, I just haven't had a chance to check them out. But I will. I will for sure. Richie says, Russ to the Bears. Supposedly, Richie, they're very interested now that they've heard he leaked them on the team as one of the teams. Are they going to blow us out of the water with an offer? I don't know. Deb Peterson says, any requests for my Hawks channel? How about all of the trick plays in the Coach Carroll era? How about all the trick plays? I can pretty much name the teams we played. So you just go back at 2013 Jets. I think we had the Vikings game where Golden Tate threw a pass. I think we had a Falcons flea flicker in there. That'd be my one. Dustin says, holy moly, he's still going. I got to wrap it up, Dustin. I can tell I'm getting feisty. Cameron, some of the footage from the 2010 season was hard to find because Game Pass only goes back to 2011. So I had to use some homemade videos. Man, tell me about it, man. I'm putting together this largent video for my next one. And man, there are some brutal VHS recordings out there. It's like watching the moon landing on some of this video, man. So yeah, it gets a little tough when you go deep. Okay, are we going to upgrade the wide receiver 3 or re-sign more? Dorsett, faith in Josh Gordon, Swain steps up, draft someone. I do think, Kay, that you probably move on from Lockett, so you probably end up drafting another slot wide receiver. I do think that they're going to look at maybe another wide receiver out there in free agency. The guy that I'm very interested in, who I don't think would cost a huge amount of money, because I don't think you're going to get in the Kenny Golladay phase of things. You're not going to be in the Allen Robinson phase of things. But a guy like a Corey Davis from the Titans is a guy that interests me quite a bit. You know, what if you're able to bring in Corey Davis, Josh Gordon, and a rookie slot receiver to pair in there with DK Metcalf? I think that's a pretty solid receiving core. Swain coming back in, Ursula coming back in over the top of them. I think that'd be pretty decent, man. Pretty decent. So, yeah. Oh, it's a gaming channel. Okay, man. I got to check it out, Dev, I'll take a closer look here. But no, Kay, I don't think Dorsett comes back. I think David Moore probably goes somewhere else. I don't see him coming back into play, and Swain probably beats as a rotational guy. Richie, 3 first-rounders and Kyle Fuller or Mack, and he's coming to the Bears. Mack would be interesting. Costs a lot of money. The only thing with this, Richie, is that you're carrying $39 million dead money hit. So bringing back in Fuller and what his cost would be on the other side, that's probably a little too expensive. Probably the same thing with Mack, who's carrying $20 million plus as a price tag right now. You probably couldn't float those two particular guys. But how about me? 3 first-rounders and Cody Whitehair. How about that? Dustin says, HawksNest, my trial started this week. Wish me luck. Good luck, Dustin. Good luck. Innocent until proven guilty is right. Dev says, if Sherman comes back, do you see Travis doing Chris Godwin and giving Sherman 25? Do I see Travis? Oh, giving him the jersey 25. That took me a while, Dev. I'm definitely getting near the end of the stream when I can't process that. Yeah, he would, because there's no certain indication that Homer even makes the team. I bet you, with what Homer probably makes, Sherman could probably throw him $100 and he'd be like, hell yeah, take it. Cameron Hughes says, just shy of 1,000 subs. The grind is starting to pay off. I have COVID to thank for my channel, laughing out loud. Never would have started if I had nothing to do, stuck at home. It's a great time to start out, Cameron. And always remember this is the lens I've got to look through too. It's a 3, 4, 5-year plan with the channel, man. It's going to take you a while to get those returns. You've just got to keep kind of hammering in there and staying on the ball, staying on the work. I think the other thing that does hurt it, Cameron, the thing that makes it hard for you, it's made it hard means go look at the views on my Great Seahawks Moment video. This live stream show today is going to have more viewers than my last Great Seahawks Moment video that came out a month and a half ago. And that's because the NFL does depress a little bit of the algorithm when you have something that's been copyright claimed. They don't present it as highly necessarily based on what I'm seeing. And I think that's been a recent change, Cameron. So it is real grind to get into that 1,000, man. Levi says, what team and price do you think is the best for our team if we trade Wilson? I do go into Levi believing that the Raiders are the primed pump for us to take on. You look at the Raiders, okay? Like I said, you got Gruden, who's a guy who's been coaching there for 30 plus years, never had his franchise quarterback, never had that true blue guy, always wanting it. He must have gone through looking for the guy, never got it. Then you've got them giving up Khalil Mack to get first round picks when he first walks in the door. Those first round picks returning them kind of a middling return. Certainly didn't put them over the top, didn't even make them a playoff team. So maybe the value of first round picks has gone down a little bit more in the eyes of the Raiders, right? And so then you've got the Mark Davis factor, the crazy Mark Davis factor, like he's popped like 20 pills this morning and he's ready to make a trade. And then you have Gruden, who we know loves Russell Wilson. To me, this creates the kindling that we can then create the fire off of. And the fire you create is to get the 3, 4, 5 first-round picks maybe. Maybe you get that king's ransom because they want him just that badly and there's not another option on the market. I mean, if the Raiders want to upgrade their quarterback position and Deshaun Watson's not on the market, how are they accomplishing that? If they don't think Derek Carr's the future, how are they accomplishing that? There's not a lot of pathways for them as it currently stands to getting that quarterback. This would be a pathway. And so if they get on board, that could be the one where they just blow Seattle out of the water with an offer. Just something we had not even thought possible, just that good. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback going into the end of his prime. Never a situation in the NFL that we've ever run into before, ever, 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 ever. Expect an unprecedented haul in return for him. What will happen if cornerback Griffin and Dunbar both leave, says Kay? Well, you're in trouble. The one nice thing, Kay, is that this is a very deep draft for Seahawks cornerbacks. Those 6-foot+ guys that can play zone like nobody else. We got a bunch of guys in this draft that can handle those duties. So they could certainly draft a guy. DJ Reid's pretty cemented for you at one starter. Trey Flowers is a backup for you. You could go sign a guy like Sherman to a cheap 1-year, maybe $6 million deal, maybe even cheaper. So that's another possibility you can go. I would offer Kay that you could potentially bring back Dunbar on a 1-year, $1 million deal, a prove-it deal, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams out there that are willing to pay him. So, and they did right by him overall, I think. So we'll see how it goes. Cameron, thank you. I love doing the Great Seahawks Mo vids too. I won't stop doing them even if the views go down, but I think it is an indicative of how hard it is if you use NFL footage at all for growing the channel. Just because they do penalize you just a little bit on it. Richie says, you're only saying Raiders because they're in the AFC. Ha ha ha. Y'all don't want to face him. Well, Richie, so if I look at this like from the standpoint of it, number one, the Cowboys, what are the Cowboys going to give me? Are the Cowboys going to be 3 first-rounders? Maybe. I mean, it'd be fairly equivalent, I guess, with Dallas on that. But yeah, I don't want to face him. You don't want to face the guy and have him to break your heart later on. I can't stand the Patrick on top of our division. Oh. But no, Richie, it's more of, I think the Raiders are the ones that would give the biggest haul. I think the Cowboys and the other teams like the Bears, I don't think that they're going to be as willing to just go crazy on it. Now, the Bears did trade for Khalil Mack, a lot of picks a few years ago, but I mean, are they going to give us the biggest haul? It's about the team it's the team I would think would give the biggest haul that has me most interested. Yui says a fact is a fact. Your gold stat is a fact, no dispute, but I like your idea in what is. Front office did decide to pay Russ, so it's the front office's job to make it work. And if it doesn't, the blame belongs on the front office, not the quarterback. Some of the blame, I think this is where our disagreement lies, Huey, is that I believe some of it does land on the front office, and maybe a majority lands on the front office. But the quarterback, when he is insisting on being paid that amount at every turn as well, is going to have to accept that you can't roster build as well when you're asking to be paid at the top of the market and you're asking to be re-upped every 4 years, the bare minimum amount to be re-upped. You're giving your team no relief at that point. But I've never ever put this all on Russell, Huey. I've never said this is all on Russell for taking the money. And I've never said it's all on the front office. I delve out portions of blame. Okay, am I in the minority thinking Wilson is better than Watson? Maybe so on that, K. I mean, when you look at Watson last year, he was the best quarterback in the league in throws of under 2.5 seconds. Russell Wilson holds on to the ball for 3 seconds. That's not a part of his game. I might argue that Deshaun Watson has a lot more of his game where he can play on time than Wilson necessarily can play, and he can still do a lot of the extending plays that Watson can do, especially because I think he's probably a little more mobile than Wilson is at this point. It's probably very close between the two of them. You're probably splitting hairs trying to really find a true difference. There is things Russell probably does better, throws a better deep ball, for instance. But they're very close. Yeah, I think I lean towards Watson being better. Dark Rich, I'm still streaming. They're keeping these questions coming. I got to wrap this up, though, man. I'm getting tired of being hungry. That is the thing that does factor in is Watson has had 2 ACL surgeries. So you got to factor in the injury part. I think this is where they get very close to each other, I think. Paydirt Sports Cards, Brandon Waldron's scheme. We won't need an elite quarterback. We just need a quarterback who can make plays and is careful with the football. Yeah, I agree. I think you could fit this in with a simple quarterback because it's not going to have the quarterback needing to learn 20,000 different schemes. You'll run out the same scheme over and over and over and over again. Hey, 12 personnel again. Hey, 12 personnel again. Hey, 12 personnel again. You'll be taught to run that. So it's all just running different plays out of the same scheme, which you would think would make it easier on a younger quarterback. Dark Raid's favorite athletes in the world ranked: Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald. a lot of LA athletes there on that list, Dark Rage. Cameron H, if I discover some high-def footage of the back-to-back 50-point games, will you have a great Seahawks moment video on them? I remember you had some trouble finding the footage. Yeah, I've still got a couple of things I've paired, but if you can find it, do it. Give me some of that high quality because what I have found is all just, it's blocky, it's fuzzy. I can get there's a couple of things I've gotten from like the year in review stuff where I can pull some good footage from the games itself, but I'd want to really touch on some stuff from the games. I'd really want to get into it a little bit. So if you've got more than all I've been able to find is highlights on it and no real game footage of either of those 2 games, but I'd be willing to do it for sure. Huey says Brady, much like Montana, benefited greatly by playing in a historically bad division. Yeah. 100% in agreement with you on that, Huey. 100% in agreement with you on that. Dev Betterson, if you want to find my Hawks channel, go to your watch history. Dev, I think I got you subscribed. I think I'm subscribed to you, man. If I'm not, I will get you subscribed, buddy. Promise. Dustin says, I want to go get Andrew Luck. Yami. Hey, Yami, how you doing? Hello. The only amount of picks is important. I don't want 3 firsts in the 20s. We don't hit on these. I want 3 early first rounders. Hard to get 3 early first rounders. You're going to be best bet, probably Yami. You're only going to get 1 of them. But it's all about capital too. Because we get 3 first round picks doesn't mean you necessarily sit back and pick in the first round at those selections. That doesn't necessarily mean that. Of course, there is always this meme right here. There's always this meme, right? There's this one right here. So you got the girl crying and she says, watch John Schneider turn 3 first round picks into 32 third round picks. I love that meme, dude. Oh my God. I love that meme too much. James Tomlinson. How you doing, James? Let Pete cook. I want to see him go 100% in on his philosophy. If that means offloading Russell, so be it. I feel the Hawks have to be in on, I feel the Hawks have been on the fence. You either go all in on Russ or you move on. James, you really touched on, I think, what I've been trying to somewhat say with Uwe a little bit on this, where that's it. We have two different immovable forces banging heads, and neither wants to give an inch. And if that's the case, let's get to the point where we've got one head moving forward. The 2 heads banging constantly is doing us no favors, and we're not making progress off of it. Going back to Pete, letting him dial fully into his philosophy at that point may not work, may fall on its face, but at least it's a certain guided direction where everybody is all in on this direction, and this is the direction we're going to go. That would at least give us that kind of indication there, wouldn't it, James? So I I would like to see it from that standpoint too. This butting heads, we'll try to do it halfway this way. I agree with you. There's been a little bit of sitting on this fence rather than committing to one style or another. And hell, we saw it play out last year, right? First 8 games, you let them cook. Then the back 8 games, you get schizophrenic and suddenly can't let them cook anymore. It's a little odd. Yami says, disagree. I think Russ is better than Howard. Watson's a better option because he's way younger and better for the long term. Solid point. Pater Spurs says, I think Carr and Waldron's scheme would actually work. A lot of high percentage throws, boots, and play actions make it all happen in the pass game. I think Carr would work well here too, Peter. I agree with you, man. I think he'd be a fine fit for this scheme. I'm a guy that I don't think Carr's a world beater, but I like Carr as a quarterback. I do. I think he's a guy who gets beat up a little bit too much as far as people really being hard on him. But he's not always been in the greatest situation there in Oakland with the guys he's had around him. Levi says, is this like the Brady and Rodgers situation of the past? More like the Brady situation rather than the Rodgers situation. I think with Rodgers, it's been a little bit like they've decided that they're not going to go for the skill positions and pay the skill positions essentially. And beef up the offensive line and then go a little bit lighter on the defense. Seattle's tried to keep their defense legit, give Russell some skill players, and then go cheap in other areas around on the team. So there's just a difference in where they went cheap at. But I think that there is certainly something to be said there where Belichick at the end was diving back and dialing back what he was giving Brady as far as pass catchers go. I mean, he was not giving him a tremendous amount of guys to go out there and throw to. And it seemed a little bit like the Patriots were trying to kind of force Brady out of, there were reports that even in 2017 they were done with him and they were trying to kind of force him out of town a little bit. I don't know if that's what the front office is doing here with Russell Wilson. It could be. But it's probably more aligned with the Brady situation with New England as far as if you're wanting to look for what that kind of exit. You had a year beforehand, Brady putting his house on the market. Same thing with Russell Wilson. There were indicators going back to a year ago that this process was beginning. Cameron says, when I uploaded the highlights to the Bucs Seahawks game, I put Steve Rabel over it. Didn't get copyrighted claimed. Did I get lucky or find a loophole? Maybe a bit of both, Cameron. Maybe a bit of both. There's little things you can do to get around it, man. There is some little things, but it does catch stuff a good amount. Dustin says, should, in your opinion, the 49ers be given better odds to win the division and make the Super Bowl? No. When you have the worst quarterback in your division, you should never be put as a division favorite team, in my opinion. Especially a quarterback that's currently limited, and especially we don't seem to have any options available to truly upgrade the position. I mean, Kirk Cousins is looking like their best option to go out there and grab, who would be an upgrade over Garoppolo. But no, I don't put the Niners at that point. They're losing a lot of talent this offseason. They've still got work to do. Like, they got to find a way to sign Trent Williams. He's a free agent right now. What are they going to do with that? Patriot Sports, Brandon, what do you think of Seattle looking to Tyrell Williams? He just got released by the Raiders. Very interesting player. Earned a contract a couple years ago after having a really good season for the Chargers. The Chargers, for years, it seems like, always seem to be able to find these 6'2", 6'3" wide receivers later in the draft and develop them. Rest in peace to that guy just passed away, the former Charger receiver who was right along in that mold. He's in that mold, though, too. It's what you would expect from a big pass catcher. Long arms, can go up and get the ball, great contested catch guy, runs relatively good routes. The problem with him, Patriot Sports, is he's been really, really injured. So what's his market now at this point? What is he really going to earn? I don't have an answer on that one. I don't know what his market is, especially in this depressed market. 1 year, $2 million deal. Receivers are still getting paid through the roof, though, so does that push him up a little bit higher? If we get him in a lower end deal, I'd take a look at him. He's got some talent. He's a guy that fit well with Russell Wilson's skill set. There isn't limit really in what he can do as a receiver. Just hasn't worked out with the Raiders. Deb says, if the Raiders get Russ, who do you see us playing in the Super Bowl? Let's say the Buffalo Bills break through finally. Pete got us to the promised land. Russ is yet to. Both have failed since 2014, but at least Pete got us there a couple of times, whereas Russ does not. Russ was largely carried to the Super Bowl in his first few seasons. Go Treats. You're having a joke. Raiders aren't good. Roster away from being a You're a joke. You're having a joke. Raiders are a good roster away from being a Super Bowl contender. Come on. Y'all have an elite tight end, decent receivers, decent quarterback, and a good little line. Trash defense. Yeah. Defense is really far behind on that, Go-Treats, aren't they? I mean, that's where the Raiders are really, really lacking right now. There's nothing for them to hang their hat on that defense. Those picks that they made were the Colin Farrell pick with the number 3 overall in the first round. That one really stings in retrospect. Cameron Hughes, you actually agree with Dustin? Oh my goodness. What is it? Have we entered a new dimension? Is this a dimension of not only sight and sound, but of mind? Have we entered the Twilight Zone? One reason why Wilson is better is he overcame team weaknesses to never have a losing season. No matter how good Wilson was this season, they didn't get many W's. Yeah. Go Treats. It's not good enough roster. Even if you get Russell Wilson, stop talking and make the Super Bowl before you talk smoke. Raiders simply don't have a good enough roster. What you said is clearly a joke. Yeah, I don't think the Raiders, I think he was joking too. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss? So I misread your question, man. Oh, you said who we're playing the Super Bowl, Dev. So we'd be playing the Bills in the Super Bowl at that point. I don't see us playing the Raiders in the Super Bowl. Boy, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Russell Wilson goes to the Raiders, and then the Raiders and the Seahawks get to the Super Bowl. What if both Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll were both proven right? Maybe that's part we haven't considered in this whole situation. What if they were both proven right? Carroll was able to have success building the team back to his machinations, and Russell Wilson was able to take off and take flight. Wouldn't that be an interesting turn in this as well? Yeah, pay dirt. I think 1 year, $2 million deal for Tyrell Williams sounds about right. And that's a low risk, high reward type signing. Certainly injury concerns. Certainly might not be a fantastic player, but some talent there. Doesn't cost you a lot. Lance Johnson. How you doing, Lance? We really need Bill, the general manager, O'Brien, to take over another franchise so Schneider can fleece them. Facts, Lance. Facts. We're really missing that Bill O'Brien factor. You know, the only thing that made that hurt though is that he had to also seemingly do right by all the rest of our teams in the division. It seemed like he went through every team in the division and said, "How can I help you out?" Okay, there you go. I'll give you that guy. How Brandon Cooks, dead money? Huh? You got a problem there with your running back? Come on, bring him over here. We'll take on it. We'll get over here. So he also helped out the rest of the division. That's the only problem there with O'Brien. He was an equal opportunity helper. Coach Reeds, I only think there are about 2 to 3 teams with an elite roster or a great roster, and I think there are about 10 teams at best that has a good enough rosters to contend, and Raiders don't have that. I agree with that, Coach Reeds. Agreed with that. Dark Rage, Rams are going to win the NFC West. Akers and Van Jefferson will take off. We'll see, Dark Rage. We'll see, my guy. I know you think Matt Stafford's going to change that game there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, too, Dark Rage, you got to pay attention to this offseason. You're about to enter into the cutting. That is what I've called this offseason, the great cutting. And that is that you're going to do teams that are pushed up against the cap. They got to do some cutting. Got to do some cutting, man. You just took on $22 million of dead hit money for Goff. You're cutting and trimming and slicing, you know. So you're going to lose some players this year, too. Levi Loquist says, do you want to trade Wilson? Yay or nay? Levi, this is the place I've got to be very careful in where I go, because I say a yay or nay, as you say, and people lose all of the nuance that I've tried to bring into this discussion. Where I would have operated if I was King Brandon Kane of the Seattle Seahawks and I was running things at the start of this offseason is I would have shuttered Coach Carroll into retirement, brought in an offensive mastermind, built the offense around Russ, not traded him. That would have been my option 1. Okay, Levi? Option 2 for me would have been to bring in an offensive coordinator, if you weren't going to do that, who could then raise Russell's level to the next game. Take our offense out of 1987, put it in 2021. We kind of did that. Kind of. Then the third part of what my plan of attack would have been for this offseason was to build the offensive line into a strength. Those are my first 1, 2, 3 steps I would have undertaken. We're now going to be getting into step 4 and 5, which are outside of my plan, and I have no control over. Being that these other things are being that there's other things factoring in here, and it's not just as simple as what I've just spoken about, but now that we have 2 parties that are a little disenfranchised with the situation, That's the part of me that pushes me into the role, Levi, of saying that a trade's maybe the smarter way to go here, that this is probably the best route to go because you just have a marriage here that has fallen apart. When marriages fall apart, it's hard to bring them back together, especially when both parties are so dug in on believing that they're right and they can't be wrong. And it's this person. No, it's this person. And I think if you were to take both of these two parties and put them under a lie detector test, that both of them would be saying and believe in what they're saying, that the majority of the blame lies on the other party, or that there's more blame that the other party's not taking on that they should be taking on. Maybe if I'm trying to flesh that out a little bit and what I mean by that. Hawks Nest, Coach Reed says, Hawks Nest, do you think the 5 best teams in the NFL are the top 5 best rosters? I think the best teams in the NFL are also impacted, Go Treats, by the general manager that they have and by the head coach that they have, or the coaching in general that they have. And so when you talk about having the top 5 best rosters and that those then being the top 5 best teams, I don't necessarily think that that's always the case. I think it's very close. I think that it's very oftentimes you see a lot of overlap between the two for certain, but it doesn't necessarily mean one or the other. The Cleveland Browns may have a top 5 best roster, but they're not a top 5 best team in this league. That would be how I'd kind of make that delineation. He says, Pete's philosophy works. Seahawks just stopped executing it, ran out of linemen and running backs and intimidating D. Everyone shares responsibility on a team, but who's fallen more short of the standard? That is the key. That is the key, Huey. You're right. It's very much the key here. I don't know if the Raiders roster, well, maybe Raiders got a better offensive line. Seahawks currently have better wide receivers. Raiders got a better tight end. Seahawks on a defensive side of the ball are vastly superior, I think, at every positional grouping. I think we are much further along than the Raiders roster. Is it heads and tails? Are we like, no, it's relatively close, but we're above their roster in totality. Coach Reitz is going hard on you, Dark RH. Dark RH, I would take Pete back to a retirement home in Florida where he belongs right now instead of letting him coach an NFL team. I can understand on that, man. Again, I've said this before, 70-year-old guys, I've not run across a lot of 70-year-old guys that are as on it as they were at 50 or 40 or 30. You definitely start to lose a little bit of steps. You do. Can I make it 7 hours? No, I cannot make it 7 hours because I'm going to be cutting this short. I got to the end of my chat, and I'm going to be cutting this off, Levi, because I am definitely hungry. The voice is going. I'm sure I'm getting a little feisty for you guys. I always get a little feisty after hour 4. I don't mean to. I don't try to. I try to keep the even keel. But I lose that battle all the time. I never learned how to read. Yami asks, what do you guys think of LJ Collier interview? Are you going to have a top defense or is he just delusional? You could have a top defense. LJ certainly needs to take a big step forward next year if that's going to be the case. That's for sure. Jace, you just changed your name. Just changed this account name from Team 12s to my real name, so this can be my personal account because I'm going to start a YouTube channel or on another account in a couple weeks or so. Cool, man. Cool. Sounds good, Team 12s. I like that. Jace. I'll say Jace. Sounds good, Jace. Yui says Chiefs had a terrible D, but added 2 to 3 players, and that's all it took. Are the Seahawks 2 to 3 players away? Well, it depends. Is Russell Wilson on the team or not, Yui? If Russell Wilson's not on the team, then no, you're probably not 2 to 3 players away. Are we 2 to 3 players away right now? Well, let's say we're 3 players away. Let's say, Yui, if you added an upper-level center, an upper-level left guard, and another legitimate pass rusher on this team, is that a team that can compete for Super Bowls with this roster? You could make the argument that the cornerback position would be a little bit light, but that might be the only real position that I could argue that is really light at that point. I've got playmakers across the board at that spot. I've got to make the running back position a little bit more rounded out, but I would feel okay about that at that point. I would feel pretty close if we're going to factor in those kind of signings. It's close. It's close. It's on the line, though. I'll give you that. It's on the line. Thank you, Levi. I appreciate you. Dustin. Lions, Go Treat says Lions have a better offense than the Rams offense in every way. Lions had top 6 tight end and TJ Hawkinson, Higbee and Galladay, Cup, and healthy AP is better than Akers. And Lions center was an all-pro. Rams O-line, Well, the Rams did have a good, Austin Blythe was a pretty good center for them last year at Go Treats. He graded out pretty well by Pro Football Focus. Pretty close to where that Lions center was, though I agree with you. The Lions center is a little bit better. So I agree with you there. I'm going to take contention with Akers. I think Akers is a better back right now in this point in his career than Adrian Peterson is. So I do think that they were better there. They were better at left tackle, Go Treats. You got to say that, right? Whitworth was a better left tackle. So, I don't know. Galladay's true, but then Galladay's better. That's true. Wish we never trailed Max. Oh, wish we never traded Max. Yeah, I don't know if Max was as much a fit for here at this scheme and continuing his career on through the extra couple of years he got out of it. I think going to the Saints helped him because he went to more of the pass protection set. Pass protection, I think, tends to keep linemen a little more healthy than the run blocking, everything's these violent collisions. It's a more of the patty caking and standing up and, pass protecting. And I think that helped Max a little bit because he was really having problems with injuries through the mid part of his career and staying healthy. Najee Eastwick, how you doing, Najee? Good to see you. I just don't see the Hawks trading Russ this year. Russ isn't the problem. It's the philosophy of the team and all those failed draft picks coming back to bite us. Probably why the Hawks trade first-round picks. They did point to why they traded a first-round pick last year, being that one of the reasons they said is we haven't been picking very good in this range. That certainly is a truism, Najee. This is where we come down to some of this going down to where maybe it is the problem of them. Maybe it is the front office philosophy. Maybe it is all the failures of the draft picks. Maybe it's not on all of Russell Wilson. But if that is even the truth, does that change the way this plays out any differently publicly or how far this trade goes? And I do think, Najee, that when you see Russell Wilson listing the teams of where he's willing to go, when we reach that point of the process, he's actually leaking the teams he's willing to be traded to. This gets to a concerning state. This gets to a state now where you go, uh-oh, Houston, we have a problem. This isn't just fanciful anymore. This isn't dream talk anymore. This is getting real now. So it's moving that direction. Jay Hornsby says this is all childish crap from Russ. He's crying like a baby. Maybe better to let him bounce with Sierra. If it's a broken situation, Hornsby, if these relationships have just become completely untenable, they're banging heads at every turn, as it seems to be what we're hearing. Every new day, there's a new story. If that's the case, then it's the way it needs to go. Levi, I'll be a Seahawks fan till the day I die, but wherever Wilson goes, I will root for them. Would you? Yeah. I think this is part that gets lost a lot, Levi, is that I'm down. I hate Russell as a player, or I'm completely down on him as a player. I think he's got some limitations. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the sport. He's been my favorite Seahawks quarterback. He's done so much for this team, and not just this team, but this city. And his commitment to the city has been wonderful. So he's a guy I absolutely would still root for. I'm not bitter about this. I understand the process and the way it can play out where a player wants to force his way out of town. I didn't love the way he did this publicly. Doesn't give me warm and fuzzy feelings that he went this route, but I get it. Dustin says, I wish Tom would come to Seattle. Levi, I'll be a Seahawks. Lance, I'm personally not going to discredit this run from the Seahawks. Credit Carroll and Schneider for that run. Even with some of the moves that were horrific in the draft and free agency, 12-4. Yeah, and Lance, to your point, I don't think all this 12-4 is on Russell Wilson. It was a team effort to get there. I think that in this continuing run, I'm not a big believer in buying in fully on this. If not for Russ, we would be this horrible team over 5 years. Russ has elevated the Seahawks over the last 5 years. I agree with that. Has it been that he's just carried everything on his back and there's been nothing to help him in addition to that? I don't know if that's really the case necessarily. He's had to carry more of a load in 15, 16, 17, 18, maybe even 19 than he probably should have. But Carroll and Schneider have done a lot of good work in this time as well. And this is where we come to with Lance, where I always say it's the nuanced place. It's not looking for the ultimatums, looking for you're speaking in certitude at every turn, but finding more of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Rage Real Sade. Man, we got into it here this last week, didn't we, buddy? Thanks for jumping on into the chat. 4 is fair enough, Huey. I'll take 4. Always compete. I like this site. You really know this team. Thank you. Always compete. I love this team. I'm passionate about it, man. I am always passionate about my team for sure. Okay, so I think we've gotten like damn near 7 hours on the stream or something like that. I am definitely feeling my voice starting to cook a little bit. My voice is cooking, not rust. It's my voice. Again, I really appreciate you guys as always for making these things going. It's, if I would start this and go 7 hours, like, I don't want to go 7 hours talking. Jesus, no. But when I get in here, I do this because you guys make this so much fun. You keep me engaged on this. You guys keep me thinking. I know sometimes I go after folks and we get heated a little bit as far as my opinion with you guys, because that's just, I look at it, that's our passions. We're all passionate about this team in our own way, and we all got our own take in what we'd like to see this team do. And I think there's value in listening to people that you don't even necessarily agree with on that, trying to take into account and see, what you really think, because that's how you open up your mind a little bit. So I know that even when we get heated, I do appreciate the discretion. I do appreciate the disagreement. And so Rage Real Sade, I know that we had a little bit of disagreement in the comment section here over the last week. I hope you do understand and recognize it's just good discussion. It's just us debating points, that there's nothing personal in it, or that I don't think you're lesser of a Seahawks fan or lesser as a football fan because you have your personal perspective on it. We may just disagree. The one place I'll always try to get to, as I was trying to get to in our talk on the comment section, Rage Real Sade, was just getting to the place of, Let's have a discussion here. Let's not straw man it. Let's have a back and forth, a good, honest back and forth. Let's not try to win the day, but try to get to truth. That's really where I more try to get to, and sometimes I fall short of that, but that's really where I do try to aim for in my sight line. Not even 6 hours. Wow, unsubscribe. Oh, thank you so much, Kate. Go Treats. Thank you so much for hopping in here. Russ makes almost any team 3 players away from the Super Bowl. He does not make the Oakland Raiders three players away from the Super Bowl. He does not make the Cowboys 3 players away from the Super Bowl. He does not make the Chicago Bears 3 players away from the Super Bowl. So I don't think that that's necessarily the truth. There's a lot of teams out there that have some lacking rosters. Rage says, I don't think y'all understand. Wilson leaves, so does 80% of the fans. No more primetime games. No more good players coming here. They only come for Wilson. Everything that Seattle fans know, gone. Maybe so, real, Rage. Maybe you're so real. We'll see how it has to play out at that point. Some of this could also be that Russell Wilson's done with Seattle, right, Said? Some of this, as far as this could be that he's wore out on Seattle in the process and he's ready to go, and it's not a situation that can be fixed. And that what he's doing in this process right now is subtly just trying to in a nice way, push his way out of town in the best way that he possibly can. Could be that's what's going on as well, is that there's no chance of reconciliation here. The thing is completely 100% broken. We'll see if it plays out that way. And if it does go that direction, Rage, I'll be one of the first people to stand up and say you were right. I will give credit where credit is due if you do tend to be one of those people that is correct. I would hope as well on your side of the fence, though, if Coach Carroll is willing to continue to build a winner, if they're able to get back on their feet and go, you'd be one of those people to say, hey, I was a little bit surprised by the fact that they were a lot better than I would have expected them to be if Russell Wilson left. I would hope you can come at it from either direction if you stand on that, if that's your stance. David Adams, hello all. Would Jaguars trade for Russell Wilson? David, I don't think so. When you watch Trevor Lawrence's pro day, he had Urban Meyer literally standing this close away from his face as he was throwing the football. And you think I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Go watch the pro day, and you literally have Urban Meyer on the field standing in front of Trevor Lawrence. He's going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's no Russell Wilson trade to Jacksonville. Urban went there because he was getting Trevor Lawrence. He knows what he's got. He ain't moving off of it. I'd be interested as a possibility of that, but it's just not going to happen. All right. I am going to call this good. It has been a fantastic show today. Thank you for all the people that donated. I mean, we must have had 10 people donated on the chat today. Some people donated 3 different times. I really do appreciate y'all for doing that. If you're watching this stream, post-play, please do slam on that like button for me too. Please do subscribe. 95% of my people that watch my videos aren't subscribed. It would help me out greatly as we continue our trend. We're like, when I started the stream, we were 30 away from 4,000. 30 away from 4,000 subscribers. So we are climbing that hill, man. We're climbing that hill in the middle of the off season. But I do appreciate you guys watching. Thank you for keeping this thing lively and rolling along as ever. You guys are awesome and amazing. Please just, don't forget, even in these times now where you do hear these Russell talk and you get worried that we're going to slide into some anonymity and we're not going to be a team that's out there anymore and we'll suck now forever and we're going to be irrelevant. even in those darkest times where you feel that, and I get why you feel that way, have a little sense of optimism, have a little sense of hope. We never know how it can play out. The NFL is a funny sport. It can go in any different direction. It's really hard to predict at times. It's just that way it plays out. I love you guys. I thank you guys, and I ask you guys, don't you ever forget